capacity to engage
Oh,
critically
snap.
with what I'm saying.
Oh, snap. I made it.
Listen to my words. It's free. You don't even have to subscribe to the Hassan Abi broadcast, the Parker Broadcasting Service. I don't run ads at all. I'm live and endlessly accessible for 8 hours a day minimum. You can make up your own mind. You're an adult.
We gotta do the spam challenge. That's where it's at.
Am I live?
Already completed.
Is it working? Hey, I think it's working. Woo!
Like between her and I, who do you think actually is more likely to be anti-racist, anti-white supremacy? Because when she was working with Republicans, I was advocating for Black Lives Matter. I was advocating for criminal justice reform. I was converting white supremacists away from having anti-black thoughts quite successfully, as a matter of fact.
It worked.
Same with misogyny. Same with everything else that they brought up. Totally ridiculous.
I think his worldview is gross, and the way he talks about people is disgusting. And so, like, I think he is all of the things that I think you were being too hard on sort of the third way types who are condemning him, because he is.
Oh, dude, I'm watching dodge his triple spike.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
That's it.
Give me a chance to react.
They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from.
No way. There's no
And
way.
they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to.
Okay, I thought it was auto for a second. Okay.
They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party. And what they fail to comprehend is I want
I
Republicans
had
to lose.
two more viewers last
Okay.
time. Wow. Actually went up in viewers
So
on
my
a stream that was
advice
choppy.
to Democrats is not coming from a sinister place where I'm like, yeah, if I give advice to Democrats, then they'll end up losing to the Republicans. My advice to the Democrats is channeled through a shit ton of the base.
Oh, I know what I
Right?
forgot. I forgot to open my chat. Silly me.
The only thing that is correct
It
about
doesn't
this
matter. No one's here
assessment is
anyway.
that I am vulgar. Okay, I'm a vulgar person.
I know the recent time is okay. Shift down. Come on, Friday. Oh my God, it's
But
too
I-
low.
But that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal, right?
Use what?
Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse
Oh, whoops.
than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth.
Oh, I'm crazy.
For many Democrats, they can't get over that hurdle. They fall prey, they fall victim to civility arguments all the fucking time.
Let's see. Hopefully I stay connected
I don't
today.
think you're
I
supposed
should.
to be civil, especially with racists. You're not supposed to be civil with fascists. Who gives a fuck? And they're not civil either.
Oh, wait, please. Oh my God, don't put the orb timing in there, bro. Kill yourself.
So that's it.
You went this way. Oh.
Condemnable.
Wait, actually,
And I think it is important. You and I spent a long time when I was on your podcast trying to
I don't know what you're talking
take our longtime reflexive pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do, one of the things that is scary about wrestling with that is that there's a bunch of people on the I'm against this war, I'm against Israel's involvement in this war, who do it for anti-Semitic reasons. And I think
Yeah, those are
disaggregating
called fascists.
from those people as you criticize this war is absolutely essential from a moral standpoint.
Ooh,
This
more.
is,
I'll
I
start
think,
with
the
that.
this I think is the crux of the deal, because as I said last night, I argued with Hassan about China on and off stage. Like I argued with China with Hassan about his focus on Israel on stage. And I think that he is a liberal, and I think that if Hassan was running for Congress or
You
president,
think he is illiberal?
illiberal, I do, and I think that if he was running for one of those things, I would oppose him.
Wait, Henry, check my screen, bro.
You know, and I think that probably,
Check my screen, bro.
I think it's very unlikely that me and Hassan will have the same preferred candidates in the Democratic 2028 campaign. If we do, that candidate will end up being very adept at navigating our very fracture. So who the hell knows what the future holds? But like, I don't like it. I don't like his worldview, and I think that it is worth objecting to. And I think it's worth people like us objecting to and hashing it out and fighting with him about it and arguing about a lot of the things that he thinks that are bad. I also just think that, two things. One, people that consume him hear that list and are like, that doesn't mesh with the guy I know. Right. And I think that if you came up with my 10 worst takes, they would not sound as bad as his list or anywhere near as bad, I don't think. But especially if you go back to 2004, I have some pretty bad takes going all the way back. Okay. So I just mean, if you put my list together, I think a lot of Bulwark people would be like, guy, like, you're being unfair, right? And because I think that there are a lot of areas where he is genuine, that he cares about stuff, human rights. And again, I don't watch this day to day, but I hearing this from other people, I think they would say, wait a minute, you're trying to turn him into like Tucker or somebody whose whole show is about anti-Semitism right now, but like he talks a lot about making sure people can get a living wage and human rights around the world.
Okay.
And we should care
So
about
does
rights
Tucker.
for people.
Trying to get my game set up.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I'm just telling you what people would say about him. I think that
Checking the mic.
I do think
Okay.
that it is a category difference. A lot of
Looks
people
like it's
who were
good.
criticizing me about the stream last night were trying to lump it in with like, I thought you left Trump. And I was like, no, Trump had a lot of noxious views, and then he ran for president, tripling down on them and being like, hey, here are all my worst views. And like, I think that we should institute them as policy. Some of the things you laid out, I think Hassan would agree with. Some of those things, if you read the profiles of him, he's backed off on, particularly.
No, he says he does not apologize for any of them. He was just taken out of context. He's like, I don't take any of them back. I don't walk any of them back, but maybe they were taken out of context.
Okay, well, maybe I'd have to listen to that. I guess I just would say that holistically, it is a category difference for me that Trump, from what you hear from MAGA. All of that aside, though, because we can take the measure of the man, and you can decide that he's a wholly unacceptable man, and I can say that he's a man that has some bad views. And we could hash that out. The strategic question,
Why is it choppy?
right, is how Democrats should handle somebody like that. And like, this is where I'm the harshest on the view that he should be kicked out. And I'm particularly harsh, and I said this last night, and this relates to your point about Israel, about like picking this fight with him right now, like at this moment today, April 3rd of 2026, because right now we are embroiled in a catastrophic war.
TikTok uses a lot of CPU.
The Secretary of State
Might have to drop that
because Israel got us into it. So like, you can call that a conspiracy theory or whatever, but like the Secretary of State said it, and the president has basically said it, even though he does word salad a bunch of times. And I just think that any fair analyst could look at it and say, well, obviously, like, this war is more in Israel's acute interest than ours. Like, that's just a statement of fact, right? So like, we're in this war with our partner Israel right now, on the heels of their behavior in Gaza. However you want to describe that, whether it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes or just more killing than was necessary, like anywhere on that continuum. Like, this
TikTok,
comes after that.
I made it.
Now we've partnered with them for a war in Iran that is going to create massive damage globally to people's lives. Like, people are going to be materially harmed by this war. They already are. And there are a lot of people out there in this country right now who are really mad about that, and they're about to get really madder in the coming months. And I think a lot of them look at they blame Trump, but they also look at the Democratic Party and be like, you guys have been on this too. Joe Biden was in there when Israel was doing the Gaza thing. Democrats have been, part of this bipartisan establishment that got us into these stupid wars forever. And they look around for people, and who do they see?
Look at Tim
out there saying, no, we should not do these wars. They're stupid. They're wrong. They see people like Hassan.
Look at Tim growing up.
So in this moment where people are very bad, a lot of voters that when you say how to eat an elephant one at a time, a lot of voters Democrats are going to need, whether they be young voters or men who don't want to go to war or people whose costs are going to go up. Like, right now, at this moment, a lot of them are assessing the landscape, and they're saying like, fuck, Trump betrayed me. Like, I thought I was on board with the no wars candidate. Okay, and they're gettable right now. I get as ripe as they have ever been to be gotten by the Democratic
There it
Party.
is.
And
That's
in
the important
this moment,
part.
the Democratic Party and their leaders should be focused, in
But
my
the
view,
establishment,
on being as
corporate
clear and
Dems
loud
would rather
and
lose.
passionate as possible. No stupid wars. I will
'Cause it
not
cuts
get
into their
you involved
paycheck.
in this. This is a mistake. To the extent that Israel is involved, the fact that our relationship is closely tied to them is a mistake. And if we ever get back in power, we will not betray you. We hear you. We see this. And instead, you hear a lot of Democratic leaders being like, well, we should kick this guy out. That's what he's known for. Like, if he's known for anything, it's being anti this stuff. And it's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hassan.
They're making their life.
He's making.
Well, hold on. People like Hassan are making.
He's making lives
Democrats who
harder
wanna
for
take a stand
corporatists.
against this war, right?
That's it.
And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And
First of all, I think I'm the only person at my size that actually does do that, which is, provide a safe space for Jews and actively push back against anti-Semitism.
Very good,
Lady,
sir.
you gotta go outside. Okay? Most people do not give a fuck. Okay? I'll be very honest. Most people think, holy shit, what Israel has done is unconscionable. And if you're lucky, they don't have that enmity transferred to Jews in general. But given the fact that for, the past 75 fucking years and certainly accelerated in the last 3 years, every single defender of Israel has actively defended it as the Jewish state.
The
There
Democratic
are a lot of
state.
people who learned the exact opposite attitude that you are demonstrating.
The only Democratic state
This
in the Middle East,
includes
apparently.
fucking Democrats
Am I
too,
winning? Oh, dude, I'm always winning.
okay?
Are you winning?
But perhaps the dumbest argument here is the idea that there are a lot of anti-Zionist or anti-genocide
I'm tired.
voices out there.
Fair enough.
And they just can't subscribe to being anti-genocide
I'll go get.
because there's people
I'll dedicate
like
my
me.
next monster to you that I'm going to
That's
go
like
get right now.
saying I can't be anti-Zionist or anti-genocide because Nick Fuentes exists. I don't give a fuck that Nick Fuentes exists. I've been an anti-Zionist before he knew what the fuck Israel was. Who gives a shit? But yeah, it's doubly ridiculous that these guys unironically do this thing to someone like myself where they try to, instead of going after people who are just avowed anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers and whatnot, they go after the one guy at this level, at this size, that does spend a decent amount of time actively combating against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist. That's what's so unfucking believable about it.
Wait, guys, should I play Amethyst?
It blows my mind.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense why, how people don't understand that, they'll write something bad about, they'll write something bad about Nick Fuentes, once a month, but they'll spend a whole week trashing Hassan, who has, hours of clips about him, criticizing anti-Semitism, speaking out against it repeatedly. The only explanation is because he supports progressive policies. That's it.
Disagree. It starts with condemning the fucking war and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we always get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this, and now they're like, Trump's doing the
I think
same
my
shit that
desktop
all the
audio
other
is too
ones
high.
did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now, if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, like, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo or whoever to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, it's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened. Like, it's happened. And so if they did that, and then in 5 months,
Yeah, but then Sarah wouldn't be able to continue her unapologetic support of Israel.
or with somebody as this viewer or that viewer, we have to get, like, then you have the credibility.
Why is there a 5-month gap? Why can't it be in the same breath?
Because no one believes that you're anti-Israel. Everyone knows that you're not.
I just said that. I said it first. I said it
Because
first. You heard it here first.
Like on the
Just saying.
basis of like what your gripe is, while you're simultaneously coming after perhaps one of the highest profile anti-Zionists in American media. Of course, people are not going to trust you on being the gatekeeper of how to criticize Israel. They're going to trust me. You have no credibility. I've been doing this for fucking 12 years. While you were working with neocons, I was yelling about neocons.
It's called practice, stupid.
Liberty, you never
And
told
you
me
still don't have that credibility because
if
I don't
I,
even know what her like
if the new
full
microphone sounds better or not.
perspective is.
But to be
Right? I
fair,
don't know
it
what
was
her full
pretty choppy
perspective
last
on
week,
Israel
so I
is.
understand if you didn't hear me ask.
But if you're going to claim that Israel is like the Jewish state, if you're going to keep saying that, if you're going to tie Judaism to Israel, then you obviously are unaware of how unimaginably unpopular Israel is, for good reasons, for the record. That's number one. And number two, you are completely oblivious to
All right,
what
back to
that
the game.
conflation does, what that conflation teaches people. Okay, that conflation teaches people the trope of dual loyalty. Okay? It teaches people that all Jews give a shit about is Israel and defending Israel. That's all they care about, which is not even the fucking truth. And it becomes increasingly harder for someone like myself to make that argument. All right?
Wait, actually, I should probably play I Spy.
But I don't think she understands.
I think it should, because here's the point. I do agree with you that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like, part of what is happening is that there is a desperate anger over this war from a lot of people. That
And
feel
Israel's
betrayed by Donald
actions
Trump, that don't
against
want any more
Palestinians.
foreign wars in the Middle East.
It's okay.
And, like,
You can
we're
say it, Sarah.
Almost, it's not about Israel. Like, for some,
Oh,
there's
Jesus.
Also, that's not even true. I'm sorry.
Freaking idiot.
Republicans are entirely on board. Like, what are we talking about? If your goal is to like, if your goal is to still create this like false notion that there's never Trump Republicans out there, you're so lost, right? At a certain point, you have to realize like the lane that you occupy is not a real vehicle for change. Okay? There is no never Trump Republican. Like, it doesn't, as it stands, it doesn't exist. MAGA is Republicanism. Donald Trump is the Republican Party, and the base loves it. And the base doesn't just love it, the base is actually a cult at this point. Like, they don't even like Trump because of what he does. They like Trump because Trump's doing it, and they love Trump.
That was a bird.
You understand?
Thank you.
for some
I
people
lost
it
my other
is about
potions.
Israel. For some people it
They're
is
gone.
about anti-Semitism. Those are different. And then there's just a lot. I think the vast majority of people are just mad we're doing this again. And so, like, Democrats should be condemning it. They should be outspoken. They should be the one to try to gain a following by talking about this. But I think in doing so, they should separate themselves from people like Hassan. I don't think you have to wrap your arms around him. I don't think,
He has
be like,
credibility and they don't on this stuff.
so they should go get credibility
they're
themselves.
exacerbating
They don't need to borrow it from him.
I'm not telling you. I'm not saying they should borrow for it. I never said. Again, here's the disagreement. I never said I think Democrats should campaign with him. I disagree with that.
I don't think they should go on his show.
I think
They
you
can
don't
go
think
on
they should go on
Rogan.
his show.
Hassan's? No.
Oh, my
I'm telling
God,
you,
that-
her
we could not
animosity
agree- disagree
only
more.
comes
Oh my God, the people that
Yeah,
watch
I'm
this
not
show
even
from their
sure.
difference of opinion regarding our alliance with
A lot
Israel.
of people watch. They're gonna
I
watch
mean, there's no reason for Tim Miller to concede that I'm a terrible person here. I get that, like, he's trying to make the best argument possible here, but like, it is quite difficult that the established premise is just completely faulty from her end. I don't expect people to just like look through, comb through every single clip out of context, but you know, it is pretty crazy that like what they quote unquote have on me is already incredibly stupid. And it's so obviously cynical that like most people see that and they go, come on, man, here we go again. Another guy who hates Israel being called an anti-Semite and like a million different other smears, right?
Was that a comment? What the heck?
We've seen this happen over and over again. So it's like people have developed a tremendous tolerance, a tremendous resistance to this kind of like shit smearing operation. But the reality is like Tim Miller's also right on the tactical grounds as well.
Watch this video, watch the Sean Son show. I hear
Let
from
me
them.
ask you
I saw
this.
them on the street. Yeah,
I know.
This is like the same shit we just did with Joe Rogan. It's like Democrats shouldn't
Hold
go
on.
on Joe Rogan has terrible fucking views. They have to speak to those people.
Yeah, Joe Rogan has far worse views than me. It's not even comparable.
Yeah, but he's not necessarily anti-genocide.
MAGA broadcasters grow suspicious of the Jews. Joe Rogan, Theo Von, and big league hosts who elevated Trump now playing footsie with anti-Semites.
Those are the people that they have to speak to. Why wouldn't they do that? Like right now, especially right now when they're the most
right.
gettable.
Let's say so Nick Fuentes is out there saying we should vote for Democrats because Trump is doing this for Israel. Think Democrats should go on Nick Fuentes' show? I don't.
Well, Nick Fuentes is full of shit, is the thing. I mean, I don't think they should go on a show, but not really so much because he's an anti-Semite. I don't think they should go on a show
There's
because
no
he's
comparison
like
between the
he's
two.
a troll. He's just a troll. Hassan really believes what he believes. You can say his beliefs are bad or wrong or shameful or should be condemned, and you could go on a show and fight him about it. But like, Hassan is not out there doing like, jokes about ovens. And the Jew, there might not have been that many people killed in the Holocaust, and doing trolling. What does Nick Fuentes even believe? Does anybody even know? Does he even know? I don't think he even knows what he believes anymore. Like he's just full of shit. Like it's like a variety show. Hassan like has passionate left wing views, and they should be grappled with. I think.
Who says that 9/11 was America's fault and that I don't think this is a serious person. This is part of my problem. Now, and I'm going to both state a problem and then I think one of the ways in which strategically this is bad. Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker are both being elevated in the discourse because there's a Streisand effect happening. This I do write about in the book. The Streisand effect that makes these people more powerful.
Oh, my TikTok
That
live
gives
is
these people a
restricted.
bigger
Harassment and
platform.
bullying. What?
Where whether it is the earnestness of Hassan or the nihilism of Fuentes, right?
I got
people
flagged
are
for
like-
harassment and
People are
bullying
always
on
say you can
TikTok.
disagree with Israeli policies, but
I wouldn't even
and then
say
never
anything.
tolerate any disagreements with any Israeli policies, calling every critique anti-Semitic.
Oh, did I
It's
bully
actually
Nick
insane how
Fuentes,
bad
that
faith
poor
they are.
guy?
Yeah, it's my favorite because it's like whenever someone says, "Hey, listen, I'm perfectly fine with criticizing the state."
Like,
of
I don't even
Israel,
have anyone watching on
but-
TikTok. I have
and I
zero
always wanna
viewers.
I want to stop you right there.
And I still
okay?
somehow
You
got
don't get to define
hit with
how
harassment and
I
bullying?
criticize a foreign nation state that's conducting a genocide. Okay, I get to say whatever the fuck I want. You can cry about it, but that's not how this works. That's not how anything works, right?
Okay.
Like, who died and made you the president of how to criticize Israel? And it's such a silly standard that we don't apply to any other circumstance. It's like, well, you're criticizing a genocidal apartheid state, but like, can you please factor my feelings and my endless need to defend said genocidal apartheid state into the equation? It's like, no, actually, no, I will not do that. What are we doing?
Okay, bro. I'm fighting like a low.
What are we even fucking doing here? How ridiculous. Anyway, let's
kind
continue.
of there for that experience and it raises their curiosity. This happened with Andrew Tate. Like there is just a series of people where
By the way, notice how every person that they compare me to are my like perennial ops. Like people that I've spent a fucking lifetime opposing. and still continue to oppose. It's very strange that for some reason, those people's ideology is actually far closer to this person, or at least for like most of her life. And I have spent my entire life fighting against these people. And now she can just sit there and be like, well, I'm a Democrat now. And as a Democrat, Hassan is actually far closer to Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes than someone like myself. Again, totally ridiculous, right? Totally ridiculous statement.
Outrage against them is making them more powerful. That being said, understanding that dynamic doesn't mean that, like, there's just sort of a right is still right and wrong is still wrong. Like, I do think Hassan, but like, I felt this way about Mamdani.
No, it's on my show. Does that just make you uncomfortable? Like,
oh my God, she's shitting on Mamdani.
Oh yeah, she did
Shitting on
during the
Zoran.
campaign
I feel this way about
to be that way, the
Mamdani.
phrase globalized intifada.
Language is something that I
because
haven't-
she couldn't understand. She was offended by an
The
Arabic word.
phrase globalized intifada is not something people should use because even if you don't intend it to be that way, it is heard by Jewish people as like, kill us everywhere.
See, this is what I mean. It's like, I'm sorry, okay, but the truth is the truth. Like, it doesn't change anything. Like, you have to argue on not how this phrase makes people feel, okay, especially on this issue. It's so weaponized against those who are making the just argument, and now the increasingly popular argument, right? Like, I don't have to spare your feelings when I'm talking about something. If I'm saying something wrong, you can call it out, right? But you can't simply sit here and tell me, well, this makes me scared. Okay? I don't listen to white supremacists and how they have genuine fears that if like a black person becomes the president, that they're going to live through segregation, right? That they might genuinely feel that way. Okay, they might legitimately feel that way, but that doesn't matter. That's their problem, right? Because it's a fucking ridiculous criticism. And the same goes for people who are pro-Israel, okay? Same goes for Zionism, because Zionism is a racist ideology, okay? It's not identical to white supremacy, but it has a lot of qualities. And obviously there's, with every right-wing ideology, with every reactionary ideology, there's varying degrees.
Wait, did I pick
of
up
this, right?
followers?
Not everyone
on TikTok? Oh my God, I'm up to 8.
going
I'm
to be a fucking
balling.
Klans member. Like, there are relatives that you have that are otherwise very kind people that might demonstrate certain anti-black behaviors, right?
About to make those big bucks.
Zionism is no different. Like, there's varying degrees of white supremacy. There's varying degrees of Zionism. But ultimately, the underpinning of this ideology is very racist. The idea that, let's be real, Palestinians and Arabs, Muslims in general, are lesser. And it's not, this is not a far-fetched assessment either, because this is, Zionism in action is Israel, right? Zionism in action is Israel, a nation state that is built around ethno-religious supremacy. That ideology is always going to be exterminationist, and it has been exterminationist throughout Israel's history.
Hey,
Its inception was the Nakba, right? An ethnic cleansing operation, a planned ethnic cleansing operation of 750,000 indigenous Palestinians that were robbed of their homes, that were pushed away violently from their homelands, never to be able to return again. That was just the inception, right? So it's continued, it's expanded, it's gotten worse. Technology's advanced, and Israel's utilized that technology in its exterminationist goals, towards its exterminationist agenda, its surveillance policies. And it has operated in an apartheid state for the past 75 years, and the underpinning ideology of this is Zionism, right? So when someone comes in and says, listen, I'm a Zionist, I'm a liberal Zionist, and you're like hurting my feelings when you say Zionism is racism, I can explain to you exactly why I feel this way, exactly why I think this way, with facts, okay? Because the purest expression of Zionism is the nation state of Israel, right? There are vague definitions out there. People throw it around. They say, oh, well, you know, why can't Jews have a homeland? Like, whatever, right? oh, you want Israel to not exist. You want every Jew to die. I don't.
Oh, damn
Okay,
it.
I don't want any Jew to die. It's fucking
I have to
ridiculous.
grab the iron. Oh, I forgot.
But
Oh my god, that's macro.
I am not going to sit there and try to spare your feelings, just as I'm not going to sit there and listen to someone who is defending Christian nationalism, for example. So the very same resistance that I have to the dangerous, toxic, repulsive ideology of Nick Fuentes is the exact same principled stance I have towards people who are Zionists, who are defenders of Israel. And it's the exact same. Christian nationalism is OP, get bent. Yeah, dude, one day, I promise, you're gonna restore the Christian fatherland. I promise. Stupid. So yeah, it's totally ridiculous to be like, oh, you can criticize Israel, but you have to spare my feelings when you're in the process of criticizing Israel. And it's like my feelings revolve around how much I want to defend Israel. Okay, well, yeah, I don't think you get to set those boundaries, right? That's a you problem. And the same goes for people that were like fearful of Zoran. Let's be real. Zoran Mamdani is endlessly considerate, okay? And maybe even far too conciliatory to some of these racist opinions. Right? That's the difference between me and Zoran is I can be as vulgar as I want. He can't. He's the mayor, right? Even if we align on the principles, he has to communicate a certain way. I have a lot more freedoms in the way that I communicate, right? But when you turn around and say this exact same thing about Zoran, you're giving the game away, right? So many people in the last couple of months, in the lead up to the mayoral election, were talking crazy about Zoran. They were like, oh, well, I'm fearful. As a Jew, I'm fearful of Zoran Mamdani winning the election. He's going to harm me as a Jewish American, as a Jewish New Yorker, when he had never demonstrated even an iota of anti-Semitism. Neither have I. But at least there is like statements that I have out there that like if you're hysterical enough, you can actually associate with, you know, the Palestinian resistance, like a defense of Palestinian resistance in general, a defense of Lebanese resistance in general against the state of Israel. Like I can see why you would falsely conflate that with anti-Semitism. It's still hysterical, but at least there's like, a little bit more room for that. But Zoran didn't even do that. He never did. He was too fearful to do so, right? So at that point, it's very obvious. It's like yelling at Miss Rachel and calling Miss Rachel an anti-Semite. At that point, you're giving the game away. Like it's your racism, and I don't think we have to literally abide by your Islamophobic standards. If you're running around like a headless chicken claiming that, you know, every Muslim anti-Zionist is actually out to get you and they're all terrorists and they're all going to do anti-Semitic hate crimes to you, that's a you problem, right? That's not a me problem. How am I supposed to live in this environment where you just automatically assume that I'm a danger to you? That's your problem. And it's no different than a white supremacist or a Christian nationalist claiming that like a black American elected is going to be an ever-present danger to their way of existence, right? It's totally ridiculous and it's flat out racist. However, many people also have that shared Islamophobic perspective, so they don't even fucking see it. Okay? They don't see it. They don't understand it because they also are like a little bit worried. They also think every Muslim is secretly maybe going to be an ever-present threat to America. They might do 9/11 any moment, right? Like there is that unfortunate normalized attitude. It's a very racist attitude.
Maybe.
Bigoted. It's ridiculous. It's hysterical. But unfortunately, it's the norm. Right? And I know it's the norm because people and I've talked about this before with permissible bigotry, right?
No,
Like
just
what
me
the
all by myself.
majority find to be permissible as far as like a demonstration of bigotry,
Oh,
and
yeah,
what
a
goes
monster.
beyond it. For
Go-go
Islamophobia,
juice.
you can basically call every Muslim a terrorist, and you're not going to receive a lot of institutional pushback. There's not really anything you can say
That is weird.
about Islam or Muslims
How you can
that
call
will cause large
a Muslim
subsects of
candidate
American society to turn
a
around
terrorist.
and go, oh, that's a bridge too far.
and there's like no
There
barely
are
any
certain
pushback.
things that you can't say about every other
mean, I
group,
guess he
every
lost
other
the
ethnic
election, but-
group, that people would
But God forbid,
absolutely
You say that Zionism
refuse to overlook.
is a
Okay.
supremacist ideology. No,
For Islamophobia,
anti-Semitic.
there
Oh, you can't
isn't.
say that.
There's no ceiling. Everything is permitted, right?
Pretty freaking absurd, if you ask me.
That's how you know it's totally fucking normalized. So it's very frustrating to have to constantly act as though I need to be on the back foot, on the defensive about my worldview, when in fact the real reason why she's yelling at me and not the I've had it ladies, for example, who share the same exact sentiment.
That is weird,
and sometimes even engage in similar vulgarities.
That is pretty funny. Why doesn't she criticize them?
myself. The reason why they're not spending a good deal of time talking about the I've had it ladies is because they're not Muslim. It's that simple, right? You would look totally ridiculous if you were to do that about another popular leftist content creator, a podcast. If you were to demand that no one go on the I've Had It podcast, people would look at you and go, you're out of your fucking mind. Or Emma Vigeland, for example, you know, Majority Report. Sam Cedar is Jewish. Emma Vigeland is a white woman. You can't make that same argument about them. You can make it, however, about Zohran Mamdani. You can make that argument about Abdul El-Sayed.
Damn it.
You can make that argument about myself. And that is because there is a lot of unexamined Islamophobia. I don't talk about it too much because, like I said, you just got to fucking eat it, you know? But there are instances where I have to bring this up because it's totally allowed to be as like, you're totally allowed to be as racially charged against someone like myself when you're talking about these issues, and then also falsely claim that I am demonstrating that same like ethnic or religious bigotry myself. It's not the case. There's two people in this conversation, if I were talking to her, between her and I, and there's only one person that is actually demonstrating bigotry. It's not me. It's her. But that bigotry is seen as invisible bigotry because large subsects of American society also have that same exact resentment.
And
Yeah.
so that should be condemned. And then I asked him if he would condemn any.
But like, I think trying not to elevate these people in the discourse or us being clear that they are malign actors. Like we can wrestle with what they say. And actually, I want to say
Like
something.
I'm glad that she's also yelling about Zohran as well, because Zohran is a much more popular and much better known figure than myself now at this point. And he's a beloved figure in the Democratic Party, and he is actually exactly the type of person that we should be running, right? Everywhere. So for her to yell at me with clips out of context is one thing, but for her to turn around and then also say, like, Zohran is just like Hassan, a malign figure, that gives the game away, right? You just lost endless amounts of credibility. I'm willing to bet even in the Bulwark audience, there's plenty of fucking people who might have had some fears about Zohran, and then when those fears were never realized, they actually started liking him quite a bit.
Because I'm not sure if we've talked about this before. I was also on a panel with him, and I didn't know who he was going into it. This is like actually the embarrassing part of this is that I don't like really know. I don't like follow who the Twitch streamers
Why is that
are.
embarrassing?
And I hadn't really heard
It's
of
fine.
him.
What the
Or
hell?
if I had, I hadn't bothered to figure out who he was. And when he started talking, like the first things out of his mouth were like ridiculous, and they were attacks on Bill, and it was this.
Oh, you mean
kind of
Bill Kristol from the
it was just like
Bush administration
garbage,
that
lefty
promoted
nonsense.
the Iraq War? That Bill?
The garbage lefty nonsense, as I said, your outlet is run by neocon war criminals, even if they've had a change of heart. Yeah, Bill Crystal, who is a woke warrior now. That is true.
I'm not been on Cat PvP. Bro. It's been. Okay, Marlo.
I'm glad that the
Corporation
now woke
surveillance
warrior
state
in the
a sucker
Democratic
should
Party
fuck off
coalition
forever.
is
Yes,
saying
I
garbage
agree
lefty
wholeheartedly.
nonsense.
That'd be fantastic. Welcome to the stream, hater of the educated. Kind of ironic. Because
what was the fallout? Well, not the fallout. What was
the more educated
kind
you
of
become,
reaction?
the less susceptible you are to propaganda.
Oh. Why is she so angry? I mean, I think you know why.
Sense. And I also had a fight with him on the stage and
Yep, it
condemned
is
what he
ironic.
was saying.
I can
Also was like,
appreciate
How
irony.
polarizing Hassan Piker is, but Sarah calling Mamdani a malign actor shows how completely out of touch she is. Tim is right on this one. People in government have said 9/11 was our fault because none of the three-letter agencies were talking to each other.
I think it's your first time
Doing the
watching,
Gaza
isn't
thing is
it?
a strange way to pronounce
Maybe? I
slaughtering
don't know.
innocent civilians and
But I appreciate you being
retaliation.
here. I don't
Funny
normally
how Tim
watch
wears
Hassan.
pearls, but his co-host clutches them.
How far have you come in your
I've
scout?
never
Dude,
seen
this
a
is
better
like
visual of visual
Hold on.
representation of pearl clutching before. Someone called a dictionary.
this is like my, I don't know, like my 6th or 7th playthrough all time. I got it for the Xbox, 360, Xbox One, now on PC. I'd say at least 6 playthroughs. This is like either 6 or 7. But anyway, I just want to say, if this is your first time watching, I don't normally watch Hassan content, but I think it's important this time because there is a quote-unquote smear campaign against him and his rhetoric. And I think it's important to point out that the smear campaign is not against him. They're just using him as a scapegoat, a shoehorn, to criticize progressive policies.
Get it? A lot of us are coming at. A lot is coming at us all the time.
Hence the title.
Flood the zone, remember? But going after Piker is exactly how, once again, corporate Democrats like Schumer and Jeffries risk snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. We can't survive this cycle again.
Yeah, it's my first time. I dig it. Don't worry about it.
So it really means you have to be careful not scaring off the donors.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Subscribe to the Bulwark. Get my
I really
politics
don't
mostly
worry
along
about
with
it because like
Pikers.
people are either going to watch or they're
Democrats
not
who
going to
keep throwing
watch.
people out of the tent will keep losing, and those people will get radicalized by the far right. This must stop.
I really don't have enough
ironic thing about
viewers to
Sarah's
not
position on
care.
Hassan and the Democrats
But
needing credibility on the issues is that it's
I'm
literally
not
the same
gonna-
exact critique Hassan has about the Democrats. He
I'm not
said
going
the
to
Democrats need to be
compromise
clear on
my
Israel's war crimes. Otherwise,
my
terrible people like
principles
Tucker
for
Carlson will
even
look
one
like the
viewer,
reasonable
so-
voice.
but I do
when he
appreciate
is
you being here.
A full-blown anti-Semite and white nationalist. I think she's grossly mistaken about what Hassan's politics actually are. I think she just doesn't care. That's it. I think because she's a little bit of a boomer.
What'd be interesting
she
is his
thinks
video
this
he's
is
showing. I actually
negligible. Like,
commented on it
she-
earlier
this
on
is,
YouTube.
Like beneath her station to even
Would be
have
entertaining
to argue.
if he
People
said
should
something
just
about it.
listen to her because she's a well-established, credible actor in this field. So of course she's not going to do like.
But definitely
decent
propaganda
research,
machine
because
is
from her
scapegoating his
perspective, I'm
son,
just
saying
some
he's sports terrorist.
random
Yeah,
dumb fuck.
and you'll
She doesn't
notice
realize
like
that I have a bigger audience than she does. Right?
something you'll
She doesn't
notice from the
realize
critics
that, like,
is
my positions
if
are,
they- if
are
they were-
actually far more representative
if
of
the
broader
criticisms
base
were
of
in
the
good
Democratic
faith,
Party. She doesn't
they
care
would
about
be
any of that.
analyzing the topic
So from
that
her
he was
perspective, it's
discussing,
just
not
like, why am
just
I talking
his
about some
specific
shithead
statement.
Who's like,
Because that's just too freaking
quotes
easy.
That I read from someone who is
Like
not
that is
even
too
in the
easy to take
coalition, right?
one
Most of
snippet
the time it's just like a
and be like,
fucking,
"This is stupid." You
reactionary
can do that with
framing anyway.
anyone.
Holy cow. The Bulwark platform's William Crystal, cheerleader for the killing, maiming, and displacement of hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, but Sarah is so revolted by the thought of having a conversation with Hassan Piker. Oh, where is my fainting couch?
What is this kid?
I don't think Sarah could have given her book a worse testimonial than her comments in this video. Read a book about influencing people from someone who doesn't understand the current moment at all. Her publishers must be enthused. Never has the Bulwark looked more like the Romney coalition. Throwing heat at Hassan is going to backfire. Sarah has no idea who
Like
Hassan
how?
is.
Like
She's utterly
she considers
ridiculous.
herself
Now Zoran is a maligned actor? Holy shit.
to
she
be
is
like
so
politically
uninformed.
engaged, and she's trying
Does
to
anyone understand
avoid the topic
blowback, or
of
is
the
that
concept of
something
blowback.
that requires you to be younger than 40?
Like the only reason someone with her level of education and political experience, the only reason for them to ignore that would be intentional.
Dale, there's not a single comment.
Dude, I infiltrated one of their IRC channels, and they literally just put
crazy.
photos
This is
of articles
their platform.
with no link to it, any other source supporting it. The members eat it all up.
Sarah's
As a level they
strategy
are
is just
on.
move right, keep moving right, please God. I just want a Republican Party that doesn't have Trump in it. Move
Wait,
right,
whose
move right,
channels?
Move right. So I'm not sure how useful.
You talking about the Bulwarks channels? Which channels are you talking about?
Ooh. I forgot I did steal.
I think she's doing the centrist thing of closing her eyes and ears and hoping Israel goes back to what she thought
Yeah.
it was.
That's exactly where her criticisms come from. Is she is infuriated that the progressive movement is on a fuck Israel narrative, a justifiable one, and she cannot handle it. And you can, and I knew this as soon as like during the when she started like glazing Josh Shapiro for like months on end. I was like, okay, I kind of had an idea that's where she was.
That he's got a big audience, but just because these guys have big audiences doesn't mean they're all created equal.
Again, I think this is why I know you the 5 months thing and right is always right. And again, I think that people in the commentary space that want to criticize him should, and I understand that right is always right. In my argument for engaging with him last night, I said it was like even this week he attacked Scott Wiener, state senator out of
Wiener.
California, for visiting Israel after.
See,
October
okay,
7th.
okay, there,
And I
that
was like, that's
pisses
a
me off
crazy
too.
thing to attack somebody over. That's
See,
insane.
He just said he attacked Scott Wiener for going on October 7th.
I would do the same if someone went to apartheid South Africa, you know?
That's not even the whole
I would do
comment.
the same if someone went to Nazi Germany. I would do the same
He
if
criticized him
someone
for
went
going to
apartheid
going
South
to
Africa. I think it's totally
Israel after
warranted.
October 7th, compared
Attack
with his
somebody
current
over, and
stance.
that's wrong, and I find it repugnant actually. But we can disagree about that. Here's my problem though: is why it matters all in the context of Israel.
Like just
You're
the
saying that
Especially because like Scott Wiener didn't just go to Israel. He went to Israel and hung out with the president, okay? Amidst a genocide. Like
yeah, like the blatant context avoidance is infuriating. Fascist channel. They use it to main rally point or headquarters, infesting other social platforms like Discord, Telegram. So, recruiting. Oh, you're saying that the fascist groups are the ones that are criticizing Hassan. That actually makes sense because they rarely criticize Nick Fuentes. I'm not talking about the fascist groups. I'm talking about like the like the like Third Way group that special interest groups has been attacking him lately. ADL, yeah, the fascist. Okay. But it does make sense why all these groups, I mean, if you think about it, Zionism is a fascist ideology, which would explain why pro-Israel groups like the ADL rarely criticize legitimate fascists like Nick Fuentes, and they target somebody who speaks out against anti-Semitism on a regular basis.
now you don't see me complain.
It's to keep the plebs like us fighting each other instead of actually coalescing. Like, you got this No Kings rally. You got all these anti-ICE protests. You got him, Hassan, and his millions of followers supporting progressive candidates. Yeah, they can't have that.
You're rambling, virtue signaling prose. You focus entirely on Hamas's horrific actions while never mentioning Israel's decades-long assault on the Palestinians.
Hold on to your pants.
Right?
Wiener, 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 wiener.
Like, that's entirely different. Like, doing a propaganda mission to Israel amidst its genocide, amidst its continued apartheid is crazy.
Oh my god, I'm techie.
Shit, I lost track what I was doing in here. Damn it.
DSA is fucking stupid for supporting her. DSA doesn't openly support Connie Chen. These are some of the reasons. DSA
Guess
San
I was selling
Francisco does
stuff?
not openly support Connie Chen. There are many DSA San Francisco members
Oh my god.
who actually prefer Connie Chen to Shoykot. I hope I can, you know, change their
Yeah, I
minds.
can actually stop. I forgot.
But yeah, the question was defensive versus offensive weapons to Israel. Let's take a look. This is what Scott Wiener said. Shoykot says Israel doesn't distinguish between money for offensive and defensive weapons, so neither should we.
Support I condone, and I think there is a to me there's a clear distinction.
We should not be funding Israel's military at all, offensive or defensive weapons. We have a moral obligation to stop this genocide. The only way we do this is by breaking the Israel lobby's hold on our government.
There should be no offensive military weapons funding to Israeli government.
I support I condone.
Like
Yeah.
removing this cancerous special interest group from
So-
our electoral politics
I
is
do
an
wanna-
absolute
I do wanna mention
necessity.
something important here too. Okay,
And that
Something that's important
includes,
here is
like
Shoykot
the
said this
healthcare
before
lobby.
AOC statement too, and I think that matters. Okay,
That includes the AI lobby. Like they need to be cut out and removed.
Shoykot made this statement
Oh, what the
before
Frank Soho.
AOC.
It's funny because the fascists hate the Jews, yet there are some pro-Israel members in there. I doubt that it's authentic, though. Their tactics are interesting, too, because they pose themselves as reasonable. They are also part of LGBT groups that want to separate the TQ.
No, listen to Frank.
So a fascist ideology is not limited to the race or the culture that perpetrates it. It's just the idea that their specific race/culture is the supreme one. Master Liberty watched 20 consecutive streams and sparked a watch streak. Bum, bum, bum. Damn. That's pretty impressive considering I usually only stream once a week. Killing it. But no, like you could have like honestly, you could even make a case that Modi is fascist because he has an ethno-supremacist ideology, and he's trying to enact that policy in India against Muslims.
SMP's where it's not at. Once you accept
So yeah, it's not being a fascist doesn't specifically mean that you hate Jews. It just means that you want to eliminate other groups that you do not consider to be part of your group. Kept me trapped here for 20 years. Makes sense. They're also full-on culture war using Gramsci. I don't even know what Gramsci is. You know what? I'm
Interesting.
glad I don't know what that is.
I mean, saying that in this community, maybe you can.
That
say
fills
that,
me
like,
with hope that
to
I
the
don't know
MSNBC audience.
what that is, because
They'll believe it.
if these
This
fascist
community,
groups
Not so much.
here in the U.S.,
The reasons pro-Israel Democratic groups rather talk
if
about
that's what
Hassan
they're
Piker,
using
not
as
Trump.
justification for their
Speaking of
ideology,
popular
I'm
war,
glad I
obvious
have
one,
no idea
Israel's
what
a
that
party
is.
to the war. Two, pro-Israel groups believe the only reason people have a negative view of Israel's anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. They see it all as bigotry. Pro-Israel groups genuinely believe people only have a negative view of Israel.
Real quick,
because they're
skim
bigoted
Gramsci is a
or under the
Marxist
spell of people who
philosopher.
they consider bigots. They don't think any
Culture
of it has to do with
Marxism.
Israel's actions. This is all irrational
Ironic.
bigotry. They
Yeah.
embrace cancel culture. Yeah.
I think this is no different than like Christian nationalists using like snippets of the Old Testament to justify their hatred of their bigotry towards other groups. It's no different.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh. I'm so fried.
That these guys are being elevated by the Streisand effect, and I think that is part of it. It is true. I think that again, and I think that's why this is counterproductive to have this fight right now for pro-Israel Democrats or centrist
Well, it's
Democrats,
funny,
whatever those groups. 'Cause
I actually
right
stream
now,
on TikTok
he's
also,
being elevated quite a bit,
and
but I don't think that's
about
the
10 minutes into my stream,
I mean, I think that what is happening in the world
when
is elevating him in the moment. I'm sorry, and I just
I don't
I'm
remember
sorry,
what
this
was
is,
being
very
discussed.
uncomfortable for like defenders of Israel to deal with.
But I had
like, what
0
happened
viewers,
was we were in a world,
and I got
after
reported for
He's right.
bullying on TikTok.
He's right. He's nailing
I think
it.
I got Ellisoned.
He's basically trying to explain to this person that like history has officially vindicated my position, a position that I have been consistent on for a decade plus, and that obviously gives me a lot of credibility with the newcomers in general. And I already have existing relationships with the people that are in this movement in general. So when you actually come after someone like myself on these issues to try to like set new boundaries on how we can and can't talk about this issue, most people are going to look at you and go, shut the fuck up. What is this phony bullshit? You know, it almost feels like if someone were to be a lifelong Republican and work within the Republican machine to then come into the Democratic Party and tell Nancy Pelosi what she can and can't do, right? It almost feels like that. Like Nancy Pelosi and others in the Democratic Party would be like, excuse me, that's Nancy Pelosi. She's the boss bitch, okay? You don't get to tell her what to do.
And I'm pretty sure that Sarah Longwell fell into the same trap that most uninformed voters
October
fall
7th,
into
with a lot of people that were
when
too
they
soon
hear
for my
these
takes
clips,
out
which are
there
intended to
attacking
divide,
Israel for what they're doing in Gaza
and
how
they
they're
do not
prosecuting
make
war, and
a
they're doing so in ways
legitimate
that
effort
talked
to
explicitly
understand the
Anti-Semitic.
context.
Okay, well, there are times that they're clearly anti-Semitic, but there are also times where they're talking about things that other people weren't talking about in the news, like the amount of death and destruction that was happening to the Palestinians in Gaza, and they were talking about.
Yeah, like Tim is actually much smarter on this. Like as Mike from PA was saying, he was telling ladies stop being dumb and hide your sensuous power level because doing this shit right now makes you look unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's aware. He's like, listen, your position on Israel aside, like you should never say that out loud. It's literally what Matt Iglesias was also trying to tell the Democrats that listened to him, where he was like, guys, we want neoliberalism. We're gonna fucking fail to.
This court
achieve
continues
those
to
goals
infuriate me, and it
if you
will.
keep talking about Israel this way.
It will
Just
continue
give
to
up on
infuriate
Israel.
you
It's over. It's done. Right? Read the fucking room.
until we can
passionately,
pass an amendment.
And maybe they're passionately and earnestly anti-Semitic. Okay, but they were talking about this topic passionately, talking about how Israel is a malign
Putting term
influence
limits
on the world,
on
and that they have too much, and that they have too much influence in American politics.
on the Supreme Court.
We're giving them too much aid. That AIPAC is too involved in these campaigns. And if you came and listened to my show a year ago, like anytime this topic come up, I was on the side of, I was on the opposite side. I was saying, you're overstate. It's kind of anti-Semitic how you're blaming AIPAC for everything. You're overstating AIPAC's influence.
Yeah, it's weird how everything came
And
true.
all of their critiques of Israel has just done everything that they said.
You want to know why?
Like, AIPAC now is the key player. In
Because the
Democratic
people that
primaries
criticized
and
Israel a year
internalizing
ago,
primaries. They are the
they
group that is
actually
putting
took
most
the
money in.
time
That's not a Jewish conspiracy theory. That's
and
just what's happening. I talked
looked
to
into their past actions, the way they've
For the
conducted
record,
themselves in the past.
that was always the case. Like AIPAC had a tremendous influence. It's just it's far more in your face now because a lot of people started having a negative opinion.
Term
about
limits what
Israel.
solve this
So
issue.
now all
System
of a
only cycle
sudden,
who controls the Constitution needs to
when
end. They
AIPAC
need to
enters
end.
the
They need their
fold,
power
you're
to
like
redefine the
way
Constitution, take
more
it from them.
aware of it. Where
That's
you're like,
fair.
Wait a minute, that's crazy.
fair.
What the fuck?
Although
Democratic strategists. They're like, the race is going to
a code
be
of
determined
ethics
based on AIPAC's involvement.
with a means
that's just
of
is what it is
enforcing
right
them
now.
would be a
And
pretty
Israel
decent start, I think.
did then continue to go way overboard.
Yeah,
in their
wow, what a
prosecution
surprise,
of the
Tim.
war in Gaza, and then not to mention
It's like
what's
the
happening in
people
West
that
Bank with the settlements, not to
were
mention the fact that
criticizing
they're
Israel
invading
a year and a
Lebanon
half,
right
2
now.
years ago.
And
Knew
then
that-
we
knew
did
they would
get
do that.
into a war with Israel.
So weird.
That the Secretary of State said we got into because Israel was going to attack first if we didn't do it. So like sure, there might have been some anti-Semitic.
Did he say a Jewish conspiracy theory? Yeah, he's saying like AIPAC having profound influence over Democratic primaries is not some like anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy. It's just the truth. It's an accurate reflection of events. So you look silly when you try to say, "Oh no, this is
Enforcement depend on the executive. Party will not enforce actions
Most
against themselves unless the
people-
violation is serious. That damn.
most
Yeah, I
people
think
who are
we've seen
knowledgeable enough who understand exactly what's going on.
I think
will
we've
look at
seen
you
with
and go,
this
"You're
administration
insincere. You're a bad faith actor."
that tying
Stuff mixed in there, and that's not good. I'm not okaying that. I'm not
Tying
that.
law
They should not do
enforcement-
anti-Semitic stuff, but like their general critique
internal
of the
enforcement, like within the
lefty
government,
anti-Israel
to the president is
commentators,
extremely detrimental.
like has borne out in the real world. And so I don't understand. I don't know what pro-Israel people expect. There's been a huge sea change. If you just look at the polls of voters, they're looking around. They're like, I am unhappy with the extent of our relationship militarily with this country. I'm unhappy with this war. all of the establishment figures want to kind of tamp that down, and there are these other voices out there that have been speaking about it. Well, obviously they're going to gain influence. And shouldn't Democratic politicians talk to the viewers of those shows? They're not all anti-Semites. They're just unhappy with how things are going in the world.
I think you can do it. So
She's so mad. Why is she so mad?
Because she is addicted to supporting Israel. I've been watching The Bulwark
these points in a way,
for longer
like,
than I've been
I don't
watching
know what
Hassan
Tim's,
Piker, by
like,
the way.
True opinion is here, right? Like,
I actually did
it's
not
obvious
start
that
watching
he
him
is, sympathetic
until
you know,
he was accused of shocking his dog. I was like, come on.
I think he likes
like, there's no way he did that on
a show
stream.
with Cam, obviously, and that's probably another reason.
So I was like,
why
let me take a
knows,
gander at this fella.
You know what I'm about from that reason, for that reason. But like,
and as much as I approve
literally
of the
trying
Bulwark
to
crowd
soft
being
serve
part
this
of
to
the
her in a way where
left,
like using terminology and goals that she will
collaboration,
understand, right?
In getting rid of fascist
and she's
Trump.
So mad. Like, this is the nicest way that someone could have this conversation.
The fact is,
friend
like,
to friend, peer to peer, coworker.
I agree
to
with more
coworker.
of Hassan's social and
nicest
economic
version
policies
of
than
this
I do the Bulwark
conversation.
crowd.
And most people will not have a conversation so nice with this person, if that makes sense. Most people
I do
would
think
just
it's
be like,
important
what the fuck are you on about, right?
To pay attention to viewpoints from within that spectrum.
What I don't like, I don't want to say that I think you're falling into a trap, but I do think that there are ways. One of my biggest critique of
The heck? Why is
Democrats
a
in the book, and the thing
Minecraft guy
I'm urging
blowing
them
up?
to do is to get out there on offense, to say what they believe. They should passionately argue against this war if that is what they believe. If it's not, that's different. But like, they should passionately argue about it so that people listen to them, and so they have credibility on this. That doesn't require Hassan Piker.
But
like,
who's doing
this
that?
idea that this
This is part of the problem. Is Hakeem Jeffries doing that? Is
Nope.
Chuck Schumer doing that?
Nope.
Are the 2028ers?
This is where you and I
Gavin
agree.
Newsom came out there and was like, "Oh, Israel's
Because
an
why
apartheid
not?
state."
Fair
Then he
enough.
They should
apologized for
ignore. But
It was
this is
there.
why
Who
they
is
should
the
ignore
avatar for
Hassan
this?
Piker. They should ignore Hassan Piker at all.
Ignore
They
him,
should
fine with.
ignore him.
I thought.
They
Fine-
should
fine with
ignore him.
ignoring.
And
I thought I
condemn
added
him.
some other
think
stickers. I
do not think it's hard.
do you see
If
like
listen, when we
a
were
Mamdani or
anti-
Captain America shield
right, the
sticker
reason that we
that
were
you can use?
anti-Trump
I thought I
is
added those a
partly
while ago.
because-
She's mad because the previously undisputed dominance of liberalism not cracking. You're part of the vanguard leading that. Yeah, I mean, I think for her it's a little bit different too, like, because there's different kinds of liberalism out there, right?
They are. See, the problem is like these.
Like her version of liberalism
the
is also
corporate
like a very right-wing version.
special
of it too.
interest
'Cause, like,
groups, the
most
corporate
liberals,
class, the
most
economically
self-identifying
elite,
liberals don't have this.
basically
opinion.
the
This is a
10 the
unique
1%ers.
opinion. Most self-identifying liberals, as Tim
They will
is
do
trying
anything
to
they
point
can
out to her,
to keep progressive
have
policies
completely
from
dropped
taking
Israel.
hold.
Like, they have a very
And if they have to
very
use,
antagonistic opinion of
a
Israel,
clouded perception of what anti-Semitism really is,
you know what I mean?
then they will do that.
So her anger, her resentment in this moment is actually stemming from the fact
We
that,
need to
like,
add more Federalist
it's not
fallbacks.
just
Throw in
that
some
liberalism is
easier
failing.
legislative action to remove a president, new
certainly is.
impeachment methods. I would actually
also,
flip those.
She's
I
worried
would
that she
say
might not have space
easier
in the party.
impeachment,
Okay?
but I wouldn't
I think
maybe.
that's what it is. She's worried that
I wouldn't
a party
necessarily
that
make
has
it easier
meat in
to
the tent
remove
is going to not cater to her,
because
it's going to cater to us.
all the impeachment attempts that we've been
And
seeing
she's
would turn,
worried
if you made it
that she
easier,
is
would be
going to
turned
be
into
left
just turn into
alone,
actual impeachment,
right?
like
She
removals.
doesn't want to be part of the Republican
not
Party
necessarily
any
a fan of
longer
that.
because the Republicans are gross. They're disgusting. They say
someone
horrible
like,
things. They're stupid.
Mitch
We've
McConnell
seen this with, like,
should
the,
not have the
Richard
authority
Hanania
to prevent
and all these other, like,
witnesses
former
from
white supremacists
speaking
who are still kind of, I mean,
in the
who are still
Senate
white supremacists,
during
but, like,
impeachment
are
proceedings.
no longer Republican, right?
You know what I
They're
mean?
no longer MAGA because
Like,
they
that
can't,
is
like,
absolutely absurd.
they can't stand how unintelligent and how cultish, how crass the MAGA movement is, right? And that's part of the reason why they moved to the liberal side of things. That's the reason why they moved to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is perfectly happy to cater to these people, right? And they have catered to these people in spite of the fact that there aren't that many of them, right? This is not a real constituency. And the Democrats have lost because they've catered to the never Trump Republicans. But that's the reason why I think she's like flailing around, because
Bridge jumping. What do you mean?
she realizes that she's going to be the one that has to concede
Yep. Yep.
to
This is true.
my worldview. She has to come to
And I
my
can explain
side of
why.
things, right?
And she knows this too.
But she's only used to a lifetime of
As
Democrats
a
catering to her expectations, or
because it is a proven fact that it is nearly impossible when somebody's political ideology is intertwined with their identity. Asking them to switch is like, to them, maybe it's subconscious, but it's like asking them to become a completely different person. Which is why you hear Republicans say things like, I'm a Republican because of this. I'm a Republican because of that. Whereas you hear Democrats say things like, I think that women should have a right to choose, which is why I vote Democrat. You hear the complete opposite. So it's not definitive. You know, it's not set in stone, but it is much more difficult to change somebody's political ideology, shift their ideology when it's tied to their identity. And that the overwhelming majority of the Republican base, their political ideology is tied to their identity, which is why it is stupid to try to switch voters instead of appealing to those who have similar ideology but choose not to vote, and trying to bring in those that are farther to the left than what you might normally approve of.
Know who that is?
I don't know who
You
that
should
is.
say,
Here's what my opinion
I wish
is.
I
I'm
didn't know
against
who he
this
is.
war in Iran.
Yeah.
I'm against this war, and I'm against this.
oh my God.
To be honest, we need to restore the 1900s Constitution,
This is
administrative
crazy.
doctrine. We wish
What
to keep
the
reform it.
Why is she so mad?
She's so mad because it's
What the hell have I done to her? We
Israel.
appeared on a panel one time, and I made one statement
If you-
about William Crystal being a neocon.
If you go
and
listen
being
to Josh
responsible
Shapiro's
for
any of
the
his comments
situation that we
regarding
found
his support of
ourselves in,
Israel,
and she has never let that go, huh?
and then you understand that she is unabashedly like,
goddamn,
she wished that Josh Shapiro would have been the running mate instead of Tim Walz. That's how far back
this is a common thread.
she was up Josh Shapiro's
with,
ass. Then you
people
will
who
understand
we
why she is
jokingly
so
refer to as,
animated
engaging in
about
Hassan derangement syndrome.
her disdain towards
Right?
Hassan, which is why she completely ignored
Unfortunately, when someone decides
taking the
they
time,
don't like me, they can't just have like a normal level
to actually
of
analyze
disgust, or not even
the
disgust
context.
necessarily, but like a normal level of.
And what's sad is because like I
critique.
became a fan of their channel because she normally does that.
They go far beyond, and I think for most people, maybe they also see that passion and think, okay, maybe this guy's bad. I trust this person. I trust this person's worldview. So I'm going to trust their take, and I'm going to hate him just the same.
Reformat the Constitution, modern
But-
English for distribution, establish primary sources. You know, honestly, like
But I think like
I would say one
like,
thing
this
I would
is
add
not
to that
normal, right? Like this
is
so,
there needs to be
this resentment is so
a
unbelievable that
like
I
an
think
index
most normal
that
people from the
defines
outside would
terms.
look at this and be like, I don't
So-
think this is a
so there's
you know,
no
I don't really know this is
misinterpretations.
Kinda
Like what does
feels
this term
like,
mean exactly?
Maybe you're a little too mad.
What
Trump
what is the
administration
definition
killing
of
people in the
facilitate?
streets, and that's what I care about. You want me to talk about some streamer? Eat shit. That's what I
I
think
know,
John
and I
Ossoff
was
should say.
on your side. I was on your
Great.
side on that point.
Just
it
that
was
one.
the rest of it. It was last night. It was last night listening to it being that
She's
the-
absolutely
I do
deranged
not think
in this
though,
topic.
for electoral reasons, they need to embrace Hassan. That is different
Did I say
from
embrace? I never said embrace. I said talk
And see,
to
that's
his
another
audience,
thing they do.
Talk to the people that listen to him.
People who
and
ignore
Joe
context,
Rogan and Theo,
they will-
and Sneeko, all of
they
these
will,
anti-war people.
No, the question is,
They will
would you have
restate
Joe
some
Rogan
someone
on a
else's
campaign stop?
opinion
Would you advocate
in a way
would
that
you
makes it sound
advocate
different than what they
for
intended. Like
any
he just said, he's like, I
politician
didn't say
that had the
embrace, but
opportunity
she
to have
did.
Joe Rogan on a campaign stop
Because
would you
that's
say
what she
no
heard.
To that? I think we both know the answer to that question, don't we? They would fucking absolutely get on board with that.
There was a
Not only is she totally on board with
The,
talking to Joe Rogan, and is a
two
lot
of
more,
the
a lot more
CEOs of
open-minded
Third
about
Way a
literally
Democratic
talking to a guy who
special interest group.
Talking to a guy who endorsed
They
Donald
released
Trump
an
and
op-ed.
played a
I can't
formative
remember
role in
what
Donald
publication
Trump
it was.
winning, right?
Where they said that they would rather lose. They would rather the
It
Democrats
just
lose
shows where her standards are.
than welcome
Okay.
welcome
She likes
Hassan,
Joe Rogan.
the
She's
Hassan
more
crowd into
comfortable with
the
Joe
party.
Rogan than someone like myself. Maybe it's part Islamophobia.
Like, how freaking stupid
maybe
is
it's part
that?
Because
Like, they're just saying
am
the quiet part out loud at that
antagonistic
point.
to
We would
her
rather have
worldview as opposed to
fascism
Joe Rogan, who is like at the end of the day still a
than
capitalist,
have
right?
the
Like,
progressive
and
movement
is
gain a hold in the
right-wing
Democratic Party.
on many
Like,
issues.
how
That's
freaking
what it is.
stupid is that?
Yeah, there's some anti-Semites there. I hear that.
But
Guess
you can
what?
do that without-
Guess what?
without them
Anti-Semites
at all.
voted for Barack Obama.
And which
Anti-Semites
party-
voted for George Bush.
Which party do you think has more
gay
anti-Semites in it?
haters.
But you don't
Well,
have to
yeah,
court them.
anti-homophobes
Come on, Tim.
You
voted
don't have
for
to court them.
Well,
Which
no, but
party?
you have to
Come
have
on,
a
Sarah.
message.
You don't
Yeah,
court
the
them.
voters. You have to have a message for the people that listen to the shows.
because of the anti-Semitism. Like,
You have to have a message for people that listen to the shows. It's
like,
like, oh, let's make sure that the people in McLean, Virginia.
Come on, Sarah, tell me. Between the two parties, between one party that still tries to outlaw LGBTQ rights and another party who has actually been in support of those groups, Sarah being a lesbian herself, which one of those two parties, Sarah, would you think has more anti-Semites in it? Come on, be honest.
Well, okay, whatever. I don't believe that we deserve 9/11. You can say all that on those platforms, but also say to people that, you know what I'm mad
The
about?
fact
I'm not
that
mad
is an
about some
opinion
streamer
is absurd.
and something he said 3 years
Wait,
ago.
what are you referring to?
Like, what I'm mad about is this war that we're in right now. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that feel like the
like the
Democratic
court in the Butler
leaders
case literally
are
said, well,
totally
Madison's
out of
interpretation was
touch
used
with
longer
their
than existed
anger
before Hamilton,
right
but
now.
Hamilton's more flexible,
And
so we
I
would
think
choose.
that this is just
Gotcha.
exact-
Okay.
like, this kind of fight
The fact that is an
exacerbates
opinion.
that.
I agree with that particular point about it exacerbating it. And so, I think that we should separate the idea of, like, Democrats should
Liberty.
be going hard against this war. They do need to be more aggressive. They do need
Answer
to
me
speak
this.
to a wider audience. I do not think they need to do that.
Can you hear
with
me
Hassan
better with my new
Piker,
microphone or not?
And I do not think and I think they should be
I think-
very clear.
I think you keep like
to separate from the anti-Semites as they
Keep, like,
do
changing
it,
the tab.
because
Okay, yes,
otherwise
awesome.
What you are doing is
Thank you.
ginning up anti-Semitism.
last
And
like
I
5 or 6
understand-
times
and
I've asked, I
last
didn't get a
night I wasn't-
response, so I figured you were just like
We're gonna do
flipping
this.
through
I'm
or
just gonna say
something.
it. I don't support anti-Semitism. I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. I think that a lot of the people who are pro-Israel and pro this war weaponize this, though. And it's like, well, it's too anti-Semitic. If I would have said
See, he
month
freaking
ago
gets it.
But I think Hassan
that
He gets it now.
Israel is weaponizing social media to try
Yes,
to
yes,
brainwash people.
yes, yes.
You would have said that was anti-Semitic. A lot of big Israel defenders would have said that was anti-Semitic. Well, then Bibi went out and said that he wants to do that with TikTok. He says TikTok is a weapon. Okay, if you would have said
Sarah?
that Israel's going to drag America into a war that we have nothing to do with, based on their influence over our political lead.
I think it's really funny that she just keeps saying, like, no, but I think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's anti-Semitic. It's pretty crazy. I'm not. I stand on this. At my level, at my size,
Everything's for sale.
I might be one of the only remaining commentators, again, at my size, right? I might be one of the only remaining commentators that actively talks about the dangers of anti-Semitism. I can't think of a
But
single
they have to
other
divide.
anti-Israel.
They have to divide the
commentator that does
progressive
that.
base from the centrist and moderate base. They have to.
Seriously.
They cannot have progressive policies taking any
Professional
more of a hold.
Political commentator that is
The anti-war,
anti-Israel and still
anti-billionaire.
spends a great deal of time oh no. I mean, I'm saying, like, at my size, right? I mean, I guess maybe Mehdi Hassan.
Shit, what was I doing? Oh yeah,
Right.
he didn't chant something.
Actually,
Like, because think about it.
okay, I'm looking.
Think about it. Like, at my size, I would say, like, it's Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, maybe not even Nick Fuentes, but let's say, for the sake of argument, it's like Nick Fuentes. Like, there are even people who aren't anti-Semitic, who are just simply anti-Israel, that don't spend this amount of time fucking, as Kyle likes to say, throat clear about how not anti-Semitic they are, right?
There's
Yeah, Dr. Jones looks
2 months ago, people would have said that's an anti-Semitic thing to say, and now we're doing that. And so I'm with you. I'm not for anti-Semitism. That what happened in Michigan is a tragedy. People should be clear-eyed, but also this notion that like that there's a lot of folks out there that are trying to police the rhetoric around this because they don't want Israel to be criticized in the full view of their actions. And there's a lot of criticism of Israel that is made.
See, Tim's making a good point. So now she has to like withdraw and then go back to the previous points about like why she thinks I'm anti-Semitic.
Yep.
So here's where the smear campaign moves into quotes again.
It right now, and I just think that this again, it goes back to who you empowering. I think that if you try to like do like if on one side Israel is starting a war in Iran and getting us into this quagmire and hurting people's lives. And then on the other side, you have people that are saying things about Israel. And like you're out there and you're like, I don't like the way that you're talking. And that's the thing that you're very passionate about. And then you're not that passionate. You're like, well, I don't know. You know, we have to, BB's a partner. We're going to work with him. You know what I mean? Like there's a disconnect with people. And I think, again, you're empowering the actual anti-Semites. I think you're empowering the actual anti-Semites.
True.
By not being just clear-eyed about the real threat here.
Yep.
How is this different? This is one of the sort of the main thing, and this is tough. But I'm gonna put it.
Funny how it seems so easy to defend you with logical points. Where
here's the main thing.
Seems like the illogical one.
The main thing is his.
How is it different? Our objection to Trump when he showed up, like, and this is where I don't. When people were like, "It's locker room talk," I was like, "You locker room talk."
Oh
no,
my
it's
God!
Not. Like,
because
the way they
one is blatant bigotry and the other isn't.
Vote for Donald Trump in 2020. Because someone was saying she switched parties in like 2025 or something. I don't know if that's the case. That would be unbelievable.
No, they.
It's like
also comparing me to Donald Trump is unbelievable, man.
They.
It's
I don't
so
think
crazy.
that they supported
like, I
Donald
post
Trump in
everything
2016.
He stands for. What are we doing?
I did not even get close.
He's going against her personal bias against you.
I don't even know where my resume is. It's like behind my monitor somewhere.
No, she never voted for Trump. Oh, so she's like a 2020 never Trumper.
2016 never Trumper.
Never mind, I found it.
Oh shit.
Ain't no way she switched parties with watching a Republican.
This is what I sound like before.
Yeah.
This is what I sound like now. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we're not doing that, right?
Libs giving up. Yeah. That's the other side of it. Will Staken says, fascinating reaction from Bulwark Online paid YouTube subscribers to this debate over Hassan Piker. Most comments are defending Piker. There was also the co-founder of the org behind the
like
King's protest.
most people can see through this shit.
Leah Greenberg says, personally, I'm team Big Tent, but if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate 1, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and 2, every Dem former elected staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company.
Yeah, that's fair. That is true.
Okay, so
that would be nice to see.
No King's protest is on our side. And not only that, but because this has been unbelievably unproductive for all these people.
It's weird how anyone who has the capability
who are at least smart enough
of
to
utilizing
the
connective
yes, you can,
neuron
by
tissue in their brains
for $6 or for free
can see how bad faith of an attempt this
Trey
is
Easton
to divide
finally retreating,
the party.
says, all Big Tent and Hassan Piker discourse needs to conclude by 5 p.m. on the East Coast. We've all been very annoying. No one's convinced anyone of anything, and the weather's too nice to keep this up. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Right?
Yo, I lost my way.
That's it.
I don't have anything on me. I have a stone sword. and a
Can
couple
you prepare a
toga.
video with the context of everything she's lied about and demand him play for correction? You get a good opportunity to introduce your actual views. Oh, chatter. I've done that so many times throughout my career, and the very fact that you don't even know that those videos exist out there perhaps is the greatest demonstration that doing that doesn't work. Does that make sense? She says she vote for Ted Cruz over Mamdani.
We're putting this on TikTok. Ranked choice voting. So Ron Cuomo, Tucker, and Ted
Yeah,
Cruz.
she's pretty stupid.
Cuomo,
Refs do something. What the freak did I just find?
Cruz,
Bro.
Zoran, Tucker.
Cuomo and Cruz.
That's crazy.
Like, she would choose
Sarah Longwell from the top
Guy-
rope.
a sexual
This is another
abuser
one of Destiny's dick riders, by the way. Interesting.
and a Trump cuck over
many of
Mamdani.
The Destiny dick
Like a
riders
legitimately good person.
are you know, they're aligning themselves with someone.
Have
who
you,
voted for a
to
Democrat
be
for the
honest, I
first time
probably wouldn't vote
last
for either of
year.
them. I
or
wouldn't
2
either, but
years
like
ago.
that's not my argument. My argument
I
isn't
wonder
necessarily.
who the spoilers are. Is what I mean.
I mean, I
right?
guess it is absurd that she picked those two, but
Who
the
are
fact that
real-
she picked
who
them
are the
over
spoilers
Mamdani,
here?
like, are you kidding me?
Who are the spoilers here? People who spend a great deal of time
Like,
defending Israel. People
normally,
who spend the last 3
when
years
politicians
defending
get
Israel
elected,
unconditionally, thinking that that
their
was going
popularity
to lead them
fades
to prosperity and an elevated
at a pretty steady
platform,
rate.
and only now have to sometimes
Mamdani's
cower
has
in
gone up.
shame for their previous positions.
You want to know why?
You know, who are
Because he's actually doing shit to help
who
people.
found themselves in long and
If you look, go to
complicated,
if you
legal
have a
battles
chance
due to,
on YouTube,
horrible things that they've
it's,
done to people, specifically women,
NYC
and
mayor
their fan base,
something.
or the guy
NYC
who was
mayor something.
uncompromising in his position.
But he is on there like every
decade
single day,
plus,
or like every other day, several times a
who
week,
now happens to be the
doing a
voice
press conference
that
telling
represents
people what's going
the
on.
moral majority, the moral center of the party.
Like
Not
if
the
there's
politicians, of course, but
there's something going on in the
party's
city,
base of
he's there
support.
for it. He came out clear during one of these and said, "Yeah, we have a debt problem." Like, he's not afraid to tell them bad news because it's important that the voters know what the hell's going on.
Very strange.
And he also explained
At a
to
certain
them
point, these
what exactly
guys,
he was going to do to
the
resolve
Sex
it,
Pestiny fans,
what steps he was going to be taking to improve that problem.
at a certain point, you would expect them to just like
Let me
get
call
tired
him,
of being on
yay.
the wrong side of every fucking argument.
And the fact that she would
Right.
choose Cuomo and Cruz over Mamdani is absurd.
Very strange. It's got to be a fetish at this point, like consistently being on the wrong side and being on what they previously assumed was the popular position on every issue.
Hello.
Like, have some fucking
Welcome home.
conviction, right?
What sucks is
How
one of the
sad.
founders' descent is that most of the founders' descendants are gone. Washington Madison didn't have children. Only Adams and Jefferson really continued their line. None of them post Quincy Adams gone into politics. They chose not. I don't blame them.
Anyway,
I don't blame them.
yeah.
They rarely
It's
live up
insane
to the
that you'd
hype
rather vote
anyway.
For Andrew
Like, those are
Roper,
those are big
Cuomo,
shoes
rather
to
than
fill.
Florence still has the gall to say that she
You
thinks
really
their
have to
locker
have
room
like
talk is
a
disqualifying.
really, really huge ego to try to, live willingly
At a certain
live
point,
under
you'd
those
expect Noah
shadows.
Hassan, we've been saying this for 6 years now. It'd be too humiliating for them. I don't think that's the case. I think in the last 7 years now, it's not even 6. It's been 7 years at this point. A lot of people have left that community. New people have cycled in, but a lot of people have been filtered out. Some of them have carried on their resentment for me, but no longer watch Sex Pestiny. And I would go so far as to say there's plenty of people who have actually found themselves here. They just don't say it because it's
You know, else I wish
embarrassing.
we had a Washington. Let's how about
The
this?
numbers
Let's
don't add up.
if you've ever watched Dragon Ball Z, let's
It
get
just doesn't make any sense.
a Washington FDR fusion.
I will say, however,
Let's go
the
from
ones
there.
that have, stayed behind have become some of the most loyal Fedayeen, right? The ones that have stayed behind, albeit a tiny, minuscule number of people now, still have like outsized influence and definitely work tirelessly to present themselves as like this massive wave and are very agnostic about who
They would kill
align
each
with,
other
'cause
and are
they
fundamentally
will
exactly
align and
why
link
they would
up
be a
with
perfect fusion.
MAGA. They'll link up
That's
with
exactly why it
Nazis.
would be perfect.
Because remember, Sex Pestiny's second in command, Dan Stalkman, went and talked
Goku and
to Tom
Vegeta
Cotton,
tried to kill
right?
each. Well,
to
I
try
should
to get
say
me deplatformed.
they fought a lot.
That backfired spectacularly on Sex Pestiny. But he did do that, right? Because like these guys, they have only one goal, right? Which is to fucking eliminate me. Yep, my friend is like that. He was a huge Destiny fan. Now he's just embarrassed.
You would have
I have friends who were casual Destiny viewers and have dropped them completely to watch you now.
Damn it.
Yeah.
You would have
he has a community of like serial doxers and harassers.
a serious implementation
and they can get very
of federalism,
active, but the numbers have actually diminished over the years
while still ensuring
because of that
that
reason, I think
the citizens were not taken advantage of.
The impact is softened, but they still have the capacity.
Washington
to
would have had
go
FDR
and
executed as soon as he
align
issued the gold
with
confiscation.
much larger communities and like
Yeah, but see, if they're
behave
fused,
in
they
this
couldn't do that. That's my
parasitic way
point.
Where they're like, if there's anyone out there
Checkmate.
that's a larger community than ours that's saying fuck Hassan, we're agnostic, we're only on the fuck Hassan position, we'll lean into it. So they'll go and align with the Bulwark one day, and they'll go and align with neo-Nazis the other day, right? Two ex-Republicans debating whether Dems should embrace Hassan. There's a large contingent of ex-Republicans on cable news who are seen as representing the Democrats. Why are Dems okay with these people representing them, but hesitant to include the left? I think we know why.
Like, it is just... Like, I appreciate the effort of trying to get, you know...
Yeah, they'll align with Asmongold.
Former, you know,
shits on
never
me.
Trumper
They don't
Republicans,
care. They have
you know,
one move.
onto...
It's very sad.
You know...
It's very strange.
Into the left tent. Like, I understand it, and I approve of the effort, but pushing out progressives because of it is freaking
I'll
stupid.
admit that for the longest time I stayed away from content because I was associated with this. And
There
I hated
are-
the way he spoke and how fucking aggressive and pissed off he always was.
I don't
and
know
thought you
exact
were similar in
numbers.
that capacity, and I finally watched your content. I was like, oh, this.
But I
guy's
guarantee
actually
you if I
pretty
did
chill, unlike
research,
Destiny whatsoever. Yeah, there's that element.
I would
too,
be able to prove that there
which
are
is
more
also very annoying,
voters that
unfortunately.
identify as progressive than identify as like never Trump Republicans. Which is
Why
why
are all your ops dorks? I mean,
I-
they're not just dorks.
I
Some of them
firmly
are, you know,
believe
rapist
that
dorks.
the Democratic Party institution, not the voter base, not all of the candidates, but the party itself, the
What is
institution, the
this?
DNC,
This will certainly do a number on their approval.
is
Surely this will
a,
improve their approval.
controlled opposition
Republicans
party.
genuinely think you're cattle designed to suffer for their glory. Yeah, isn't this guy that flipped?
I'm just
parties, by
Republican,
the
but no
way? Am I
Republicans remain.
crazy? I covered this yesterday, but
See,
is
if
this the
like
guy that fucking
if I had never
used to be
conversed with you in any way,
right-wing Democrat and then became a right-wing
and
Republican,
I was presented two doors,
fantastic stuff.
and someone said, "Here we have a
There's a lesson
Republican.
to be learned there.
Here
but
is a non-voter, with
something to consider. Yes,
with
he was supported by all the
left-leaning
centrists that flipped MAGA after they got
left-leaning
elected.
opinions.
Nice.
right, a non-voter with left-leaning opinions, and here is a Republican. You have to try to convince one of them to vote against Trump.
How did it
This
affect
was,
your?
I would
Matthew
never walk
Phillips,
through that Republican door.
Staley talking about
It'd be stupid. It'd be a waste
the
of
impact
time.
that this community had on our campaign. Let's take a
Campaign
look.
or not affect your campaign? Because if it did, if,
Generally
if it's
speaking,
true,
on
that nobody
average.
actually watches his program, then, well, first of all, you wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be talking about it.
Right.
So, but second of all, then it would be no effect. What was the effect?
There were
I actually
effect
the
was-
interview he's showing
there,
now.
There were two sides.
I actually
of
watched
it.
earlier
The
also.
first was the immediate and frankly,
Hence
I think,
why no true Republicans
surprising
remain.
response.
Yeah, they're
by
MAGA.
the chairs of the Democratic committees of New York.
They're either
17th
MAGA
district.
or they're
It was
corporate
within an hour
centrists
that this
that
response
vote Democrat.
that they put out.
That's where they went.
Was generated, and I will say
I agree.
that
I don't
the
think
very
the Republican
first
Party
thing
technically
they quoted
exists
as
anymore.
evidence
Only in name.
against Hassan Piker was Fox News, and that just blew my mind because
Yeah, that is kind of
to
interesting.
complain about
That when they reference
all the things that people are saying about Hassan Piker in this moment. From
when people get on
news
like cable news
organization
media and
that,
talk shit about Hassan Piker,
like,
they've referenced
has
like Fox
advanced
News
some of
articles.
the most hateful
Weird.
rhetoric about immigrants, about Hispanics, about Muslims, about Jews.
Like, tell me,
without
who-
any
who's
way
had-
of, without looking at that critically in relation to what they were saying to me.
the
Which is
Fox
to say
News
that
is going
they
to
were
criticize someone
blamed.
for having
They were
anti-immigrant views.
blamed, like ratioed is the word that
Weird.
me as Gen X has just learned. And I don't know that they actually expected that. I don't know that they expected so
None of these people have
to
any relation
see
to Jefferson or Madison.
I mean,
you can't even
bias.
You can't even compare the
Democratic Party
pre-Trump
as
Republican
evidence of
Party
the kind of attacks that we're
to
seeing right now
the
from
Republican
third wave.
Party,
And that further disenfranchises
like
people.
pre-1960.
So the
Like even those two are
has
different.
been thousands of new followers, so many comments, a major uptick in contributions, and people saying to me what they often say to me, because I've been very transparent about my position on Israel and Palestine, like, keep going, like, don't stop.
Another thing you have to
are
remember is
saying
my
the things that people want to hear.
my views,
and what I hope
my
in the
opinions,
end,
my
because I'm a Democrat, I'm a progressive Democrat, is that the party
sarcastic,
learns the
satirical
lesson, right?
dreams
that our
do
job
not
is
represent
to listen to the public,
the
listen to the
legitimate
public, hear what they're
intentions
saying,
of
represent
most
the
of the
positions
Democratic voter
through
base.
a moral lens.
Like, I guarantee
And
you
when I say a moral lens, that means we have to
that
fight anti-Semitism,
my idea
which
of
is on the rise.
wanting
We have
to
fight
sanction
Islamophobia,
billionaires
which
so
is
that we
on the
can
rise.
confiscate and liquidate their
goodness,
funds would probably
when you
not
think
even be a
about the kind
popular
of violence
position.
that's happening in our country,
You got to remember
the
that.
The kinds of discrimination, the bias, all these
Do
things.
not
Like,
take me as a
these
representation
are the things that we have to fight. And frankly, when people reach out to me and they
for
say,
the majority of
"Keep
the
going,"
Democratic
this is
voter
what they're
base.
saying.
This is how
And the
far
party
detected
needs
the
to hear it. They
detected
seem
the
to be
parties have
very
become
far
from
it
all
at this point right now.
defected.
$200 away from reaching the 10K goal. Let's go.
Detached. Okay,
Which
gotcha.
is very baffling.
Yeah, and it seems like the big thing from the 2024 election was that, or the modicum was,
Which is
we
why
need
it's
a bigger
stupid
tent
to
the
tie
Democratic
your
Party. We need to bring in
tie
young
your identity
people
to a
or what
political
have
party.
you.
It's
And I
freaking
just wanted to
stupid.
pull
Like,
up this article
look at your
from
own
the
morals.
Bulwark where they
Your
interviewed
own morals and ethics.
Jonathan Cohen, who's the founder of Third Way.
Are you pro-war
and
or
he
anti-war?
says, if people are really
Offensive war, I
arguing
should
that the
say.
price of winning
Like,
is
are you
becoming
pro?
like a
Like,
bigoted
obviously,
misogynist,
I'm pro
like Hassan
defensive war.
Piker,
You know, if someone's
then I'll
attacking you, you
take
should have a right
not
to fight
winning.
back.
So it seems
Like,
the,
just look at your
the
own morals
Third
and
Way
ethics.
position.
That was
you know?
the worst thing that
Do you
they
think
could
that
have said, by the way. That was
children
awesome.
should be, you know, allowed to eat? You know, like, it's not their fault they were born.
That was such
you know?
a saying the quiet part out loud moment, you know?
Do you think it's reasonable
It was
for
so, it was so
for the
transparent,
wealthiest
like,
country?
They were just like, we'd rather fucking blow
I mean,
this
for
shit
now,
up
the wealthiest country
than,
to at least
than be anti-Israel.
you know, afford
And
for
it's
everyone to
ironic
have, like, you know,
because
one
you
or
will
two
blow the
you
shit
know,
up if you don't fucking lean into
doctors'
people like
checkups.
myself.
My ideology
You
is that a
did
Republican,
already.
not
You
of
did
the
it
party as
once
their
in
ideology is a
2024.
Republican.
Son is rising to power because people realize their lives are not improving, not because he's being attacked by a bunch
No,
of
like,
sexist clowns. All they
I
did
want
was
people
expose
to
themselves as
analyze
genocidal, supporting free to the voters. Republicans are the
What I
established Democrats
want
are the
is I
same.
want people to analyze their own morals and ethics, like, separate from politics. That's what I want. You know, like, I want people to follow Bible Jesus, not
10K
Republican
reached.
Jesus.
Let's
You know what I
go.
mean?
Nice.
I closely aligned to
You might
Madison's
be the most
ideology of constitutionality, but
misunderstood
Washington's
boy on
brand
the
of
internet.
federalism.
I'm not misunderstood. I'm like a misunderstanding implies that it's like sincere.
See, like,
right? I'm being professionally.
that perspective is
sincere.
too,
I'm being
like,
professionally misunderstood.
For me,
By
it's
people
too.
who either don't care.
I don't know.
About what my actual
It's
opinions
too.
are.
That's what I'm looking for.
Or by
unemotional.
people who do know what my actual positions are, but seek
Like,
to misrepresent. I'm being professionally slandered.
Voters are inherent dated. I guess dated, but like
for a very good reason.
it's almost like too logical. You know what I mean?
Already reached
like, it just
70K
sounds
views.
like
Hell
that
yeah.
argument's coming from like
Sonia, huge
a
potential on
computer,
social
like
media, live streaming is still possible.
like
Proper
what's his name,
adjustments,
Data
social
from
media,
Star
tailored
Trek.
management for your
Yeah, I get that a
official
lot.
accounts, do much better jobs than those generic
Like,
agencies.
you have to understand
You
that
get real motion in China. Just give me
voters
a shot.
are
Love this
largely
outfit on, it fits
irrational.
too well. If not the revolution, it will still be good for the American people to unite and push for change.
There's a lot of conflicting ideas.
These are the people who truly want America to be stronger and better. So
they
handsome,
contradict
such aura
themselves.
And knowledge. This time, there's no global communist movement. No
The
external
act of
aid.
voting
We can only
itself
rely
is
on
irrational
ourselves.
because, like,
If more
the
people come
odds
to
that
agree with
your
these ideas
vote
in the future,
is
could
the
you also
deciding
enter
vote
politics and
are
run for president
infinitesimal.
representing the Democratic Party? Oh, it's because I was wearing
Except
the
for, like,
outfit.
you know, in a
That's
mayor's
why
race
I'm
where
getting
the
glazed on
only like
BDB.
1,000 people vote,
'Cause I was
and
wearing
he
the
wins by one vote, like in
Zhongshan
Miami,
suit.
I think.
Looking more and more like Che Guevara without
But that's,
breaking
like,
free
rare.
from vote politics. The root of the problem
So
can
you
never
have to
be
remember
solved. With this fold ratio
that
plus body proportions,
you are
it's hard
not
not to say
going
it's
to
handsome.
sway
But he has a
many
fiery
voters
heart.
using
The road ahead
logic.
is rough, but the fate is unknown. Wishing you all the best. The American system only produces bad guys, villains, and ogres. Good people are either forced to become
That's
villains or
why
get
I lean on
eliminated.
the emotional
It's not
aspect
really has
of
the
it.
courage. This guy's really fierce.
But it's hard to
Let's
make an
go.
emotional argument, and arguments back then
If
were largely
nobody
meant to
got
convince
me,
that the
the
logic
bitty-bitty
outweighed the emotion at the
Chinese
time,
net
which is
has
why I
got
find it
me.
convincing.
Hell yes.
Like, I agree that if everybody
doing a
like
major rally with Claire next
analyzed
Sunday.
the candidates and their policies from a logical
Mamdani
perspective,
said to hold a rally in Queens to mark 100
I
days in
legitimately
office in New
believe
York
that
7
Republicans
and
would
in
not
Claire
have a chance in
Valdez's
hell.
Assembly district.
Like anywhere. But the problem is that voters don't analyze things logically.
Those are made up comments. Shut up, Puerto Rican vegan socialist.
And if they
Are you
don't
hating?
analyze things logically, you're not going to sway them using a logical argument. So I think it's more important to appeal
One more
to a
helicopter
person's
destroyed
like
in Bahrain again.
moral and ethical foundation,
Reported aftermath of a
separate
Iranian
from
drone strike
politics.
that hit the U.S. Army CH-47 Chinook at Camp Buring in
Oh, Camp Buring.
Kuwait.
That's where I did my
damn.
NCO training at Camp Buring. The first time I was in Kuwait.
Toasted. A couple
I've been there.
Band-Aids will fix that up. Speed tape. Slap
Well,
it
even
on.
logically, it
It'll
would
work.
most likely be a near complete centrist nation.
Kuwait is where the hell he's got to rescue the pilots, by the way.
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's not destroyed. It's just a bit sad.
I kind of
Yeah.
disagree with that.
True. Also, look at this.
Because logically,
I killed a lot of fucking Muslims. I hope you're not Muslim. Oh, no. Because I'll kill you too.
You served, sir?
If you're Muslim, we got a problem.
if you're Muslim, we got a problem. What?
No.
You really say that?
Me and my brother here, born in Texas, Muslims. No.
Nah,
Fuck
no.
that duck.
Cool. You know, just proving the point that I was making earlier, right? Twitch streamer Zoil gets pressed by an army veteran who thought he was Muslim. I wore the scarf
So
in
what?
Syria. Kill a lot of Muslims. You better not be one or I'll kill you too, he says. It's ironic because, like, when I responded to someone that said those exact same statements,
I think if
there
you
was a
like
lot
logically,
of
think
anger.
of this logical assessment. Which would
You
be a better financial investment as
I
the
remember.
wealthiest
That's what you're supposed
country
to do, right?
in the
You're
world.
supposed to just eat it when someone says
Is
that
it
to you.
better-
You're supposed to be like, no, sir. We're
is it a
not
better
Muslim."
financial
I
investment
mean, obviously, they're not going to say anything
to
in that
fund
situation. This guy's like very
wars
clearly insane.
and regime changes in other countries?
I'm gonna say,
Or would it be a better
how I
financial
feel about
investment
this,
to
'cause
improve
last time I was honest about it.
the
A
education
lot of,
standards
like,
within the country?
VTubers who claim to be
know?
veterans were fucking crying and
I think
demanding I get banned.
if you
and
approach
stuff,
that from
but,
a logical
this
perspective,
was an identical conversation that I
that
had online.
there's no question that
An
it is better
identical
to
conversation
improve the
directed at
education
me.
standards within your country.
Damn near identical.
People get smarter. You have more innovation, more opportunities,
my response
and it will
was-
just like it'll
But a lot
keep
of
building
dumb
upon that
fucks
wealth.
Thought that would be an appropriate entry point into
As
another
people play it
case of
yeah,
manufactured
but centrists will say
outrage.
we should do a bit of both.
Demands.
Like I am
Demands that I
pro-military
get deplatformed.
in the sense that we should always ensure that we are able to defend ourselves.
Interesting.
But I will never be pro-military in the sense that we should send weapons to countries that are committing human rights violations. I will never be pro-military in the sense that
I think
we should
regarding
use
him as an
our
ally
military
is foolhardy, to
might
say the least.
as a means to
Now, apply this
kidnap and
logic to every
overthrow
Democrat who refused to endorse
leaders
Mamdani.
of sovereign countries. Like,
Yeah.
diplomacy is more time consuming. It requires compromise and understanding. But ultimately, it's profitable for both parties.
Hey, San, 2-year subscriber here. I'm very confused. Are you Mr. Communism, Mr. Jihad, or Mr. Trump 2.0? It will be helpful to clarify. The recent media has been telling me different things. I'm all of it, dude.
We sent them to Russia during World War II, and Canada during World War I, and the French during the start of Vietnam.
All the above.
So I don't remember.
This person, Shannon Watts, Hassan Parker says will work for a third-party candidate if Democratic nominees Gavin Newsom. Remember that Parker's not a Democrat, but a millionaire who makes
Oh my
money
God, they keep
by
leaning on that
fomenting
so bad.
Political discord.
See, again, they just completely ignore the
You're right.
context.
Democrats should stay away from
Look at Gavin Newsom.
The anti-Israel
He's like,
position,
he is a
and that's how they'll
marionette
win.
for the like
It's not his campaign
wealthy
for
20th
and
people,
promoted over 20 different Democrats at the
wealthiest
beginning
20
of
people in
2026.
California. And that's the point he was trying
You,
to
on
make.
the other hand, said you'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he ran as a Democrat. This is in response to Hutch.
I
He thinks
don't
the
remember.
Democratic Party
I
is the
don't
second
remember
most evil
why we
institution
got
in
into
the
World War
Generally
One.
has 99%
I really
of
don't.
elected
I'd
Democrats.
be stupid if I
Refusing
tried to
go on a stream is
pretend that
not
I
what
did. I
canceling
should
means.
know it.
He's
I don't.
toxic. Why would any mainstream Dem in a competitive seat be seen
I know we
imposing
tried to stay out of
up
World
to
War
him
II.
law? To which I quote retweeted and said, "This is why there's a lot of worry from some in the party. They don't want
But I
me
think that
working
going
primary
in
bad Democrats to
sinking of a
replace them
ship.
with
Okay.
thousands Zoran-style left-flank
I mean,
candidates." Guys, please stop talking.
Was
to
that
him.
like
He's irrelevant, even though I'm gonna
sinking
spend
of a
the rest
ship?
of
Was
the
that like the
rest of my
legitimate
time
reason,
talking
or was
about
that
him.
like the
Please.
you know how Netanyahu uses October 7th to justify the genocide of the Palestinians?
Anyway, all right.
Is that kind of like our October 7th for going into World War One, or was that the legitimate reason? Because like I would say
Is
that
there a
World War
Mehdi
II was
thing
kind
we're
of
gonna watch?
justified.
Yes. Mehdi.
Like I think
Had a
going into that war
conversation
was the right thing. It might have been for the
with
wrong reasons. I don't know.
my Professor
I mean, we were
John.
attacked by one of the Axis powers, so
China's Nostradamus.
legitimately sunk since we were using it to deliver weapons to the Allied powers. Okay.
He would start a war with Iran.
So we
and
were
he would
already
lose
involved.
A war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley.
So
was
them
key to your prediction about
like
Iran. You said Trump
them
would pick
sinking
her
one of our
as his
ships that was
running mate, but he
supplying
didn't
the
pick her.
Allies
I
weapons
think
was kind
that
of justified.
The problem with education is that it focuses
I
too
mean-
much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough
in
on
a like a
Facts. Do you hear yourself? Just
an
trying
us
to
versus
control
them
what you say.
capacity,
The
not
critics
whether
might
they
say
were
they're
on the right
using
side of
you as a
the argument. That's not
It
what I
is
meant.
possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now.
Oh, we
when I
fought on
first
both sides
started
of the
out,
war.
we go way back to my
But also,
early
we were
days.
British cucks by letting them blockade the Germans when we claimed neutrality in that area.
What
Okay.
is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Like, but look at. So, I'm like,
Back in
I think it's
2024,
pretty safe to
Chinese-Canadian
say
educator Shui-Qi
that
Jiang
the
posted a video on his
international
YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out three
international
big predictions.
environment
Donald
was
Trump would
drastically
win the
different
2024
pre-World War
election.
II than it was
The US would
post-World
then
War
go to
II.
war with Iran,
You
and
know what I mean?
ultimately the US would lose
When
that war. Since
there was
then, the
no-
self-styled professor who says he
Instead
uses
of there
game
being like
theory to
regional
analyze the past
hegemonies,
and predict
there was
future
basically like
geopolitical events, has
two
become an internet
world
sensation.
hegemonies.
And has
You know what I
even been
mean?
dubbed
Yeah, no
China's
new world order.
Nostradamus.
Yeah, so
But he's also faced some criticisms
So,
over his predictions, and many would
the
say
overwhelming
pretty out there conspiracy theories.
amount of my
2 out of
criticisms
3
are
of Jiang's big
based in
predictions
a
have come true.
post-World War
But how
II
much of that is his own geopolitical foresight? and how much of it
geopolitical
simply comes down to luck?
atmosphere.
How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qi Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world.
I don't like the way he hit that. Okay, that's Mr. Professor Predictive History to you, Mehdi.
That's because every fucking
Unbelievable.
time we
He
let
hit
Europe
the
and Asia do whatever they they
air
want,
quotes.
whatever they try to fucking kill each
He's
other.
the professor in my heart.
But also to challenge him a bit.
That is kind of
Here's our
frustrating.
interview. Shui-Qi Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening
Ooh,
with
actually,
Trump and with Iran.
I got a
Right.
I got
So
approved for
game
the
theory applied to
master's degree
geopolitics
program
means that we see
at
each
my
individual
college for
nation
political
state
science, and
as a player in a
one of the
zero-sum
master's
game
degree
to
courses is game
maximize,
theory. I was actually, it's like,
its,
huh,
individual
that's pretty
interests.
interesting considering
And
I
so
just heard
each
about it
player
because of
would
this.
have its own characteristics,
Like
its own
I have not,
strengths,
I
and
had
it would
heard the
adopt
name, but
a
I don't
optimal
know.
strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
I don't
So
know
how
the
does that apply in
specifics.
the Middle East right now?
Right.
They blame us for
So,
everything. Like, you fuckers keep
United
trying to kill each
States
other, block our trade, and then
is
ask us to save your ass.
attacking Iran, and these two nation states have different strengths and
I
weaknesses.
mean, I don't know how
So
true that
America
was pre-World War
has,
II,
the world's greatest military. It
but
has aerial supremacy.
you can't argue
has
against that.
tremendous technology,
Against
it
that
has unlimited funding.
now.
And so
Like, the
Iran
U.S.
is adopting
clearly
an
tries to be
asymmetrical
the
strategy of
the world
holding the global
controller.
economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which you cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC
Why do
nations.
I don't want all
in
this
order
weight.
to force Trump into the negotiating table.
The CPC literally deported.
Oh, I need to
Trump
get
for
rid of these
spying
freaking
in
Elder
2001,
Scrolls.
2002. I don't get where Mehdi's Chinese government control angles coming from, other than racism and
We were asked to be a
Orientalism.
financial. We were asked
Yeah, I
to
don't
be,
know.
and a financial deal was made to make it that way.
Of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war
Yeah,
with
and
Iran, and
the
he would lose a war with
the
Iran. Based on what
bloodthirsty
you've seen
thirsty
over the past
capitalists
month,
made sure to
do you
take
still stand by
advantage of that,
prediction?
didn't they?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that
That is another problem.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is
Like,
that Iran is
I'll never
very
sway on
clearly
that.
able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear
Like, I
strategy
think there's
of
plenty
how
of evidence to
obtain these
suggest
military
that
objectives,
capitalism is
and it working,
fantastic for
very
a
hard
growing,
and very meticulously
a
to obtain these
small
objectives.
growing
This is the complete opposite
economy.
of America, where
But
Trump
the
has
problem
failed to articulate an end
is that
goal.
once it gets
And
to
right
its
now, it
limit,
seems that the
once there's
Trump
no more
admi-
room for it to
administration,
grow,
is unable
it grows
to
up
articulate
instead
both
of
a
out.
strategy and a purpose
Which
to the American
means instead of
public,
those profits
which
being
is
distributed to
causing,
small businesses,
most Americans not support
they
this
start
war.
moving
It's also
upwards
causing low
into
soldier morale
conglomerates.
among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Mehdi doesn't really have a sincere inquisitive mode, and perhaps this guy doesn't deserve that, but he has obliterate mode and my perceived ally mode only. That's actually a really good fucking assessment. And when he goes into obliterate mode, I mean, he is one of the best in the game for sure.
Yeah, Mehdi
He
Hassan is
so
one of
fucking
like
good
the
at
best
it. And
debate
I will say, I think Professor Jiang does deserve
debaters
it.
and that I've ever seen.
But
It always comes back to that
but
humans
yeah,
will
you're
optimize
right.
the fun
He-
out of
there
everything.
There are a lot of instances, like there's certain positions that Mehdi has as an anti-communist, right? Like he is just straight up an anti-communist. I don't know if he's like an anti-socialist as well, because he does align a lot, but he is definitely anti-communist. So like whenever American foreign adversaries are brought up, he does the thing that he does the thing that like I like to call like the blanket like neutral moral values without factoring in to his consideration imperialism and its impact, right? Like Western born instability and what countries might do in response towards that kind of Western backed and Western born instability, right? Who cares about that? He's solid on every subject. I mean, I like Mehdi Hassan. What are you talking about? I love Mehdi. I hung out with him. I talked to him quite frequently. I'm just giving you an honest assessment. He is
What you
perhaps
mean?
the best debater.
You can criticize someone's
And he's not
ideology
like
and
a
still
debate
like them as
pervert
a person. Really?
About it either.
No, I don't
Zateo
believe
is
it for a second.
fantastic operation.
No, not at all.
I was just telling you that like something that I've noticed with the way that he operates, like when it comes to all of the states, like state actors that are outside of the American security umbrella, he has the almost the same smoke that he has for like America and Israel. And I feel like sometimes it's like not as warranted, if that makes sense. Like Cuba is a great example of this, which is like a country that we've like actively destroyed, right? No matter what kind of like repression exists in Cuba, which is marginal in comparison to like many other countries, including but not limited to the United States of America.
Yeah, like how absurd is
Like-
it that we are starving
applying,
entire population.
Applying to Cuba the same standards
Because-
that you would apply to like the United States of America or even China.
Because
like, China
some,
is a little bit more appropriate.
because we
it's
were
a
butthurt about something
totally
they did in the
sovereign nation
1960s.
state that is a
Like, how
behemoth
freaking
of
stupid
a
is that?
country now, you know, and can stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of like how aggressively America might want to destabilize it. Like doing that same like, well, what do you say about like, you know, your critics that say you're engaging in tremendous repression? It's like, well, they've been in war, right? They've been in war for the last 60
Come
years.
on.
And they didn't invite this war. It was totally unjustifiable, and yes, of course, like certain civil liberties are going to be taken away in an effort to maintain stability, and even then,
Like,
all things considered, I think,
why?
Cuba's repression is.
Why should we get to
especially
determine
in comparison to other foreign adversaries,
the
and
economic
even compared to,
system
like the United States of America or England is like
of
totally marginal.
of another
Right.
sovereign
So,
nation?
Even though Iran,
Like, why do we
has
get to
the
determine that?
advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest
We don't
empire.
have to like
has
it.
A lot of resources.
President Jiang knows every question Matthew will ask before the interview.
But
True.
why do we
He
feel
fucking
like we have the
predicted
right to
it,
determine
except
that?
I don't think he really did, because if he had predicted what this interview was going to look like, he probably wouldn't have done it, because I could have told Professor Jiang not to do this interview at all. Okay.
It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 90% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the 3 options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track record of the Marines, we can
Dude, Professor Jiang has a cult, I swear to God. No, like, you can literally pick apart every single thing that he has said, and people will be like, I just remember his high notes, and I don't give a fuck. Okay? Like, you scratch the surface of his analysis. I'm entertained endlessly by Professor Jiang, okay? I love how much he predicts history, okay? I'm a fan.
But you got to look at it as entertainment.
Unbelievable how much people hang on every fucking word and they get mad at me when I'm like, dude, some of this stuff is insane. Some of this stuff is fucking unbelievable. And people will just be like, what the fuck are you saying? He predicted that Trump would lose. It's like, okay, man, you know, so did I. What does that say? It doesn't mean anything. Like, so did many other people, okay?
the Marines to have an early success. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They
The goal
this,
isn't to maintain
very
control.
Effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. It's almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically,
I can't take him seriously without a fucking whiteboard that he constantly turns around and says, okay, and then writes what word he was just saying previously. Like, I need that. You know what I mean? He loses a big part of his impact when he is not sitting in front of a whiteboard.
power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare. So unfortunately, the Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike,
Oh
a
shit!
knockout punch.
Why didn't I find this
and he
place
believes that
earlier?
Marines can deliver
What
this
the hell was I
knockout punch.
thinking?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe.
Predict he'd go to war with Iran, but that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that. I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these 3 predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term, as you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. The biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war
Speedy talk.
during that time. But because of the escalation effort on both sides,
When he backed out of the
during that
JCPOA.
time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict.
I would
in the
even
Middle
argue that
East. So
part
Trump
of his
had,
animosity
had won a
towards
second term, then he would start a
Iran is
conflict.
just
I would be confident
because
that he would start a
simply
conflict
because he
in
wanted to be like
2020.
anti-Obama and
Unfortunately, he
everything.
lost. And so now the question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the Democrats were hopeless, that they were not delivering on the promise.
See, he won me back. He won me back. My goat. He predicted that I would fucking fall for him again, even without the whiteboard.
Promises that there were a lot of issues. For example, what's happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning 2024. And if he won 2024, I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all 3 predictions have panned out.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So, so I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign, because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C.
Oh, I don't have any super fans. This is stupid.
That was key to Biden's victory.
Why would I add that?
So I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would be.
I have to invite viewers to follow me during my live 3 times.
And so, if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been he would have been fully committed into
tap the follow button to join the community.
Of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete
Oh, they
opposite,
use AI to
who is
confirm
J.D.
whether I
Vance,
said that or
who is
not. That's
America
funny.
first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial over.
Okay.
Help us hit our follow
This
girl.
is where
goal.
he's
Tap the
wrong.
follow button to join the community.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, obviously he
Stupid
was like
TikTok.
literally wrong in his prediction.
Ugh,
but he's
hate
also
the fact
just
that
wrong
like
about J.D. Vance.
it's like to grow a
And the reason
community,
why I say
you
this
like
because
absolutely have to have like go
he's
across
just
all these different
totally out of
platforms.
base. J.D. Vance is not a real human. Like, he doesn't have true convictions.
That is true.
He's just a chameleon, right? Like, the reason why we think of J.D. Vance as like someone who's I guess anti-interventionist is not because he actually has demonstrated any sort of anti-interventionist values.
This place is cool. I'm gonna
He's
start
just
putting my gear
Peter
here.
Thiel's blood boy. Yeah, he
A
is an
staff
opportunist,
enchanter?
for sure.
What?
So
Why? Why would you do that?
Professor Chong had his class read Hillbilly Elegy.
Reach. But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the 2 major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these 2 individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America First and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth.
Yes.
So that, yeah.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is.
The funny thing about Chong is that he doesn't even try to defend himself when confronted. When Sneeko asked him how he uses game theory, he literally said, "Well, I don't really." When Mehdi says he's being used, Jiang will just say, yeah, I could just be an idiot. It's so funny. He's not even committed to the act. He's just vibing it all out. I think Professor Jiang, in a weird way, is taking advantage of like Orientalist attitudes, where they just think he's like a mysterious Chinese professor who is wise well beyond his years. Like, I think Americans they hear the accent, they see the whiteboard, and they're just
you need
like,
to play
wow,
Factorio
like, this guy's
or
a sage.
Abiotic Factor.
It's funny
I do
because,
see
like,
Factorio popping up
for
on
many
my
Americans who haven't seen the world, I guess,
on my Steam recommended
like Professor Jiang's
all the
attitude
time.
is not unique. To say
I've
the
never
least.
considered
He's just
trying
like a Chinese unk. A lot of Chinese
didn't
boomers
look
have
appealing,
similar insane
even though
opinions,
it did
like, and
share
have moments of profound clarity,
like
paired up with like
my preferred
totally
game type.
insane opinions. It's like the unks, okay? It's like the unks from Bangladesh, right? Or an Iraqi.
What is
unk.
Factorio? That's
Okay,
like
you
a
talk to
is
a
it like an
unk from
RTS
Iraq,
kind of like open world
he is going
build
to give you
build what you can
the
kind of game?
most complex assessment, simplified, like Uber drivers, you know, like people like that. Exactly. They're gonna explain to you everything. You're gonna be like, oh my god, you are so fucking brilliant. Like, why are you driving an Uber? You said you were, you know, a chemical engineer. Like, how the fuck did this happen? Because a lot of Americans don't realize that, like, I would say that like the base level of education elsewhere is just far better than the average American, and by virtue of not being from America, you're just not.
It's a factory builder,
you're
the
not
factory builder game.
You have
crash land on a planet to
much
build a factory to build
better,
it.
much deeper understanding. Of,
I did
of
try
the
to
way
play
world events unfold. Okay.
Oh my god, what's the rocket game?
It's not unique. I mean, I even benefit
Same
from
concept
that
where you have
a
to try to build a
certain
rocket.
degree, right?
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
My perspective is guided by the
While
fact
fighting
that
waves
I
of
grew up
very
in
upset
Turkey,
locals
so I have a
for
very
looting their
different
planet.
attitude about American imperialism and endless.
Oh my gosh,
ceaseless
I can't think of the name of it
militarism,
now.
Than the
I
average
know
American does, and the average Westerner
if I saw it, I would
does,
know it.
Okay.
There's another rocket builder game that I tried that I wasn't a
almost
fan
comes
of.
across as profound, but I swear to you, there are a lot of people. I don't know. You're saying he grew up in Canada.
Oh, that's
and he
gonna
went to
infuriate
Yale.
me now.
Yes, sure, fine, but like obviously you spent a good deal of time outside of America.
What other
as well.
popular rocket
So
building
that's what
games
I
can you
mean.
think of off the top of your head?
My point is,
Because I can't right now.
There are a lot of people like this out there, and people. If you don't pay attention to like everything that they're saying, you're gonna be like,
Whoops.
this is the most brilliant person of all time.
Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian, you're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed US war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to.
He said Chinese Communist Party. Red flag. Flag on the play, Professor John.
Bruh.
That's a bruh moment.
Bruh.
Global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC.
Okay, well, there's nothing
infrastructure.
else in
Remember
this
that,
place. I thought there was more to it.
China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas.
Although it is pretty
as-
cool,
as
everything's
is the
like,
case with other countries in Europe. So China
Everything
looks
is
at what's
pretty
happening in the Middle East, and China I
group-
think is
pretty much
working very
grouped
hard
together.
diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic, and very business oriented. And I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right, so...
Whoops.
God damn, dude. Half of the chat is saying Chinese buy, the other half Falun Gong. Yeah. I think it's a secret third thing where I am gonna listen to Professor Jiang in his own words and take it at face value and say it's the spirits talking to him, which is what his assessment is, right? That's what he says is going on.
When I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry.
Piker Broadcasting Service? A Chinese unk is speaking. Listen and learn. Exactly. Not everything needs a reaction.
One major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swimming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum
wasn't ready for Dragon
by Chinese law. And,
although, to be fair, I should have been.
Saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back to the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspect me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2000.
I don't understand why you spend time working against this guy. Okay, first of all, calm down, okay? I'm not going after your comfort, Professor. That's number one. Number two, I'm just fascinated with him. He's a crank, and I like cranks. I'm fascinated with cranks. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's it.
In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort.
Oh, yeah, this guy's out of control. Okay, never mind. I went back. Oh, I'm flip-flopping on my Professor Chong takes, okay? Nope. Never mind. Never mind, he's out. Red flag, that's another bruh moment.
Said, in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintained its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show, they allow you to be on YouTube, you get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you
English.
to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese...
Okay, so this is what I mean. Like, I don't think Mehdi understands. Like, the Chinese government doesn't give a fuck if you're on YouTube, okay? They just don't care. Like, I think a lot of people think that the Chinese government is, like, far more invested in, like, trying to manipulate Americans into loving China or whatever. I think they should do that, for the record. Okay, they should, and they don't. And they don't to a degree that is unironically self-defeating. Like, they have the capacity to fucking export so much culture. They have the manufacturing base for it. They have all of the wealth for it. They have the resources for it. And I'm certain that they have, I mean, they have so many people. There are people who would love to make this happen. And they're just absolutely dog shit at propaganda. Okay? So what's funny about Mehdi's question is, he's like, why would China allow you to do this? It's like, well, I was in fucking China. I was able to stream on Twitch. They don't care. Everyone has VPNs. Like, they don't necessarily give a shit about people utilizing VPNs. They might crack down on it at certain points. I'm sure they have, right? But it's mostly just like a known thing that the average person, if they want to enter the Western internet, like escape the firewall, the Chinese firewall, they can do so. It's not like a controlled substance at all. China, for all of its, I guess, faults and failures, whatever, genuinely only cares about China and Chinese people. Like, to a degree that in many instances, like I said, is self-defeating, where they literally do not care about anything else. Like, they don't care about, like, the Labubu stuff, for example.
I honestly thought his stream would be done by now.
About how, Labubus are.
Honestly,
I
just wanted to focus on that first part.
Like soft power, like they're finally
about these special
their
interest
culture.
groups
It's
trying
like,
to divide.
No, they were just trade maxing, and that happened to hit.
The lower economic classes with bullshit.
Same with, like, Black Myth Wukong. Now that might change because
I've just been too lazy to change it now.
Xi Jinping did bring up Black Myth Wukong, Labubus, and also the movie Nezha 2, the Chinese blockbuster for children. In his annual State of the Address last year, implying that, like, they might actually pivot to doing, like, more exports, more cultural exports. But overall, up until this point, it's just like pure coincidence and pure luck that things have popped off. It's like national addressing of the state, like he does it annually. I don't know, what is it called, like the annual State of the Union? I don't fucking know, something like that. But I think they're just confident about their own culture. It's not that they are oblivious. No, it's not that they're confident about their own culture necessarily. They just don't care about selling shit. They will sell to the Western world what the Western world demands. Okay? But they don't actually have any, like, additional ambitions. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, like, if you're living in China, they care far more about you being on Chinese platforms and then potentially violating the rules, or potentially criticizing the party. Can't do that. Criticizing Xi Jinping. Can't do that. You can criticize local issues, and people do it all the fucking time, but you can't just, like, shit on Mao Zedong or any of the leadership. You can't do that. That's like, they will ban you. They will ban you from social media. There's also a lot of, like, weird restrictions around, like, even Chinese celebrities, right? Like, a Chinese celebrity could have a high profile relationship, for example. And then at a time when China wants to, increase the birth rates, right? That Chinese celebrity will fall out of favor after getting into having a breakup or something, right? Like going through a breakup. And when that happens, they just erase you. They just erase your personhood pretty much from social media. It's like, it's crazy. Make no mistake, I find that to be a very strange and very restricted way. They don't, like, throw you in jail or anything, but they will literally just ban you from social media. And they'll wipe you.
Your training, we have felt the
okay?
whisper of a word.
It's...
Give me your map and I will...
Yeah, not IRL, just on the internet. Just on, like, and not even on the internet necessarily, just on Chinese internet. it's like almost like a state enforced cancel culture. And not only is it a state enforced cancel culture, but it's also like it's for unnecessary shit, for like things that you and I would consider to be super silly, right? Yeah, they'll wipe you for scandals, but sometimes what you consider to be a scandal could be like something that's not actually a scandal, right? So
I'll smack you, kid.
that is that's like some of the restrictions stuff, but it's all entirely internal. It's all in China because that's all they care about. So a guy like Professor Zhang, especially because he's talking about like foreign policy, you can do that every fucking day. You can even do that. What Professor Zhang is doing, he could do on Chinese social media as well, even. As long as he's not like super critical of Chinese foreign policy, then he can even do that on Chinese social media. But at the end of the day, they just don't give a shit, you know? They don't care. I will say, however, at least from my conversations that I've had with people that have, lived in China for a very long time, both Westerners and also Chinese netizens, is that at times they're very responsive to American intervention, right? They're very responsive to American intervention. So like whenever America starts saber rattling against China, they clamp down on any kind of dissent. So ironically enough, the way we move here against China ends up having impact on the day-to-day existence of Chinese people. So crackdowns do actually happen. Like during COVID, there was a lot of state enforcement, a lot of state repression, right? As a matter of fact, if you've done any like Marvel Rivals ads or anything like that, I mean, many of you probably haven't, but if you've done any like ads where the main subsidiary is like a Chinese company, they will very clearly tell you like you can't say anything about COVID, like anything. And at first when I saw that restriction, I thought, oh, I guess they're like super sensitive to like racism, right? Oh, COVID is a Chinese virus, whatever. No, it's not that. It's just they literally do not want you to talk about COVID at all. And it's like a holdover from back when there were a lot of criticism on social media during the COVID zero policy that they were implementing. And it was more so like the uncertainty that people had about like when they would be able to go outside and how terrified they were about that. But ultimately, it's just so if we're chill, they're also chill. Yeah, I think they're just very responsive to what they perceive as like American interference. Because when America was like constantly talking about like China's COVID policies, when America was talking about China's COVID policies, there was a lot of people like writing about how restrictive China was and all this shit. And they were trying to have access to like people in China to criticize the Chinese government about their restrictive COVID policies. Like they were super sensitive about that, and they were actively enforcing these social media bans. And some of that repression stays behind. A lot of people have told me that China was like a lot more open from like the 2012 period until like 2019. And it got post-COVID, when there was tremendous prosperity. At the same time, there was a lot of development that came after COVID, but there was also a lot of repression as far as speech goes during the COVID period that didn't like fully open up again as it was back in like 2012. It's the same in Cuba, same political consequences because of U.S. policy, and then the U.S. then turns around and uses it as justification for more bad policy. Yeah. But yeah, I think Mehdi doesn't fully understand like Chinese restrictions in general, and I don't even fault him for it. Let's be real. Most Westerners don't get it. I saw a video talking about your controversial wearing of a high collar fashion style on Hanfu style clothing. You even make fashion political. No, that's normal. A lot of Chinese netizens don't like the Adidas tracksuit because it's not even like It's not. It's like resembling a bygone era of Chinese culture. That's a separate thing.
Chinese government has noticed.
Yeah, they hate those.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to...
Yeah, see, he's right. Professor Zhang is actually right about this. Like, he's not wrong about this. He's literally right about this. I know it sounds like defensive or whatever, but he's absolutely right about this. China doesn't give a fuck. You can even be on Chinese websites and talk about most of the shit he talks about. Like, you can literally just sit there and shit on America all day, every day. No one's gonna ever, the government's never gonna say anything about it. Atriok, Aiden, and Doug talked about that specific thing on their podcast. The way they described it is after hearing with a professor at a university is that a lot of those strict rules are enforced by local governments. They explained that the national government only provides a framework on what terms should be on apps and all that, but the local governments get to dictate how they hand out punishments on that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens that is left to the localities, and then because we still look at China as this like fascinating, totally closed circuit country when it's not very accessible. We just decide, like, even the social credit stuff is literally not a national policy at all. It was never a national policy. It was attempted. It was really a pilot program somewhere, and they never even implemented it. But like, people talk about it still to this day. Anyway,
Westerners.
Hold on, that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, you know, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits...
Okay, this part is, I mean, this is my gripe with Professor Jiang. Not my Professor Jiang.
Are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
So
Epstein?
I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale, and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me
the Chinese
insight
crank
into
agrees
how
with me.
power works in the world.
Logical arguments don't usually work.
Something called predictive history, and the very idea of predictive history is this: how do we know?
Dude, he's literally saying, I went out in the real world and people are crazy, so I just thought I'll be crazy myself. That's awesome. Oh God, how can you not love this guy, man? He leans into some heinous conspiracy theories. Okay, but he does it in such a I don't know how to explain
Why do I
it,
still
like,
have
non-threatening
128 pounds?
like look at his response. Mathiasa was like, you tie everything back to insane conspiracy theories. What do you have to say to that? And
It's
he's
like, I'm speculating.
Yeah, a lot of people are crazy. I mean, I got my classical education, and you know, I realized there's just a lot of people out there who's just nutty with it, so I'll be nutty myself. Yeah, he is very nonchalant, very unassuming, and also very endearing. And the thing that we're talking about is literally like Holocaust revisionism, right? Like it's insane stuff.
If our understanding of history is correct. And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and using and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this
take the
gives
iron.
you a
Damn it.
pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not at Yale? It wasn't in
Yes.
international relations or national
It did, yeah, but
You're an English lit
when you get a
graduate.
degree, you
And you're
don't
not a
only
professor. I
learn
know
about
it's
your
YouTube
degree.
moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I
So,
went
yeah.
to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah.
That's my goat. That's my goat. He's so awesome.
And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor. But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter when
lectures-
you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang, and you're not.
Yeah,
a
but
professor.
oh my gosh.
Look, there's a guy.
I could call
on the
my
internet who
YouTube
calls
channel
who calls himself
Captain
the
Dingus.
God.
It doesn't mean I'm a
Have you
captain.
interviewed him yet? And ask him why he calls
Come
himself
on.
the God.
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a god. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough
Too
on
much
imagination.
on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds. You say, I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange.
Shut up, Matty. What do you mean? He's cooking. He's like, yeah, it's facts are secondary sometimes. No, Jiang is being obtuse here. Jiang is just lying about being a professor. Also, right there, too much on facts. Okay, y'all are haters, bro. He won me back over. God, he is my Professor Jiang. He is my professor. I'm obviously Dr. Jihad, as you guys know, and he's Professor Jiang.
But there is a difference between facts and truth.
Now I understand why that chatter said, can we stop watching now right before this part? Oh, there were some Professor Jiang defenders in the chat that were like, don't see the rest of this interview, I think. It's good. It's good to end it right here.
Right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of a periodic table, on making sure that
When you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people, I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews.
I think one of the craziest things he's done, and there's a lot, right? Like the Holocaust revisionism, all that stuff is like very dangerous and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Pax Judaica is another one of those things. But one of the funniest things he said, and there's many of them, was when he said that the next era of great powers are going to be Israel. And what was it? Like, it was all these countries that are going to rise from the ashes of being dominated. I think it was like Japan, Israel, and was it Iran? No, I don't even think it was Iran. Yeah, Israel, Germany, and Japan. Those are going to be like the three major powers in the world. Oh, it's funny. Pax Islamica was great too when he said Iran is going to unite the world of Islam. I'm still waiting for that, but you know.
In which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what...
He worked for Christian Science Monitor? Shut the fuck up. Really? Dude, this is the most fascinating guy of all time. Christian Science Monitor? What the hell? I mean, Christian Science Monitor actually does great coverage. Like, it is a well-respected institution. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's not like you might hear the word Christian Science and think like it's bullshit. It's not. It's like an actual legitimate operation.
Oh, I gotta get these
Bro's
freaking
just
stones
curious
too.
as fuck. What is going on? Yeah. He was a researcher at the Global Education and Innovation Initiative at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, fellow of the Royal Science of Arts. Nostradamus of China. Others criticized predictions for relying on selective historical analogies, speculative game theory reasoning, and untestable assumptions. India Today said his... Oh, God. India Today. Haters. Said that his geopolitical analysis glaringly do not feature Chinese foreign policy or internal problems with China, even though he resides in the country. Under his career section towards the end. He has appeared in the New York Times, Chinese edition, China Youth Daily, Wall Street Journal, the Chronicle of Higher Education. In 2003, he was allowed by Chinese officials to return to China, where he decided to abandon freelance journalism and pursue public education instead. If anything, it seems like he was an undercover spy against China, right? Like, after graduation, he fell into a deep frustration. He failed to publish his own book or get articles published in magazines. I felt lost, angry, bewildered by the world. I jumped from one job to another, never settled down, and eventually fell into severe depression when I was almost 30. While suffering from depression, which continued for the next 5 years, in 2000, Zhang moved to Beijing, where he worked small stints as a freelance journalist. Zhang wrote for publications such as the American Christian Science Monitor and a Hong Kong-based Far Eastern Economic Review. In 2002, Zhang initiated educational reforms at Shenzhen Middle School. In 2001, Zhang was contracted to conduct an undercover U.S.-funded PBS documentary about the labor movement in China. While filming one such protest in King, Zhang was arrested and detained for 2 days before he was deported from China on the 5th of June. In 2002, a friend claimed that he was accused of making illegal video recordings and suspected of spying. No charges were filed. You're doing a surface level analysis. Look at what's changed. Hey, Hassan, 8-hour stream. That's impressive. Is this a regular thing or just the Iran war stuff? Bro, why aren't you checking Wikipedia edit history? Dude, what's up with fucking Professor Chung dick riders, man? I like the guy, okay? Give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but you don't have to be a shooter for him like that, you know?
What?
God
Meow.
damn. Yeah, look at the Wikipedia edit.
What meow meow?
I looked. It's the Illuminati.
Meow. Meow.
Why do you like him?
You're
I
allowed
don't
to
know
sit in my lap,
why.
kitty.
He is like a very...
You know?
Well,
You
first
don't
of
have
all,
to just
I'm
sit there and
fascinated
yell
with
at me demanding
conspiracy
pets.
theorists, as you guys probably know by now. That's
know that?
number one.
You know
I'm
that?
fascinated with the things they come up with.
Right.
I'm fascinated with the way they operate. I love cranks. But also with John, he's very unassuming. You know? So he's there's something to it.
Specifically, I've said that you find offensive.
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the
Bro, he's like, no, you don't understand. I'm not anti-Semitic in the way that you think I am. I'm just fucking crazy. See, this is why. How can you not like the guy? This is what I mean, man. I bet you Mehdi has not heard that one before. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things where you're like, I don't know how to respond to this right now.
Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible.
Yeah, he said communism was started by Wall Street. Yeah, he's one of those like Rothschild guys. He has a lot of fucking fascist conspiracy theories locked in the chamber, for the record, just so you guys understand. Like, he has a lot of the classic takes, like the Rothschilds were responsible for the communists, the great like annihilator of whites, you know, white Christians. It was the Jews that basically funded the communist movement, all that stuff. Like he leans in that old school classic fascist conspiracy theories.
Oh, why is it so freaking hot in this house?
As my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry. What is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say
Magalica.
Pax Israelica, you said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know.
He has said that. You're wrong. He has said that. He said Pax Islamica. Yo, Mehdi, you're not a ball knower. That's what I'm saying, dude. No, you're wrong. He has actually said Pax Islamica. He said Iran. Hassan, he's an academic. Of course, he's well versed in the literature. Oh.
No, that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So I'm using a Latin convention. And so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica. I mean, like.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now.
He's unflappable is right. He just doesn't. He's always like this. He's like, no.
The Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews for Jews by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And this is, just to be clear.
This is what I mean. Bro, every interview with this guy seems like a bit. Every interview with this guy is like the first 12 minutes are like, wow, okay, this guy's really cooking. And then like he slams shit into the last 4 minutes where you're like, what the fuck? What are you saying right now? Where did you pull this from? How did you do this? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview. Okay? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview.
Pretty clever.
Like,
you don't give them enough time to
like,
rebut your
15
statements.
minutes is so good and so sound. Like the analysis is sound. The questions weren't as like contentious as Mehdi is presenting. And he's just explaining like his thought process, how he believes what, what has taken place so far. And then in the last like 4 or 5 minutes in the Breaking Points interview, he just starts fucking being like, yeah, it's the Frankists and it's the Illuminati. and all this other shit where you're like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, it's awesome.
This is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots, because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube,
No, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe.
Oh my God! I just dropped off freaking Dragon Bones.
So I believe that redistribution is very important.
I don't want more Dragon Bones.
I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in.
Bros, that's my goat. That's my goat. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. Okay, he brought me back in. It's awesome. It's also very obvious that he did not get like a traditional Chinese education. Okay, because like half the shit he says is like all of the crazy conspiracy stuff would be instantly solved if he actually got a Chinese education or like went to a Chinese university and like I don't know got an education in like Marxist-Leninist interpretations, you know, whatever the fuck like all of the high-ranking officials in the Communist Party of China have a degree in. Like, it's just you drop a little bit of dialectical materialism into all this, or historical materialism, all the conspiracy stuff goes away, and it is a fully fleshed out worldview. He has somehow identified some of these things, but ties it back with like maximum liberalism because of his Yale education.
Digital autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences and given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress, okay? So my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire.
Don't try to fucking steal his prediction, Matthew. You see that? I'm with you, okay? Don't try to. That's Professor Jiang. That's Professor Jiang's predictive history. That's not your take. Stop the steal. Many in the chat are saying, bro, I made this prediction too. Okay, doesn't matter. It was his. His political affiliation is chaotic neutral is true. Bro unironically used horseshoe theory for his own politics. He's just racist. I mean, he's everything. He's everything all at once.
For the United States, and that they will have to call a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think.
I didn't realize that Jiang still teaches in China. Yeah, he. Someone was saying, I don't know if this is true or not, but like, it sounds so unbelievable. Someone was saying that all of the lectures, like fake lectures that he does, is how he teaches Chinese students English, and I don't believe that to be the case, because that's insane. Imagine learning English in high school in China through Professor Jiang's lectures about Pax Judaica. Oh no. It's the most insane way to learn English. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, so good. Anyway. What do you mean by fake lectures? The students do a Q&A every lecture, but yes, he's insane. No, I meant like okay, given that he bills himself as Professor Jiang, okay, someone else gave him that moniker, but whatever, he's going with it. And what he talks about, you would assume that he is lecturing people on on politics, right? You wouldn't just assume that he's lecturing people on the English language and how to speak it. That's why I'm saying fake lectures. Like, they're not real, college level history lectures or anything. Like, he's not teaching international relations. But in my mind, in my headcanon, I love the notion that he's an English and philosophy teacher at a private Chinese high school. They might be right. No, I'm just, in my headcanon, I hope that he's actually teaching his students English in those videos that we watch. Like, that's his method of teaching his students English. That's unbelievable. It's incredible. I need more of that.
That the talk of nuclear weapons is fear mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
I hope not. That'd be bad.
Well, that would be a disaster.
See, he's scared. Mehdi is scared. Look, that's how you know he believes it. That's how you know you believe Professor John.
No, he
You
believes it's a
believe him.
possibility. I believe it's a possibility.
Look how scared Mehdi got.
I think it is a possibility, unfortunately.
He said the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed somehow. Which, again, like, how is that a prediction if you don't... That's just kind of you making stuff up, right? Like, if you don't have any, like clear assessment on how that happens, right?
I can see the
game theory. No.
I can see the
that's
Israeli
not-
army being
that's
like,
not how
okay,
that
Iran,
works.
you don't want to give
Johnny's
up?
gonna blow it up.
Fine, here.
That's a parlay. True. To be fair, it could be anybody. Nobody. No, brother. I think there's only one country that would do that. Okay. Couldn't be anybody at all. There's only one place, one country, one movement that would be invested in doing it, and they've been trying to do it. He must be banned in Poly Market. Yeah. I'm not going to say which country. It's Israel.
Forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui-Chin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you so much.
I mean, people watched it and they said, exclusive, who is Professor Zhang? Who does he work for?
The heck?
What is this? Having spent a short period living in Guangdong during his childhood, Jiang did not speak Mandarin early life, only after enrolling at Yale. In 1997, during Jimin's visit to U.S., he signed a Sino-U.S. Rule of Law Initiative. Following year, Yale Law School China Law Center. What is this? Mehdi was so mean to him. I agree. I agree. I will defend Professor Jiang.
What? There's another one.
Someone needs to check Professor's Calci account. I know a gambler when I see it. No, he would never. That's unethical, bro. Coincidentally, following his trail, Professor training at Yale, Professor Jiang returned to China for the first time in 1998, working briefly as an intern teacher. Following a short internship. Oh, this is so much, bro. This is too much. It's too much reading. I don't care enough. I want to keep I want to keep the mystery alive. Okay? I want to keep the mystery alive. I don't want to know that he's a Fed or whatever the fuck. No one on Twitter that writes a long and convoluted effort post like this is going to end up telling me that this person is not a Fed. Okay? Anytime somebody writes this much on Twitter, I know at the tail end of that, it's going to be the guy's a Fed. You feel me? Anyway, I'm tired.
Oh,
doing the Chapo show.
Well, now
tonight.
I have to switch now.
I'm gonna go. I'll be back tomorrow. There's obviously a lot to cover in the world.
All right, goodbye. Well, that'll be interesting. All right, let's start with that.
How is everybody doing? It's about 2:45 p.m. on Friday, April 3rd. I guess today is Good Friday. A lot of people celebrate that. Happy Good Friday. The day that Jesus was crucified before coming back to life on Easter Sunday. So he gave up an entire weekend.
Let's
with
get some
his
humor
12
into the
buddies
lineup with
for
some
your
Josh Johnson.
sins. Sorry, I don't mean to mock, but I'm an agnostic atheist at best, especially in our current
All right, that's a good start.
United States environment with white Christian nationalists, evangelicals running amok. And on the global stage, it's very hard for me to see any benefits from organized religion other than funding the defense industrial complex. But, you know, that's just me. Today we're going to talk about how the Democrats are going to lose the midterms and the 2028 presidential election. And that is going to be driven, as always, by fighting between progressives, the far left, and centrist Democrats, DNC corporate APAC types. On Wednesday, so I'm going to talk about an article that came out on Wednesday from the Bulwark about the creation of the Hassan Piker litmus test. Going to talk about the group Third Way. And then last evening, Thursday evening, I watched the entirety. I watched all 90 minutes of it. I watched the entirety of Tim Miller's live stream on the Bulwark's YouTube page, and he did a bit of a deep dive into the current circumstances involving Hassan Piker and his view that centrist groups and establishment DNC Democrats attacking him right now is a dumb plan. That is an assessment that I agreed with before I listened to Tim's live stream, but I very much appreciated the discussion that was had last evening and the new information that it provided me with. And then we're going to talk about the group Third Way that is driving this. It's a centrist, center-left, centrist Democrat think tank organization that just seems to exist more or less to come in and lob hand grenades of accusations of anti-Semitism at people to the left of their positions, progressives and whatnot. And then I'm going to also talk about there was a response to all of this on Mehdi Hassan's newish, I mean, a couple years old now, I guess. His page, Zeteo, Zeteo, which everyone should subscribe to, along with the Bulwark as well. So there's going to be a lot to unpack in this one. So let's start with Lauren Egan. She's a fantastic columnist. I enjoy reading her columns, and I always get something out of them, learn something. She's a columnist for the Bulwark's website. How big, and this was from an article that she published on Wednesday, April 1st. How big is the Democrats' big tent? The creation of the Hassan
big enough
Piker
for right
litmus
wingers.
test. Man, if there is one thing that centrist Democrats and progressives and leftists fucking love, it is their litmus tests.
Speaking to Lorik,
And that's not,
you wish to learn
that applies to all of them.
So be it.
And
how about a test?
I'm going to start this video by saying the following.
I feel like fighting.
At no other time in my adult life have I felt more politically homeless than I do right now.
Yeah, because
my
these freaking
politics
centrist
are
Dems.
very much to the left of the current Democratic Party. And I feel like I'm just floating around out here on my own, which sucks. It sucks. It totally fucking sucks.
Ugh, I hate these fist fights.
I strongly dislike it. But so that's kind of the context in which I'm approaching this thing from. In the aftermath of the 2024 election, a few points of agreement emerged among Democrats about where the party had gone wrong. Chief among them
I will
was
never
that candidates
trust
simply had to ditch
the Democratic
litmus
Party's
test
decision-making
culture
process until
that
they
had
release
forced them to
the
adopt
2024
positions
election
outside the
autopsy
mainstream
for
and
everyone.
led them to avoid uncomfortable or tricky interviews, basically being held hostage by fringe groups on the very, very far left. Among those most vocally making the case were center-left organizations like Third Way, which urged the left flank of the party to recognize that a winning coalition requires tolerance of a wide range of viewpoints, unless it's viewpoints that Third Way doesn't like.
That sounds like a very right-wing thing to do, actually.
They begged candidates to stop listening to advocacy groups and refused to fill out questionnaires and policy pledges that they argued had pushed the party too far left. All right, so let's talk about Third Way for a minute.
Trash.
Third Way is a Washington, D.C. Based public policy think tank founded in 2005. It develops and advocates for policies that it says represent modern center-left ideas. It is described as a centrist think tank for moderate Democrats, while critics see it as neoliberal. And the turning point in which parties abandoned their traditional tenets and working-class constituencies of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, yada, yada, yada. The think tank's supporters and advocates include the like-minded Democratic Party, politicians, think tanks, and individual donors. They get individual donors. Third Way, since its founding, Third Way has been directly involved in policy issues such as the benefits of energy innovation, the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, things along those lines. Let's see. In 2017, the Third Way think tank conducted a listening tour in rural Wisconsin as part of its research to understand the results of the 2016 presidential election. And they were accused of conducting invalid or flawed research and coming up with that analysis. They have a history of crushing third-party candidates. And, so there's that. But getting back to, so it's like progressives and far-left candidates and voters have no home when it comes to organizations like Third Way. And Third Way goes out of their way to try to crush people and progressives and people on the far left, like Hassan Piker, who is not running for office, who does not hold elected office. He is a live streamer on Twitch. And this is what Third Way has been dedicating themselves to over the past several weeks. For a good part of the year, let me see right now. As
pretty freaking ridiculous.
Third Way has started this effort. The group has spent the past few weeks urging Democrats to distance themselves from Hassan Piker, the widely popular Twitch and YouTube streamer. The group's president and press advisor, Jonathan Cohen, and Lily Cohen, spelled C-O-W-A-N and C-O-H-E-N, not to confuse them, co-authored a Wall Street Journal opinion piece arguing that Piker's, quote, misogyny is indistinguishable from that of far-right influencers and accusing him of anti-Semitism.
It's only
saying that there
indistinguishable
was no excuse for putting political tribalism
if you have absolutely no discernment, or if you're addressing this issue in bad faith.
I don't watch him or listen to him. I see clips of him here and there. I mean, the guy, from what I understand, he live streams like 7 or 8 hours a day, every day. I can't possibly imagine who would have time to watch everything this guy has to say.
Oh no, they only focus on the bad
but
stuff.
I guarantee you that Jonathan Greenblatt and the Anti-Defamation League probably have multiple staffers who have been hired to do exactly that. Because I think it was them who nominated Hassan Piker last year as Anti-Semite of the Year, because he has spoken out forcefully against what Benjamin Netanyahu, the current Israeli government, and the current Israeli military have done inside the Gaza Strip to Palestinian civilians and what they do in the West Bank over the last several years. In this current political environment, again, all things being equal and me not knowing more than what I've just said about Hassan Piker, if you criticize those things, you will be labeled anti-Semitic. Period. You will be labeled as anti-Semitic.
Common sense. I think Sarah Longwell needs to watch this.
Things escalated last week when a man named Abu El-Sayed, who was running in the Democratic primary for Michigan's open Senate seat, announced that Piker would campaign with him on college campuses. Hassan Piker, from what I understand, is very effective at communicating with young men, including college-age men. Then this morning, being Wednesday, Jonathan Cowan sent a letter to El-Sayed warning that it would be a stain on his character if he followed through with the planned rallies, especially after a Michigan synagogue was attacked last month. Let's unpack that fucking sentence. Jonathan Cowan, the president of a private think tank, sent a letter to a candidate for the United States Senate in the state of Michigan telling him who he is permitted to campaign with. What the fuck is that? And that's part of my problem with these centrist Dems. It's like the fucking balls on these people get to dictate to the rest of us who we are permitted to listen to, who we are permitted to watch, who we are permitted to speak with or about, and who Senate candidates are permitted to campaign with. Fuck you, Jonathan Cowan.
I didn't even consider that part.
Who the fuck are you to send a letter like that to a candidate? It was a threat. That letter's a threat. And what does campaigning with Hassan Piker have to do?
And if he's such a bad person, that should help.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Abu El-Sayed is a Muslim man, and Michigan has an extremely large Muslim population in the Dearborn area, if memory serves. And
look who's live. That's me.
And he tacks into that letter, especially after a Michigan
What's up, Dark
synagogue
Senate?
was
Welcome.
attacked last month.
You are a VIP.
Hassan
That's why you
Piker
have
is a
the
Muslim too. So you're sending
You're a VIP.
letter
I changed it last
to a
2
Muslim
weeks ago.
man
Last
about
time you
another
asked.
Muslim man who's not running for office.
That's why you have the little diamond
saying
emblem
you
next to
better
your
not
name.
campaign
You
with
and
this
Master
guy,
Liberty.
especially after a Michigan synagogue was attacked last week. What's the implication that Mr. Cowan is making by including that information in this letter?
It's just I think
The
like
letter
really the only
listed
benefits
6
you get from a
questions and
VIP
bullet
is like
points asking
you have
Mr.
like access
Syed
to the
to
subscriber
respond.
chat on Discord, and I think
Do you
you're
agree
allowed to make
with
clips.
Hassan Piker that
But
America
it doesn't show that in the
deserved
VIP list.
9/11
Okay,
with a
hold on.
link?
Let me double check.
Do you think, quote, there's a lot we can learn, close quote, from the Chinese Communist Party? Do you share Hassan's belief that ultra-Orthodox Jews are, quote, inbred? Do you also dismiss the mass rape of Jewish and Israeli women by Hamas?
Oh my God! All out of context. Jesus.
I mean, 5 Israeli prison guards were just acquitted of the gang rape of a male Palestinian
Oh yeah, I
inmate.
forgot about that.
And in the course of that gang rape, his rib was broken. Several ribs were broken. His colon was perforated.
Got a fresh haircut today. No, it was actually yesterday.
And he had
Got a
to
fresh
go to
haircut today.
surgery.
No, it was actually.
And they were acquitted and celebrated.
I did get a new microphone.
Once they were acquitted. So I don't think either side has leeway to talk about sexual assault of innocents and prisoners. Do you believe, as Hassan does, that, quote, Hamas is 1,000 times better close quote, than the Israeli state. Ouch.
The Israeli state
If
has
you
killed
do
1,000
not
times more
endorse
people
all of
than-
Piker's
than,
views, which specifically do you
Hamas.
reject? It seems wildly strange, odd, audacious, and arrogant to me that an organization like Third Way is launching this campaign against a podcaster and a live
Nope, you're a
streamer.
VIP. You're on my list. That's the
To
diamond
Third Way's
symbol.
critics, this is nothing short of abject hypocrisy.
20 days ago. It's actually
a
3
group
weeks ago.
applying litmus tests to a liberal candidate after demanding that liberal groups drop the litmus test they placed on mainstream candidates. Ding, 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 ding. Quote, this is so clearly Third Way riling people up in a way that is so disingenuous, said Amanda Littman, the co-founder of Run for Something, a progressive
Thank you, Amanda
group
Littman.
that recruits and trains
Did
first-time
you see
candidates.
news this afternoon about ground troops
She
going into Iran? I
emphasized
see now.
that part of
I mean,
the
I didn't
politics
see that
is,
news yet.
quote,
No, I didn't see that,
having
but it
to
doesn't
deal
surprise
with
me.
people who say crazy things that you don't agree with, and you
I'm
have
sure
to
I'll
work
get
with
caught
them
up
anyway.
here
Who's doing
over the course of the
scolding
evening
here, she
as
asked.
more
I thought we
information
weren't
trickles
supposed to
in.
be canceling anyone anymore.
It's going to be an absolute disaster.
So, and there's much
It's
more
so
to
stupid.
Lauren's article.
It's so egotistical,
but
short-sighted.
then, last night, Tim Miller has been doing a, I think weekly live stream for like an hour and a half, and he got into this topic last night. And
Something
I
like Trump sending
watched
troops.
his whole live stream.
He probably
he talked about this.
My guess, he did what he
issue
typically
for
does.
8 or 10 minutes.
And he just
And
like
pretty much
floated
everything
the
he said
idea
to me
without
sounded reasonable.
actually
It was
committing
a
to it.
confirmation of my feelings ahead
So
of time
he has
going
like
into this.
so if someone tries to pin him down on it, he
But
can
so
claim
here's
ignorance.
just a short clip.
Your Trump was briefed. The news
that
Supreme Leader is
Bulwark
gay.
posted from his
Like
live
how
stream.
stupid, like how
And I think if
unserious
you wanna
is
watch
our
the entire thing,
administration
it'd be his live
that like
stream dated
they
April
feel
2nd.
like that has to be
If
part of the
they-
president's
they may have
daily
it
brief. Like,
up
are you
on,
serious?
Their YouTube page, but here
Like one of our allies is
this clip
engaged
that the
in
Bulwark
ethnic
posted.
cleansing and genocide.
5 years ago, where a bunch of liberals were
We
like,
are
you can't go on Joe
our
Rogan. He
military
had
is
some bad
bombing
opinions.
elementary schools along with
It's
that
like, we
quote
can't do this
unquote
shit again.
ally.
Okay.
And the important thing
You
to brief
can't
the
do this shit
president
again.
on
This is stupid. If you
is
personally don't
the
like Hassan Pecker, that's fine. Me and Hassan disagree on a bunch of stuff. We're
unsubstantiated
gonna argue about a bunch of
claims
stuff over the next coming years
of another
the rest
leader's
of our life, as long as
sexuality.
we're streaming, we'll be arguing about various things. And that's fine. People can agree with me sometimes. Sometimes maybe
Confirmed
some
by
people agree
who?
All the
Like
time, him all the time. That's fine.
confirmed by our
But, like,
media,
what is the utility
our
of
media
trying to
that
shun
completely
him and his
backs
audience right
the
now? If you're in the pro-democracy
the
coalition,
actions of bombing Iran.
it's moronic.
I can't
So,
believe it.
You know,
like
some of the people that are involved in that. I talked to some of the guys from the Third Way, and they're like, "We're opposed to the war." They've
would I
posted
agree that
about
it's
They
possible?
stated
Yeah,
that
but like you
clearly.
said, who
They
cares?
said that there is some evidence that
I
Plattner
think
and
the
others
point
have
is
distanced
he'd be
themselves from
killed in
Piker, and
Iran,
so
but the
it sounds
irony
as
is
if
he's
there has been some
untouchable,
effect
Supreme
to it.
Leader.
But I just think in the like short medium term, like the trajectory of this, like this is just really really dumb.
Oh, well, I mean,
So
if
that-
our media, yeah, you make a good point, huh?
Again,
yeah, like I can't trust
I
anything.
thought
Like when
was a
someone
really
like Rachel
good
Maddow, who's supposed to be a lefty,
I
has like
learned
an entire
more
segment of her
information
show
about it.
dedicated
And this is,
towards
again, it's like we're heading into the midterms.
blaming the other Middle
and the
Eastern
far
countries
left,
for what
progressives,
we are doing in Iran,
and the DNC
and not
corporate
once
types
mentioning
and AIPAC Democrats
Israel's
are all
influence in that decision.
tearing each other to fucking
Like,
pieces.
yeah, I can't trust.
Tearing each other to fucking
can't
pieces
trust it.
again,
She's
and
an annoying
attacking
bitch.
each other, and it just
Like I will
I can't
evaluate
remember who
my
it was
opinion
that I saw.
of
I
individuals
think it was
based
Sam
on
Cedars'
their
co-host.
words
I can't
and
remember that woman's
actions,
name
not
right now. I apologize for that. And
not how they
she
might
was
be
basically saying,
perceived.
she's like, I don't think Democrats care about winning.
How often have you heard?
I think they care about
See, this
being
the thing
right.
that
I don't
bugs
think
me
they care about winning.
is that the
Um,
right wing does this a lot.
And she was
where
speaking of
they
these
will
centrist
attack
kind of types.
the
And it's like, you know, our
they will attack.
are
hold on.
hopefully
Like they will attack a
in the
person's
Senate.
characteristics. For example, like how often have you heard someone like a Trump voter complain about like AOC? Oh, she's got an annoying voice. I can't stand her voice. Like, okay, well, let's talk about her policies then. You know, like that's what bugs me. But no, just like yeah, just generally speaking, the media here in the U.S., the corporate media, even the quote unquote left wing media, completely ignored the influence that the Israeli government had in this decision making process. So, like, it's because of that I cannot. I can't trust a claim like that. It might be true, but again, yeah, I think the best point that you made the best point, which was who cares, you know, like we joined a genocidal government, and on day frickin' one, we blew up a girls' elementary school, killing over 150 children. Like that's what really needs to be taken away from this. It's stupid. And sending in troops is going to be absolutely ridiculous because you have to remember this isn't like Afghanistan or Iraq. This Iranian government, they have been preparing to fight specifically Western powers for 40 years. Your Muslim right is homosexuality allowed at all in Islam. So you have to remember Muslims aren't a monolith. Generally speaking, it is not permissible, but being homosexual is not the part that's impermissible. It's the homosexual acts that are considered impermissible. However, it's also worth understanding that, it's not up for, we also understand that it's not up for us to judge that person based on that. You know what I mean? In the same way that there are Muslims who drink alcohol, there are Muslims who have sex before marriage, right? There are Muslims who cheat on their spouses, so it's not one of these things that's like, that is cause for somebody to say, oh, you're not a real Muslim. You know what I mean? So that's the way to look at it. Again, Muslims aren't a monolith. It is something it is an act that's not permissible in Islam, but so are many others that people do anyway. And it's not our right to judge that person because of it, It's hard to tell what's true and not reading from extreme perspectives and non-perspectives. I always find it interesting how heavily a lot of Muslims smoke. Smoking is another thing that's supposed to be impermissible in Islam because, if you actually follow you're not supposed to take substances that are harmful. They smoke a lot. Yeah, I know. You're not supposed to take you're not supposed to put substances into your body that are harmful to you. You're supposed to treat your body well, and they do it anyway. So again, but this is no different than any other religious group. You're gonna have and a spectrum. Technically, polygamy is normal in Islam. Actually, it is not. So the stories that you hear, let me clarify. This is kind of a yes and no answer. So it yes in the form that it is permissible, but no because according to Islam, the requirement is that you are required to treat your spouses equally, and that's absolutely impossible. There's no way because you can't. It's not possible for people to treat other people equally. So, this is the same when people take things out of context and they pick certain words, out of the Bible or whatever to justify, their bigotry or whatever it is. It's the same thing. So it's more of a cultural. It's more of a cultural acceptance. It's socially acceptable within that culture, not necessarily within the religion, if that makes sense. It's important to discern those two aspects. For example, I don't think that, religiously speaking, I don't think that Judaism condones genocide. However, the Israeli culture doesn't exactly reflect that. You know what I mean?
are the entirety of the Democratic leadership in the House, the entirety of the Democratic leadership in the Senate, led by Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Every single fucking one of them.
I'm willing to
is on
bet
AIPAC's
if you ever
payroll
talk to like an Islamic scholar,
to
they'd probably tell you
huge
something similar to what I
numbers.
said. Although they might be able
At a
to,
time
you
when
know,
there's
cite
genocide
more
going on inside the Gaza Strip that we're fucking
I don't
paying
know,
for.
verses or whatever.
At a time when Bibi Netanyahu is leading Donald Trump around by the nose and doing that bombing of Iran.
But generally
last
speaking,
summer,
that's the idea.
And now we're 5 weeks into a war.
Yes, it's permissible, but it's not really possible.
For reasons we still don't know, that is going to completely crash the entire global economy and cause economic consequences here in the United States that I don't think anyone can really fathom yet. And so that's going to be
that's why
our
Saudi Arabia
incoming
has like
leadership
2,000
in the
princes.
House and the Senate.
UAE has the same situation. So it might just be.
So
I don't think it's because of
today,
polygamy.
Friday,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I want to say this. I don't know for sure.
I'm looking at
but I don't think so. I think it's just
and they've got
the
shilling for the
I think it's just the
illiberal left. Tim
expansion
Miller
of
gets
the family
eviscerated
tree over time
after defending
to where
Hassan Piker.
if you can like,
I don't know that
if you can
say
prove that
what Tim Miller said
if you can prove
is
that your
defending Hassan Piker.
lineage touches the royal lineage at any point, you are
who
technically a prince.
is
So you could
clearly
be like
very
a
popular among young people.
third
I mean, right,
cousin
has Candace
twice
Owens,
removed
who's
and
very
still
popular
technically be a
among-
prince
but
because
I don't think you can
you can
compare the
prove
two
your
in
relation
substance.
to the royal family.
But it's like at a
I
time
don't
when
believe
the Democratic
it's
Party
because of polygamy.
desperately needs disaffected younger voters who broke heavily for Donald Trump in the last election. Maybe now is not the best time to do this and attack the shit out of this guy. And in that article,
Heard King
reference
Salmon has
that I
multiple
referenced
wives.
earlier
Yeah, like I
from
said,
Laura Egan,
cultural.
Jonathan Cowan, the president of Third Way, said
King
if
Salmon.
people really are arguing
You
that
mean
the price of
Ben
winning
Solomon?
is becoming like
Oh,
a
okay,
bigoted
gotcha.
misogynist like Hassan Piker, then
Again,
I'll take not
it
winning.
comes down
Boom.
to
That's
cultural
what I just
acceptance.
said.
Because if you look
They're
at
not
Muslims here in the
interested in winning.
U.S., you're not going to find it.
They're not
You're
interested
not
in
going to
winning.
find it. I promise.
I'll take not winning. And then we can continue to go on, and Democrats can take tens of millions of dollars from AIPAC and continue to vote to fund Israel's genocide inside of the Gaza Strip. Then I'll take not winning.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Fucking unbelievable.
A centrist moderate think tank said they would
Journalist
rather
James
lose to
Kirchick,
fascists
replied to Tim Miller's post. He
than
posted that quote.
win with
Said, I'm old enough to
progressive.
remember when Tim Miller thought standing against bigotry was worth losing an election
Then
over.
win with progressive.
The Free Press,
a progressive movement
Barry
within the party.
Weiss's-
Like how freaking stupid is that?
The Free Press last year put out an article saying that Palestinian children inside of the Gaza Strip who were starving to death weren't dying from starvation. They were dying from other injuries that they had. And they thought they did something with that. Anyway, Peter Savodnik from the
I'll be
Free
passing
Press
out here
wrote,
soon. Had done
"The
my fifth straight favorite
Never
streamer.
Trumpers
Hey,
started out," and
oh,
this is
thanks,
a-
man.
This is a
Are you on
full-on
spring break? No, my
MAGA
spring break was a couple
Zionist
weeks ago. I'm not on spring
organization,
break.
The Free Press. The Never Trumpers started out as a principled set of conservatives horrified by Trump's abandonment of conservatism, and they've morphed into media puppets shilling for the illiberal left. They are a cautionary tale about the dangers of tribalism in today's America.
Oh my God.
Interestingly, so I started listening to the Bulwark's Daily Podcast.
This think tank
probably
has
3 or 4 years ago when
they might
Charlie
as well
Sykes
just be
was the host. Just because I
they're
really
right wing.
enjoyed
Like there's
listening
no
to his
ifs, ands, or
interviews, and
buts
I
about
always
it.
learned something.
How was your week? Things a bit better? Yeah,
He
I'm doing
retired
great.
a couple of years ago, and Tim Miller took over.
I do got a. I do have a
somebody posted
group
part of the
presentation I have
reason
to work
Charlie
on this
Sykes
weekend, which is
left
probably
the
going to be pretty
Bulwark
time
is
consuming. But
because
other than
people
that,
like Tim Miller
actually
cannot
fantastic.
understand how toxic the
I
left
graduate
is
in May.
to saving democracy. Charlie Sykes responded to that by saying, "I can't possibly say." To think, Jesus Christ, man. Tim Miller
Ow. Oh, crap.
later defended his live stream by saying, "I'm not arguing for adopting Hassan's politics, doing a kamikaze campaign to alienate people that listen to his show
It's stupid.
for no clear purpose except for winning a factional white paper fight among
Oh, food's
DC
ready? Okay.
wonks
Woo.
seems ill-advised."
True. I meant any more
And somebody
unexpected
named Michael
expenses.
Cohen on Twitter.
Not that I
parentheses,
found.
He put not Trump's former
Not
fixer.
that I found.
Wrote in response to
I
that,
hope it stays that way.
Aligning Democrats with someone who
But
is anti-Semitic, says
go eat.
America deserved 9/11.
I'll be back.
And
You'll probably
isn't
go
even
to sleep,
a
but
Democrat.
I'm gonna go
Seems
eat.
like it might be even more alienating to potential voters.
If you're still here, awesome.
At the very
If not,
least, the political upside is limited at best.
Thanks for
So
hopping in.
Isn't even a Democrat. Tell that to Bernie Sanders, who almost won the 2016 Democratic presidential primary, but for the DNC. Somebody named Heath Mayo responded to Tim Miller by saying, when Tim said, we can't do this shit again, he said, we absolutely can and absolutely should shun Hassan Piker. Principles are principles, easy call. Let me see who. This one struck me as kind of amusing. Somebody named Nick Field wrote the following. The story of the internal Democratic divide in the 2020s can be summed up pretty well by Alex Soros's complaint aimed at something called the Sunrise Movement. We gave them money, and now all they do is talk about Palestine. Somebody named Ethan Wolf wrote, is it so crazy to believe that Hassan Piker is actually worse than what we currently have? Hassan Piker is a disaster, both in what he says and with the political ramifications of welcoming him into the tent. Elections are won on the middle, in the middle. They have never been won on the fringe. Well, good luck winning without the fringe. Somebody named, yeah. So, that kind of reaction is unsurprising. It's unsurprising, you know? And, I mean, there are probably 5, 6, 7 subsets of constituencies on the left, from the center left to the very, very far left. And, you know, there's an election coming up in November, so it's like, it's time for them all to start tearing each other to fucking pieces. It happens every 2 years, and we are fully in that cycle again. Andrew Perez writing, let me try that again. Andrew Perez writing for Mehdi Hassan's website, Zeteo, Zeteo. Everyone should subscribe to it. It's excellent, 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 excellent website. The campaign against Hassan Piker is about crushing the left, is the title of his article. Centrist groups like Third Way are trying to cancel the popular progressive streamer as part of their campaign to, quote, reduce far left influence and infrastructure, close quote. Why are top Democrats joining in? You know, I mean, it's Zoran Mamdani all over again, except Hassan Piker's not running for office. I remember after Zoran Mamdani won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City, having not been endorsed by any statewide. I mean, Chuck Schumer still won't answer the question, who did you vote for in that election? Still, to this day. He wasn't endorsed by the governor. Obviously, he wasn't endorsed by Richie Torres, who represents part of New York City. And the day after he won the primary, the junior senator for New York, Kirsten Gillibrand, went on a public radio show and like a half a dozen times referred to a member of her own party who had just won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City. Like a half a dozen times, she referred to Zoran Mamdani as a jihadist. As a jihadist, a member of her own party, and essentially she was referring to him as a terrorist. That is DNC corporate AIPAC Democrats in a fucking nutshell.
It's almost like they're
Zoran
racist or
Mamdani
something.
Campaign,
So odd.
and how all of them responded to it. And now these same
They're
groups are
bigoted
trying to
against
do the
Muslims or
same thing
something. So
to
weird.
Hassan Piker.
Oh, what's for dinner?
Back to the article. Donald Trump is leading a horrific ethnic
Fried
cleansing campaign,
chicken chunks.
gutting the Constitution, and
Fried
trying to
chicken.
give himself king-like powers. He's leading an illegal and reckless war against Iran in partnership with Israel that's immiserating so many people here and abroad. Meanwhile, in that context, prominent Democrats, ranging from elected members of Congress to 2026 Senate candidates to likely 2028 presidential hopefuls, are spending their time condemning Hassan Piker, the left-wing streamer and influencer, as part of a cancellation campaign spearheaded by Third Way, the centrist think tank. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left.
Yeah, they just
within the
want to kick out
Democratic
progressives because the progressive policies
Quote, we will be
are
the chief
harmful
opponent
to their
of the
corporate
left
donors.
in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary, the organization's president, Jonathan Cowan, recently pledged. Asked to define the kind of lefty candidates Third Way doesn't like, he pinpointed politicians who are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, and in favor of open borders. Cowan
weird.
told the New York Times that Third Way will probably spend $30 to $50 million
Jesus.
towards this campaign over the next couple of years.
I hope they lose
A
every single one.
center-left think tank that is funded by corporate donors and billionaires is going to spend $30 to $50 million going against other people who are also on the left.
Yeah, who's really to blame for the
They're
leftist
not
infighting?
spending $50 million against Republicans. They're spending $50 million against other people who are on the left. That is gobsmacking to me. In a memo last year, Third Way advised Democrats to build, quote, a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communications networks. I wonder if that has anything to do with chorus creators. And it urged Democrats to, quote, reduce far-left influence in the infrastructure, neither of which meaningfully exists yet in U.S. politics.
Oh, yeah?
Third Way is targeting Hassan Piker
If
as
it doesn't
part of
meaningfully
a broader effort to keep the Democratic Party
exist.
under the control of big corporations,
Why are they targeting
the ultra
far-left
wealthy,
streamers?
and supporters of Israel,
Weird, huh?
no matter what the party's base wants. How many times have I said over the last couple of years that elected Republicans in this country listen to their base because they are scared shitless of their base, because MAGA voters in this country are crazy and they're violent. And I have always followed that up by saying the Democratic establishment and elected Democrats in this country, generally speaking, I know there are exceptions, they don't listen to their fucking base and they don't give two shits what their base says.
They try to tell their base what to
because
believe.
they know that their base is not going to vote for anybody else. So they take their entire base for granted and just say, fuck you. We don't care if you want Medicare for all. We don't care if you want a Green New Deal.
Because we know you're going to vote for us
We
anyway.
want to abolish ICE.
As long as we're
I'm just
slightly
gonna close
less
this out
terrible
by
than
reading that
Republicans.
last sentence again. Third Way is targeting Hassan Piker as part of a broader effort to keep the Democratic Party under the control of big corporations, the ultra-wealthy, and supporters of Israel, no matter what the party's base wants.
Wow.
So yeah, I have never felt more politically homeless in my entire adult life than I do right now. Because that's who's controlling the fucking Democratic Party. And our other choice is authoritarianism and the fucking Handmaid's Tale.
It's either corporate
and
slavery
global economic discussion
or frickin'
and
fascism.
perpetual war.
What's crazy is corporate
just-
slavery can exist within fascism, so they're okay with it.
I am so disgusted. I am so disgusted. I mean, it's so easy to be disgusted with the Republican Party today. They have completely gone off the rails. And they are cowards. Every single one of them are cowards. And our alternative is that version of the Democratic Party. third way is targeting Hassan Piker by spending $30 to $50 million over the next 2 years against people on the left as part of a broader effort to keep the Democratic Party under the control of big corporations, the ultra-wealthy, and supporters of Israel, no matter what the party's base wants. I thank you for watching this 35-minute rant on my part. I'm
frustrated.
I'm so
baffled,
disgusted.
Oh, there's that too.
I'm so disgusted. Anyway, please click like, please leave a comment. Let me know if you have any questions in the comments. Please subscribe to my page. And it's Friday. Please, please, please be safe this weekend, everyone. Don't talk to the cops. Don't consent to searches. Demand to speak with an attorney. I'm going to go for a walk and try to regulate my anger right now. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'm Hawk. I'll see you soon.
What's up, y'all? Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you on this Friday. So right off the bat here, let me just point out that The Intercept has a massive report that just came out highlighting how it's been proven that the U.S. government has been lying about deaths and injuries to our soldiers all along. In fact, they say the number of injured and killed is 750 U.S. troops, y'all. 750 U.S. troops. So the Iranian government taunting us and telling us, hey, check your government because they're not telling the truth about what's happening in this war, they were exactly 100% right. So this is just crazy to me. And then, by the way, what's the backlash going to be to this? Are we all just going to sit there and take it? Is the media just going to sit there and take it? Are the Democrats just going to sit there and take it? But they've been lying to us every step of the way, and the injuries and casualties are significantly higher than they've been letting on. Okay, so yet another conspiracy theory that has been proven correct. We also have this. We now have verification that both Trump and Netanyahu were lying all along as they pretended to negotiate with Iran. In fact,
I kind
the
of expected
specific
that.
battle plans had been drawn up for a month before the attack. So all of like the last-minute negotiations were all garbage.
Of course.
Iran was negotiating in good faith. Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein, were not negotiating in good faith. And so, like I told you guys, a couple hours before Iran was attacked, they agreed to the strictest nuclear terms possible. Zero enriched uranium stockpile, and they still got attacked, which goes to show you our word means nothing, Israel's word means nothing. We've been lying all along in the same way that Trump murdered General Qasem Soleimani in his first term, and he lured him with promises of talks and negotiations, and then murdered him as soon as he got to the place where they were supposed to talk. So this is just absolutely grotesque stuff here, and now we have that verified as well. Okay, now also, of course, the huge news that came out yesterday is that Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, just fired 2 top-level military commanders, okay? And it's not good when you're doing that in the middle of a war, because then, of course, there's massive speculation. Well, what the fuck is going on here? Why are your top military people, why are you forcing out your top military people? And all I have to say is, go read a history book or two, and you'll find out very quickly, this is like a worst-case scenario, okay? This is like coup-type shit that we're talking about. The other thing is, there's speculation that, you know, they stood up to some of the potential war crimes that are being planned. There's already been 1,000 war crimes, but perhaps they drew a line at, say, bombing desalination plants, which would basically, you know, lead to the Middle East becoming uninhabitable, for example. Perhaps they drew the line at bombing these power plants, which give power to, like, millions of people in Iran, and they said, look, I can't do that. That's a war crime. That's against international law and U.S. law. We're going to be dragged in front of the Hague if we do it. Perhaps there's talk of, like, dropping a Moab, the mother of all bombs, and they said, I'm not going to do that. That's going to kill too many civilians. Or perhaps it's around nukes. So it's absolutely terrifying that, you know, generals are being let go in the middle of a war. And of course, you have the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreth. He's the one steering the ship, a D-list Fox News host who literally doesn't even believe in germ theory and who chanted kill all Muslims in a bar before he became the Secretary of War Crimes. Just absolutely insane stuff, man. So this is coup level shit that we're talking about here, and this should be a wake-up call, okay? And the New York Times is reporting that the reason that these generals got fired is because they won't take black and female officers off the promotions list. They've been told to do that, and they refuse to do it because these people serve the country exceptionally well. This is what the New York Times is reporting. I'm not sure that that's accurate because usually in the middle of a war, it's going to be something very high level and catastrophic that you need to break with the regime on in order for them to throw you under the bus like this. But that being said, it is possible because there has been stuff in the past. We've covered this before. You know, they let go of shit. What is it? Dozens. Actually, the exact number is 26 generals and admirals in 14 months. They let go. No misconduct for a single one of these people. It was literally all because they knew, hey, these are the people with some semblance of a conscience. And it just so happened to be the case that it was, you know, many of them people of color. So it just, I mean, again, it's a rogue regime. It's a rogue regime. It's a criminal regime. You know, if the Nuremberg laws were upheld, Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Secretary of War Crimes, all these people would be hanged. They would be hanged. That's just a fact. Okay, so we also have this from Dropsite News. Breaking. An Iranian official told Dropsite that a U.S. F-15 warplane was struck by Iranian forces and it went down over southern Tehran province. Okay.
But I thought we had air superiority.
We now have Axios, I believe, validating it. So it's a fact. A U.S. F-15 went down. Now, I believe the pilot was able to eject from the plane, but they're still, like, you know, in the middle of nowhere and clearly exposed. And so then we heard, well, a helicopter was sent, a low-flying helicopter was sent on a rescue mission to try to save the pilot. And now there's speculation, this one's not verified yet, to be fair, but there's speculation all over social media that also the helicopter was shot down. Okay, so this thing is a clusterfuck, no matter how you slice it or dice it. And this is what happens when the fucking Keystone cops are running the government and running the military, and you fire all the fucking competent people, and then you wage an illegal and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us, that honestly was fucking waiting for this day because they knew it was going to come, because of all the aggression from Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein. So just absolutely horrifying stuff here. A U.S. jet being shot down, a helicopter on a rescue mission, rumors about even the helicopter being shot down. Let me tell you guys something. When all is said and done, the U.S. casualties here are going to be catastrophic when all is said and done with this war, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And as you all know, Trump is considering the 12-year-old boy idea of, like, let's send in special ops in order to get the enriched uranium from hundreds of feet underground at the Fordo facility. That's insane. That's insane. Or, oh, we're going to hold Karg Island and these other islands where they export most of their oil from. Again, insane. They'll just blow you to smithereens along with the island, because if they can't have it, they're not going to fucking let you have it. It's just insane. What we're talking about here is, like, baboon regime stuff. That's why I call them the baboon regime. All right, so we also have Trump repeatedly coming out, not only committing war crimes on a daily basis, but telling everybody he's going to commit war crimes before he commits said war crimes. So Trump said, and I quote, "Our military, the greatest and most powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next." He already hit some bridges, but more on that in a minute.
That's a war crime. Civilian infrastructure.
New leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast. So again, I hope there's prosecutors out there, lawyers out there taking notes. I hope the Democrats are taking notes. Literally every single one of these things is an impeachable offense. The number of war crimes he's committed is astronomical. The law has to matter. We can't all of a sudden take the fucking hell on earth, the law of the jungle that was the Gaza genocide, and just say, hey, we're going to apply this everywhere. Netanyahu has to go down for his crimes.
I mean, they do want to do that.
Go down for his crimes in Iran. This is completely and utterly unacceptable. All right, more. Trump also said this morning, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world.
A gusher.
Just insane. So yet again, just like he did with Venezuela, illegally stole their oil, made hundreds of millions of dollars, put it in a private bank account
Such a
that only
joke.
he can access. Literally saying, let's do the same thing with Iran. Every time he tweets, he's letting you know, I am the new Adolf Hitler, call me new Adolf. It's just totally out there, man. I really, it's hard for me to even come up with the language to describe this place that we're in. It's so fucking Alice in Wonderland. It's so through the looking glass. It's so like we live in a Black Mirror episode. Okay, all right. Some more here. Amazon is now charging all sellers an additional 3.5% fuel and logistics charge starting on April 17th. So what you're about to realize is this war, unlike Afghanistan and Iraq, this war is going to affect the treats within the United States of America, right? The American people, even though they didn't like the wars, they were willing to largely overlook our illegal wars of aggression because the treats kept flowing. Well, now we're about to find out what happens when you take the fucking treats away. Because here's the reality. People can't afford shit like this. They can't afford shit like this. And this is why there was a poll that already had Trump at a 33% approval rating, and now that bitch is going to go even lower, okay? As soon as people, they can't afford Dickie McDick anymore, like, what do you think happens? Your approval becomes fucking 25%. There's political instability. The country rips apart at the seams, and they're acting like, you know, like there's no problem here. And Trump goes out there and fucking cheerleads the war and contradicts himself 7 times. And we weren't trying for regime change, but we got regime change. That same day, he also said, we got regime change and we wanted regime change. Like, I'm sorry, the guy has fucking Alzheimer's and he can't see straight. And everybody's acting like this is normal when this is anything but normal. All right. We also have this. This is a big deal, guys. A French-owned container ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the first known transit by a vessel linked to Western Europe since the Iran war began. So Bloomberg reported this. The reason this is big news is because France recently voted with Iran at the UN saying, you know, we're not condemning the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. France broke with the U.S. and said, we're going to vote with Russia and China and Iran, and we're going to say we're not condemning the closure of the Strait of Hormuz for the simple reason that they know that the U.S. started it. It was an illegal and offensive war waged by the Axis of Epstein, U.S. and Israel, okay? And so it looks like this was a gesture of goodwill by the Iranians saying, hey, thanks for voting the right way at the UN. So what you're about to see is these side deals are going to start popping up, where Iran makes deals with all these other countries. Say, hey, you
except
pay a
for the
small
US.
tax, and we'll let your ships through the Strait of Hormuz. You'll be able to get your oil and gas, okay? But the U.S., no, we're going to lock it down ski for you idiots. Israel, we're going to lock it down ski for you idiots, right? So there's a lot of reporting around this and a lot of chatter around this, but Iran has offered the European Union an agreement for transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're quite literally and directly trying to alienate and isolate the United States on the global stage. And
strategically, it's
freaking
freaking genius.
Okay? I don't see a way out of this because what's going to happen is people are going to pay the tax. Iran's going to get wealthier as a result of it. And they're going to say, hey, you want your oil and gas to go through the Strait of Hormuz? Trade it in the yuan, the Chinese currency. Destroying dollar dominance fucking overnight. Okay? And that's where we are. That's what's happening. We also have this from Haaretz. Israeli drone manufacturers reports significant damage to central Israel facility after missile strike. That's wild. So Israeli drones are now getting hit. Okay, we also have this. The U.S. military reportedly committed a double tap strike in Iran. The 2 strikes had hit the
Only one?
bridge an hour apart, the second arriving while emergency responders were assisting the wounded. Do you understand what happened here? They illegally hit a bridge. It's illegal because it's, you know, for civilians, right? It's going after necessary infrastructure for a functioning society. They hit the bridge. As soon as the first responders show up, they hit again. I mean, look, it's an understatement at this point to say that we are the terrorists. It's an understatement to say we are the baddies. This is just an absolutely sociopathic, psychopathic, depraved, demented, immoral state of affairs that the U.S. is involved in. And it's actually, you know, shame on us for not having like literally overnight, like 60% of the people in the military
quit.
Withdraw in disgrace and say, I'm not partaking in this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know there has been reporting that there's like a lot of these people don't want to deploy to Iran and they're like not letting them get out of it, right? But you can get the fuck out of it if you really want to get the fuck out of it. You know
I
what
hope
I'm saying? Like, no excuses at this point.
if they try to
It's
do a
not
draft.
Like, oh, I feel bad for the
I hope
Nazi
that these
soldiers
young people
who,
can stand
were
up
scared
against
as
this.
They massacred civilians and shoved people into gas chambers. Like, no, fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of the military if you're in the military. There's not even a gray area anymore. It's so black and white. Like, everybody kind of knows that what we're doing is evil and wrong, okay? All right, more. So, Iran, apparently on their state TV network, they are saying, okay, since you guys keep attacking our civilian infrastructure and our bridges, okay, I guess we're going to do the same to y'all. So, they have a whole list of bridges and civilian infrastructure in Kuwait Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Abu Dhabi and even in the West Bank.
The escalation
and,
trap.
And Jordan. And they say, okay, game on, bitch. You want to play this game? We can play this game. They've also, allegedly hit Amazon headquarters, some Oracle stuff as well. And,
it's kind of funny,
they are
actually.
making good on their promise of going after all of the corporations that are, feeding the American empire.
That's the way to break
have,
the U.S. Go after all the corporate entities
positioned
in the
all
area.
throughout the Middle East. By the way, one of the corporations on that list, Palantir. To which I say, Godspeed IRGC, because these motherfuckers are building a blackmail data network that spans this entire country, and they're trying to have a blackmail file on literally every single American. And so, if anything, they're doing us a favor by targeting them. All right, more. So, I need you guys to think about the implications of this, okay? So the New York Times is reporting that the IDF is calling up leaders that are Christians and Druze in Lebanon. And they're telling them, hey, you need to hand over all of the Shia Muslims there, and you're not allowed to protect the Shia Muslims there, because if you do, we're just going to destroy your entire villages. We're just going to murder everybody in the village, okay? So we now have, like, a direct one-to-one comparison with the Nazis. A direct one-to-one comparison. I saw somebody call this, like, Judeo-Nazism. They're literally saying, we're trying to kill all of the Shia Muslims. Christians and Druze will leave you alone, but if you protect any Shia Muslims, we're also going to kill you too and destroy your villages. So now, the modern-day Anne Frank is a Shia Muslim hiding in the fucking attic trying to make no noise as an IDF terrorist storms into a Christian home in Lebanon and demands they turn over any of these innocent people that they have. I mean, it literally, like, history is literally repeating. That's exactly what's happening here. And the fact that you're not allowed to point this out, lest you be called an anti-Semite 586 times, it just drives me fucking crazy. Because people are being dishonest, and they know they're being dishonest. They know that there's a direct one-to-one comparison here. They know it's, like, clear as day to draw these connections. All right, so we also have Trump in the midst of, as I'm sure you guys saw, he's panicking. He's looking left and right and firing a bunch of people in the regime. He just let go of Pam Bondi. That happened yesterday. You also have, apparently, he's considering getting rid of Kash Patel, but he hasn't pulled the trigger, at least not yet, as of this recording. Tulsi Gabbard as well. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet, as of this recording, but he's considering getting rid of her. Apparently pissed because she was, like, shielding Joe Kent to one extent or another. But it looks like he's also shivving his vice president and throwing him under the bus. So Trump came out and said that J.D. Vance is now going to be in charge of fraud in the U.S., and he's calling him the fraud czar. And he goes on to say, you'll be able to balance the budget. You'll be able to get rid of all of our national debt, all $40 trillion in our national debt, if you do this the right way. Now, as I'm sure all of you know, that is fucking beyond laughable. Doge literally wasn't able to cut, like, any money from the budget. All they did was get rid of necessary programs like pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and shit like that. So you can't even find $1 trillion in savings, never mind $4 trillion in savings. That's preposterous. But him giving this to J.D. Vance is a way to try to shiv J.D. Vance and, like, throw him under the bus. And so, like I said, he argues, oh, you'll be able to balance the budget with this. No more national debt if you do this right. Ready for this? So in January 2025, Trump said Elon Musk was going to balance the budget and get rid of the national debt from Doge. How'd that go? In February, he said that tariffs would balance the budget. How'd that go? He also went on to say that the one big bullshit bill would balance the budget. That literally, like, increased the debt. And then he also said that Trump cards would balance the budget. I don't even remember what the fuck the Trump cards thing was. Do you guys remember what the fuck that was? Trump cards? What are you talking about? Like, okay, he just has verbal diarrhea on the timeline all the time. And, as I've told you, I'm pretty convinced he has Alzheimer's. And there's going to come a day in the future where there's going to be a documentary, there's going to be a big expose, people in the cabinet are finally going to talk. They're going to say, he had no idea what was going on, he didn't know what day it was, sometimes he forgot our names, yada yada. We're going to learn all that, but right now, they're sitting back and letting him destroy the global economy and usher in World War III, as he clearly doesn't have his mental faculties anymore. And he's clearly not going to be, this guy'd be lucky to live, like, what, 4 more years, 5 more years? And he's destroying the world and the future of humanity? It's horrible. It's just horrible. All right. So let me also give you this. there's this video that's going kind of viral on TikTok right now where somebody basically tries to explain, hey, put all these pieces together and understand what's happening here. So we have massively bloated ICE budgets, okay? We have ICE at the airports. We have concentration camps. We have mass surveillance. We have the occupation of cities. We have the airports being taken over. And what people are saying is, it looks like they're laying the groundwork to do a national draft. Remember, they upped the age now to 42, right? Now, if you're 42 or under, they could draft you. They can conscript you. And it looks like they're
good thing I'm 44.
So that they order a draft, and then they make it so you can't escape, right? Can't go to the airport. ICE is there. They're mass surveilling you. They know what you're going to do, right? And when you look at that, I don't know, man, there's some terrifying signs there. I mean, you could also say that the signs are tied to trying to steal the election, of course, which we know Trump has broadcast like 7 different ways how he's going to try to do that. But, I mean, I certainly see the framework is there. I certainly see the framework. I see the vision to basically enforce a draft and then try to make it so there's no escaping from that draft. It's absolutely horrifying. All right, I also wanted to bring this up for you guys. So the International Criminal Court, of course, they have like genocide charges against Netanyahu. And there's this guy by the name of Karim Khan, who, of course, led the ICC campaign as the main prosecutor against the Israeli war crimes. Well, as soon as he announced that, they, of course, charged him with sexual misconduct. Well, come to find out, the sexual misconduct stuff he's now been cleared of it, okay? But at the same time, you still have a whole bunch of countries that are disregarding those judicial findings, and they're proceeding with a disciplinary process against him, okay? So cleared of all wrongdoing, there's still a disciplinary process against him. Why? All because he stood up to the axis of Epstein, and he wanted to go after them for their very obvious war crimes. So this is what they do. This is how they try to destroy you when you're a good person and you try to actually do the right thing. This is what they do to you. All right. We also have this story, which is blowing up right now.
Back to the game.
There's the University of Washington appears to have removed a professor, a tenured professor, named Arya Fani, from his position as director of the Middle East Center because he criticized Israel and stated that it was bullshit that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon. All he did was state an objective fact that there's no evidence to suggest that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Like,
and they got
that
rid of
is going to
tenure,
turn people,
and they fired him.
stuff like
Okay?
that is going to
So
turn
there is
people
an all-out
anti-Semitic
witch
more
hunt
than
going on in the
Hassan
country
Piker
right now,
saying that
where if you criticize Israel,
the Israeli government is
you're risking
responsible
your
for genocide.
livelihood. Okay, they'll try to ruin your life if you state accurate facts. By the way, all he's doing is restating the position of the intelligence agencies that they're open about, and he got fucking fired for doing so. So don't forget, there's also the same country. Look at what they did to Rumeysa Ozturk. There's a number of Mahmoud Khalil. There's a number of innocent people who wrote mild op-eds criticizing Israel or just protested the genocide, and then like their lives were destroyed and their immigration status was stripped. Okay, there are people who are fucking deported from this country for making jokes about Charlie Kirk. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. There's an all-out war happening on free speech, and like the front line of that battle is criticism of Israel. They try to like kick you out of polite society if you make accurate criticisms of Israel and Zionism. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Now, we also have Donald Trump basically taking the mask off now, coming out and saying the quiet part out loud. He's arguing that he wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget.
Nope.
For the next fiscal year.
I swear to God,
1.5 trillion.
if they approve, if these Dems approve this, I'm going to go freaking crazy.
We can't afford Medicare. We can't afford Medicaid. We can't afford these things. So, like, literally a gift from the midterm gods, right? Assuming it's too big to rig and, you know, we can keep the demons at bay, right? But a gift from the midterm gods. But he's literally, we can't afford anything to help the actual people. We need to keep bombing elementary schools in Iran. What's wrong with you guys? Obviously, we should take all our tax money and bomb hospitals and elementary schools and bridges and power plants and ruin people's lives and become the new Nazis. So this is absolutely ridiculous. Never believe these people when they say we can't afford it. They're spending $2 billion a day to commit war crimes. That's what they're doing. Trump asked for $200 billion for this illegal war to continue. $200 billion. Now he's asking for a $1.5 trillion defense budget as they keep cutting healthcare round after round after round. They already kicked 18 million people off Medicaid with the big bullshit bill. They already did that. Okay, he's already doubling, tripling, and quadrupling health insurance premiums. Now they're trying to find other ways to gut what remains of Obamacare. So they hate
Probably
you,
should have
they
paid attention for that
despise you,
trap.
They're evil, and this is what they live for. They live for cruelty and death and violence and destruction. Now, at the same time that's going on with Trump, you have the Republican representative, Jeff Van Drew, from New Jersey. And he talks about Americans who are struggling with rising prices at the moment and inflation. And what did he say? I'm not kidding. You can't make this up. He said, quote, maybe get another job. Maybe get yet another job is what he said. I'm telling you, man, this isn't even a political party. The Republicans are no longer even a political party. They are a fascist, terrorist, imperialist, bloodthirsty death cult. They really are. That's what it is. They don't even pretend to, for a second, to even make an argument as to why things should be improved. They actively want things to degrade and get worse in this country as we spread death and misery and shoot people in the face around the world. All right. We also have the Trump administration flexing some cruelty on the home front here as well. They abruptly ended a Veterans Affairs home loan safety net.
Excuse me, what?
Caused thousands of veterans to lose their homes and pay higher mortgage rates. So they're even putting their middle finger up for the few remaining safety nets, even for the sacred cows in this country, like the veterans. Stop and think about that. Okay, they want to spend every last penny blowing up little girl schools. That's what they want to do. When Trump is not graping kids, when Trump is not graping little girls, he's blowing up little girls. All right, also, a big piece in ProPublica. The Trump Department of Justice quietly closed more than 23,000 criminal cases in the first 6 months of Trump's second regime. And so what they're doing is they're abandoning hundreds of investigations into terrorism, white-collar crime, drugs, and other offenses, and they shifted all of those resources to pursue immigration cases. This is what ProPublica is reporting.
So
they're
freaking
actively
stupid.
making the country less safe to go after innocent immigrants, to go after hard-working immigrants, to go after people who don't have any issue on their record whatsoever. They're just here to work and provide for their families and create a better life. All of the resources are now going after people like that as they actively let off the hook terrorists, white-collar criminals, and drug cartels. It's just absolutely insane, man. You can't make this stuff up. They literally are destroying everything. It was impossible to accurately forecast just how depraved this regime was going to be. I knew this regime was going to be horrible. I was sounding the alarm beforehand. Go watch the video I did literally the day before the election. But you know what? Nobody could have foreseen this amount of depravity. Like, the creativity that they use to do their evil is mind-boggling. Like, if they just applied 1% of that creativity to make the world a better place, we'd live in fucking paradise. All right, there's also this in the Texas Tribune. Texas is cutting undocumented immigrants off from school, work, and driving. They're doing sweeping rules changes, and they're effectively upending the lives of all immigrants in Texas. And what they're trying to do is create a permanent underclass, a permanent group of indentured servants or semi-slaves who have no prospects for climbing that economic ladder, the American dream, making a better life for themselves. It absolutely is. It's basically like they're setting up an apartheid system, an anti-immigrant apartheid system, where they can't even get the basics of society. And it's affecting millions of people. It's affecting millions of people. So Texas leading the way yet again when it comes to depravity. We also have some news that came out about how the Trump regime ordered the dismantling of the U.S. Forest Service, okay? So a tweet on this says, the U.S. Forest Service turned over to a logging CEO, headquarters moved to anti-federal government Salt Lake City, all 10 regional offices closed, all research labs shuttered, all the science lost, public lands handed over to corporations for logging, mining, and fracking. So in real time, our country is being raped, looted, and stolen. They're pillaging right in front of us. And there's a piece on this that came across the timeline. And it's right in line with what they do. You know, like what they do, all they care about is the Epstein class. Super serve the Epstein class, the 1%, the corporations, let them control everything. And everybody else can fuck off. Everybody else can fuck off and go die in a stupid illegal war where we bomb little girls. All right, and then we also have some good news here. The state of Maine is about to ban the construction of any new data centers, okay? And what they're doing is they're putting it off to, I believe, like 2028. and the idea is study the impacts on the electric grid, water usage, the environment, and they say Maine's already has sky-high residential electricity rates, among the highest in the country, and so this is an attempt to, like, you know, ward off any increases on that front. And so this is great because, look, we simply, especially now that we have to, like, ration energy because of what the Trump regime criminal thugs are doing. It's insane to have, like, you know, start building data centers which need so much energy and use so much water and, like, blow through our natural resources. And what the fuck do we have to show for it? Like, AI being used to make, like, child corn videos? Are you fucking kidding me? No, this is insane. Also, they do a tremendous amount of damage to the environment. Nobody ever talks about that, right? So we need a full moratorium across the whole country, but Maine is leading the way here, at least in their state, for a moratorium. All right, and then finally, guys, Republicans, as I pointed out to you in one of our recent segments, they've completely and utterly collapsed, okay? So among Republicans, only 39% of the country now identifies as Republican. About 49% identifies as Democrat. So it's a double-digit advantage now for Democrats. This was just an absolute
And they're still super unpopular because
not
of
that long ago. Okay, it was
the third way mentality within our electorate,
and you had, like,
or within our
almost 50%
elected
of the
officials.
country identifying as Republican, and now that plummeted all the way to 39%. So it's no longer cool, it's no longer edgy, it's no longer outsider-like to be a Republican. They are who they've always been: establishment cocksuckers. That's what they are. Military-industrial complex cocksuckers, Zionist cocksuckers. That's what they are. People have caught on to
That's
going to
get me banned.
And the Democrats are it's just by default that they're leading. They're not doing anything. They're not saying anything. Leadership sucks ass cheeks. But people are so disgusted with the Republicans that now there's a 10-point advantage in, you know, name recognition, party ID among Democrats. Okay. Now, there's also, this is big news as well from NBC. They say that the Democrats' House Majority PAC, called Forward Group, they raised $69 million in the first quarter of 2026, and they called that their strongest fundraising start to an election year ever. They nearly doubled what they raised at this same stage in the 2024 cycle. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy.
In a presidential election cycle.
They're doing phenomenally well in terms of fundraising. However, and this is the warning sign, Harry Enton just did a segment, the data guy at CNN, the polling guy at CNN, and he's 100% right when he says congressional Democrats' numbers with Dems are atrociously awful. So Democratic voters, you know, the rank-and-file Democratic base, they don't like congressional Democrats. Most Democrats, 55% of them, think the party has the wrong priorities. Like, oh, I don't know, a multi-week meltdown shitting on Hassan Piker as Trump ushers in the fucking apocalypse right in front of our eyes. You know, maybe that little thing. You're yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer because he's anti-Zionist, as Donald Trump is, like, raping and pillaging and looting and being new Adolf Hitler. It's just insane to watch. And they say, unlike 2006 or 2018, Democratic leaders have a net negative approval with Democrats. Schumer is on thin ice to hold his job next year. So, in other words, again, I need to reiterate this. It's super important. Democrats, nobody actually likes you if you're a Democrat politician. You are the default option because Republicans are pure evil. They're pure sadists, okay? They're the worst people imaginable. I mean, they literally have the same morality as the Nazi Germans. So there's this default to, like, all right, I guess we're with the Democrats, right? But certainly Democratic leadership is fucking despised. So the way you actually win and win big and put up prime FDR numbers is to represent the opposite philosophy of MAGA, represent social democracy, represent an anti-war perspective, you know, represent Medicare for all and free college and a living wage and getting rid of medical debt and universal child care and, you know, wiping out the student loan debt. You need to actually represent a good philosophy, ending the corruption, taxing the rich.
Who keeps setting these
like,
traps?
If you crusade against everything MAGA does and you obstruct them come hell or high water, and you represent, at the very least, a social democratic perspective, then you win in massive numbers, and then leadership is beloved again. But Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, the reason why they're hated is they're viewed as collaborators. They're viewed as diet MAGA Democrats, because they are diet MAGA, okay? So it's a very weird position we're in. It's cool to be a Democrat again. It's popular to be a Democrat again. The fundraising is through the roof. The party recognition is up massively. Double-digit lead on the Republicans. But again, that's only because Republicans are Satan. They're Satan. They're the devil. They're horrible. And so, but you need to stand for more than just we're not them. It's got to be an affirmative agenda, an obstructionist agenda against everything MAGA does, but then an affirmative agenda to actually improve this country. So anyway, there's your stories, guys, for this Friday. Everybody check out Crystal Kyle and Friends tonight. We had on Angie Nixon. And Angie Nixon is a Democrat running for U.S. Senate in Florida. And she's a real one, man. She's a real one. So definitely check that out. Sign up on Substack below for Crystal Kyle and Friends. Or you can sign up for free and just see when the audio version only podcast drops on Saturday. But I love you guys, and I'll talk to you soon. And everybody have a great rest of your day.
My first guest is a liberal comedian. He's known for his undercover style comedy at political protests and rallies, Walter Masterson.
You have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class.
My second guest has a TikTok following almost as prodigious as his beard. Please welcome the Jolly Good Ginger.
So, what's your question?
Jolly Good Ginger and I went on Daily Wire's bar fight with Michael Knowles. I'm going to show you some of the highlights. If you want to watch the whole thing on their channel, go for it. I'm going to show you the funniest parts of this debate.
Just want to say something. I brought my Trump Bible with me. I just want to say, a lot of liberals come on this show and they're very disingenuous. They like to cherry pick from the Bible to justify illegal immigration. Jolly, here, listen, these liberals, they come on this show and they cherry pick Bible verses to justify illegal immigration. What Bible verses do they cherry pick?
That what you do to the least of thee, you've done to me.
Yeah.
Welcome foreigners from foreign
Love the
lands.
foreigner.
Yeah.
But, I will say, just to be fair.
Love thy neighbor.
You know what they do? They conveniently leave out this part, okay? This is from the Bible. I'm reading the Bible, excuse me.
Bow your head.
They've become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become ever more numerous. And if war breaks out, we'll join our enemies. So get them up and out of the land.
Hang on.
Yes.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Walter. The Pharaoh said that, bro.
Yeah, this is from the Pharaoh. He was talking about how to deal with the Jews.
Yeah. That wasn't Jesus. That was the Pharaoh.
Wait, and then what happened?
And you guys all sided with him. That was the best part.
Yeah. You know what? I think we need to stop listening to socialist, leftist Jesus.
Yeah.
And start listening to the Pharaoh. Okay, you know what? Jesus was a carpenter. You know what?
I would not mock
The Pharaoh built the pyramids of Giza. What did Jesus build? He was a carpenter. Show me one building that he made. All right. Meanwhile, the Pharaoh built the pyramids of Giza. Okay. Huge buildings. Yeah. We need to start listening to the Pharaoh. This is the Trump Bible, by the way. I will not have you disparage.
Hi. So with the SAVE Act in the Senate, a lot of people on the left are worried that it will take away the rights of women to vote because of marriage certificates and all that. And my argument would be it's already too easy to vote, and if you can't change paperwork and do paperwork, then you shouldn't be able to vote. Voting is a privilege in America.
So smart.
And
It's great. That's a great point.
So I would also add on that maybe the SAVE Act doesn't go far enough in terms of we need people who are going
I know.
that have invested in that are invested in the future of the country, whether that's through taking civic tests or other means of showing you're invested in Americans' future.
This is beautiful.
then,
I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Voting should be more difficult.
So you should believe there should be, okay, this is a great question. You should think there should be a test.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be good.
Okay,
to
great.
show basic
Who is the
history.
17th president of the United States?
Oh, this feels like.
What is the?
You just failed. Yeah.
What are?
Oh.
Hang on, what are the three branches of government?
What are the three branches of government?
I think she'll probably get that one.
Yeah.
If she can't answer it, that's bad.
Okay, but Witt says if she
Who
can't
gives
answer,
I
that's
agree,
case.
but she said it. Listen, also, hang on. You said so smart when she said voting is a privilege. I argue vehemently.
No. I said
she
so.
said voting is a privilege. That's her exact
That's
words.
not what I said. So
Roll
smart
the
to.
tape back.
I said. Well, I'll clarify for you.
Okay,
I said it was so smart that it's too easy to vote, and actually people should have
It's a
to.
constitutional right, not a
you
f***ing
believe there
privilege.
should be a test?
We should make it easier
think,
to vote, not
I
harder.
think there should be IDs, and if you're calling an
You're
application
against
for that,
making it
it's
harder to
not.
get guns, but making it harder to vote is.
Yeah, way too many people vote. Way too many people vote. Yeah. Way too many people.
Bro.
You mean
that's
American
an
citizens?
absurd comment.
I don't think so. I think it's a pretty
Too
basic
many
one.
people vote.
Way too many. Yeah.
Wait,
we need much.
I'm gonna do
we
the-
need
the
people who are
24th
informed.
Amendment.
More people should vote.
No.
Not
Fewer
enough
people
people
should
vote now.
Okay. All right. That's over.
Who
Do
here
we
knows
have
it? I
any
want
more?
everybody to
Do
vote.
we have any more questions?
We let you vote.
I think.
You
Yeah.
have 130 IQ, and you're cool with not letting people vote.
Wait, is this proof that he has 130
I
IQ?
don't know.
There we go, baby. Immense member right there.
That does not mean you have 130 IQ. But
Wait,
anyway,
they gave you a
not
mensa
letting-
Do we have another question
not
at the
letting people
microphone?
vote is a constitutional violation.
Yeah,
Period.
24th Amendment, the right of
24th
citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative
not-
in Congress
I'm
should
not-
not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state
I'm just
by
saying they
reason of
shouldn't-
failure to pay any poll tax.
I'm just saying
poll tax or other tax.
I'm just saying low information voters should not be encouraged to vote. Next question.
That's not what he
We've
said
been through this
before.
in American history, brother.
Yeah, low information
We're li-
voters should not be.
Then
They
Trump
should not
wouldn't
be
win.
encouraged to vote. Yeah, that's
Listen,
true.
do you guys
ne-
want to lose
next question,
every election
please.
going forward?
Walter, kick us off.
Trump essayed children, and it's proven in the Epstein files he should be in prison. Also, in general, round up everyone in the Epstein class and toss them in jail.
I just want to be
Everyone.
clear. You said Trump SA'd, meaning
SA'd.
sexually assaulted.
Sexually assaulted.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what's your argument?
My argument is that we should stop listening to all the people and their conspiracy theories from the Epstein class, all the conspiracy theories, the QAnon, all this, the protect the children. That was all created by the Epstein class. You've been fed that. That was created.
A conspiracy within a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Conspiraception.
Okay, so then
Conspiraception. I
your
love it.
claim is that Trump sexually assaulted children. So what's your proof? What's your evidence?
Just the Epstein files.
What specifically in the files?
I mean, let's get the Epstein files in here.
Do you have any evidence for the claim you're making or no?
Besides the Epstein files, I mean, God, there's only like 50,000 pages in it. I mean,
There's 3.5
besides-
million pages, at least.
You know what?
But is
yeah.
there anything in particular you would cite from the Epstein files?
God.
Or are you just making it up?
We're just they're bringing in the Epstein files right now.
Did not know that I was going to have to bring my portable Epstein files with me to the debate. I was unaware that I was going to have to do chapter and verse. That's on me. Here's my notes from home that I totally should have brought. Michael Wolff interviewed Epstein extensively. And in those interviews, Epstein said that he was Donald Trump's closest friend and that he liked to cuck people's wives. Epstein claimed that Donald Trump met his wife, Melania, through Jeffrey Epstein. According to him, the first time they had sex was on Epstein's private plane, nicknamed the Lolita Express. The Epstein files confirms that Trump met Melania through Epstein. Trump's friend Paolo Zamponi, who runs ID Model Management, tried to cover for Trump and claimed that he introduced Melania. You can actually look at the emails between Ghislaine Maxwell and Melania several years before they met to show that Ghislaine and Melania were good friends. There are 28 women that have accused Trump of essay, and the timeline that they accuse him matches the timeline that Trump and Epstein were besties. Trump and Epstein were friends up until 2004. Trump and Epstein had a falling out in 2004 over a real estate deal. And the FBI published a tip sheet detailing allegation that 35 years ago in New Jersey, a 13 to 14-year-old girl was forced to perform oral sex. She also alleges to have been abused by Epstein. The link to this was pulled off the DOJ site before it was taken down. The same complainant followed up with a report that she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Donald Trump paid her and forced her to perform sex acts and alleges Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. There's a court document alleging that a 14-year-old girl was taken to Mar-a-Lago in 1994 with Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein said to Trump, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and the 14-year-old girl said it made her uncomfortable, but at the time she was too young to understand why. In 2020, a state attorney sent an email to Redacted stating that Trump has been to Epstein's Island many more times than previously claimed. and that flight logs have him traveling there with girls that were witnesses in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Trump's name appears in the files an extraordinary number of times. The Democrats on the committee to release these files say it's an extraordinary number of times. We haven't confirmed that number because we only have what's been released. Off of what's been released, it's, I think, over 3,000 times. It's a lot. An NPR investigation found that DOJ removed or withheld Epstein files related to allegations against Trump, including what appear to be more than 50 pages of interviews with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse as a minor. Also, Trump has been resisting releasing the files. Not releasing the files, having Pam Bondi redact your name multiple times. These are all things that not guilty people do all the time. And people say, oh, Trump has gone along with the investigation. No, he has not. He could have released all of the files by executive order last summer. He has not. He also could have just released all of them all at once, and then this would have died down, possibly. Kind of like when Netflix releases an entire season and we stop talking about it after a few weeks. However, Trump has chosen the weird way, which is releasing it in these little chunks, a totally normal thing that not guilty people do all the time. And now back to your regular programming.
All right, thank you guys. This is a question for the panel for each person individually. Do you believe truth is objective?
Yes.
Wow, we're getting very philosophical. This is actually, I think it's a good debate.
Are you prepared?
What's your answer?
I mean, I guess, yeah, truth. That's what objective means. It's true no matter what you believe.
I love that.
Yeah.
What's your answer?
God, I mean, yeah, I what?
he said the Epstein files.
Yeah, the Epstein files. Yeah, that's yeah. Thank you.
Then behold,
Is that an answer?
It's the only answer I'm getting tonight, I guess. Okay. Do we have another question?
We're getting into objective, materialism here. I love this. This is good.
And even objective immaterialism. Yeah. Do we any other questions?
Yeah, I believe in dialectic. We all need some dialectical materialism, and I think that's. I think everyone in this bar, you're booing dialectical materialism. Wow. Of all the things.
What is in this drink? I gotta know, and I want it. I want it, whatever that is.
Were you just trying to drink my Coke?
No, I was trying to figure out what's in. Is that just Coke?
Yeah, I don't drink.
Every word you say astounds me even more. That is a beautiful thing. I agree. I'm not drinking either right now. Okay, do we have another question?
Yes. This is for either of our esteemed guests. You said that the files had not been released by Trump. I'm sorry, the files are released. Who was the president during the release of those files?
That's a great question. Repeat it.
Files have been released.
I want everyone to hear that.
What?
You heard that. So the question is, why didn't they release it under Joe Biden?
No. That's not what I said. I said, who was the president when they were released?
Who's the president?
They haven't been released, brother.
Yeah, they actually haven't been released.
But you just cited them as evidence for your claim.
The only reason that they were compelled to release them
that's disingenuous.
That's literally what you did.
Hang on, Walter.
Okay.
So first of all, there's rules to what you can and can't redact. This has been back and forth with Congress since it's been released. There's numbers of pages that haven't been released. This has been proven over and over again. That's why it's in front of multiple federal judges, because they haven't met the criteria for the Epstein Transparency Act. They haven't met the criteria for redaction. My question to you and anybody who's on that side, I'm not even trying to talk shit to you. My question to you is, if you're interested in the truth, especially when it comes to fucking trafficking children, we should all at least agree on that shit, then we should all be screaming for unredacted files, all of them.
There we go.
And if you can't get behind that, hang on, if you can't get behind that, then you can defend your favorite pedophile all you want, but I want to see the evidence that he's not, and until then, all the victims that saying he is, I believe victims.
Which victims?
Okay.
Hold on, just before he moves on, because he keeps making a point that's not really a point. Which victims?
You mean name them individually?
Yes.
Sorry I didn't bring their names. I don't have them.
Okay, so you don't know their names. You're just confident they exist because you saw them in the files that haven't been released yet, and you're going to call Trump.
Doesn't mean, I believe,
crazy.
Katie Thompson, is that one of them? What's her name? Katie Thompson?
Katie Thompson.
Not knowing them on the fly doesn't mean they don't exist.
You not knowing any of them or anything about the topic you brought up. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Tell me
Do we have a question from Nick?
Tell me why you're cool with the files not being released in full, unredacted.
You talk about having evidence.
I'm happy to
Where
answer.
did you
See,
get
you
your
avoid that
evidence
every
on the
time I
files
ask
have
it.
not been
You
released?
avoid that every time I ask it.
I call me crazy. I actually don't think
No,
that
I'm calling you a pedophile
I don't think
detector.
that criminal files should just radically be released in all
Yes,
cases.
you do.
No, I certainly don't believe that. That's why.
Yes, you do.
That's why I assure you I don't.
I assure you, you did.
No, well,
If
if you say so.
release the
No,
entire Trump campaign. Release the files. Release the files.
Have you ever?
He's in them.
Hey,
don't release the files. Hold the.
Have you ever heard me say that we should release all criminal files?
There
you go. But
why do
you're
you
certain you know
say
what I
you
believe.
have evidence if the files have not been released? Tell me that. Where's your evidence coming
that the files haven't been released?
Not to mention, you
Call
don't
me
have
crazy.
evidence. All you have are accusations.
I don't know who I'm talking to, but call me crazy. But when you
You're
fight
crazy.
to not have evidence released, I look at that as evidence of you hiding some shit. And when the shit you're talking about is raping children, I think maybe you're raping children. So if
And
you're
you're gonna go
innocent,
to jail for
release
that
the
if you
goddamn
say it
files.
publicly.
Yeah.
If you're innocent, release the goddamn files.
One, we don't release all random accusations in all criminal proceedings. We do it basically
It
none
was
of the
your-
time
it was
because
your guy's idea.
I'm
He
happy
ran
to
on
explain this to you
I'm
because in our
all
system
ears,
of
brother.
justice, people are innocent until proven guilty, and that's why you
Yes,
have trials.
they are.
Second of all, the people who were seriously implicated in the Epstein ring, both of them were arrested by Donald Trump, not by Obama, not by Joe Biden, by Trump. It was Trump and Maxwell. The four other co-conspirators who trafficked the girls who we could have arrested, we can't because they were protected by a non-prosecution agreement long before Trump entered the scene. But even beyond all of that, the files were only released under Trump, not under Biden, who easily could have done it.
So number one, so I'm gonna respond to you. Number one, you mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell, who Trump has been given lots of deals to. She's been out of prison on work release.
Lots of deals?
Yes.
What deals?
Yes. She got moved to a minimum security prison. You know, maybe that was
She's not like a face tattooed gangster or something. She's not going to.
She's a child trafficking rapist.
Are you
pedophile
downplaying
apologist.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm saying she's not like a
what
threat
are we
to her
doing
fellows.
You pedophile apologist. She trafficked children. Now, you. You said she was found guilty, and what she's found guilty of is trafficking children. So then you say she's not a attachment.
Yeah, look, I am glad that after Joe Biden did basically nothing, and after
Why do
Obama
I
did
give
nothing.
a about Joe Biden?
I'm just pointing out that the Republicans.
I don't give a about Joe Biden.
Did Joe Biden ever campaign against unreleased?
Hold on, hold on.
What about Biden? Was about releasing the Epstein files.
I'm just pointing out, you're making a bunch of completely nonsense, unsubstantiated claims about Trump.
Nonsense.
And
You're accused of child.
Hold on.
There's
You
files
have a
that could
very
exonerate you.
difficult time.
You don't exonerate them.
You have, Mr. Giant, you have a very difficult time conversing with people because you don't know how to listen and you don't hear things when they go in your ear. So let me try to explain
therapist
this to
Michael.
You don't. let me
Thank you,
explain this to
therapist Michael.
I'm trying to help you, but some people are a little beyond
You're
that.
not. You know,
The
you
point.
need to learn how to. Yeah, it is. You need to learn how to listen. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
You're not
all right.
listening.
Nick, you're up.
Okay,
you're
okay, I have a
talking over
question.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Someone
Thank you.
finally
Thank you,
said
Walter.
it.
I have a question. I'm very sorry to interrupt from the VIP section.
Yes.
It's very comfortable over here. But I have a very legitimate question. I hope I can get a very calm and collected answer to this. I was listening recently to a very liberal-leaning podcast. I won't say what for legal purposes, but it rhymes with Schmod Pave Pamerica. Okay, I was listening to it. You don't, okay. I was listening to it recently, and they were talking about the Epstein files. I'm really actually searching for a real answer to this.
Yeah.
And they brought up the fact that people ask, why were the files not released under the Biden administration? Why were they not released? Because if there was conclusive damning evidence against Trump, I'm sorry to say damning.
Or anything.
Or anything. Why did Biden not release it? And the people on that podcast kind of scoffed at the idea of that question.
Hold on. You guys have to let people finish the
But they kind of scoffed at the idea that anyone would ask that question. But really, I really am, in the spirit of finding, I really don't know the answer to that question. If there was damning evidence against President Trump that was conclusive and probative evidence that Trump had done something, why did the Biden administration not release that evidence? Because they did everything else. I mean, with the Steele dossier and everything, they did everything, every dirty trick they could against Trump. So why did they not release that stuff if there was something? Like, people kind of scoff that question. I really don't know the answer.
Can you say it a fourth time? Because the first three I didn't hear. We got it, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically...
Do you want me to say it again real quick?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Go ahead. Let the guy cook.
Okay, so if I ask you, if I say, hey, there's this entire pedo ring these guys were running the world, working with Mossad, and your initial response is, but what about the Democrats? That's the wrong response.
But that's not his question.
Okay, so but let's go to your response. Okay, so let's follow the logic here. So the Democrats were covering for Donald Trump.
No. That's
they
not
were-
his implication either.
No, I'm following your logic.
That's not his logic.
Wait.
What he's
Okay.
saying is there's no
There
evidence
were-
against
there-
Trump.
There were how many open investigations during the Biden administration? This is right now is the best time. There's no open investigations pending for the Epstein files. So this is the time. There's never been like what a time to be alive. There's never been
Okay,
a better
are
time.
you going to answer his
release the
question or
right-
not?
Because
no,
there were open
Mr. Giant, are you going to answer
there
his
were
question?
open investigations.
Okay, all right. All right,
I
good.
don't want you to get upset, Michael. when
That's good.
talk
I
out of
want to
turn.
be able to hear your beautiful opinion.
You're
Yeah,
interrupting
right.
everyone.
I know. So so if there's evidence of a crime, what's actually supposed to happen is a law enforcement agency is supposed to investigate that crime and hold people accountable. I can't think before Epstein, what's another file that's been released by the government?
Yeah, not a lot. They
Never.
delayed the Kennedy.
The
Right. That's why
answer's-
Trump
the
is the most
answer's none.
transparent president in American history.
Thank
Right.
you- Thank you for walking me right to my point. Good job, therapist Michael.
Yeah.
So watch this. So Trump ran. Listen, Trump ran. I'm answering your question, brother. Trump ran on a
He's
campaign
not
of-
answering your question.
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's see.
Are you going to let me finish this time?
Doesn't matter you,
love
Michael.
to. I'd
Let
love
the
to.
let
I'm
the
not your
ginger
wife,
answer.
Michael. Let me
All right.
finish.
I'd love
Listen.
Is the way shine of sight.
So Trump ran on a campaign of, I'm going to release the Kennedy files. I'm going to release the MLK files. He ran on a campaign to release these files. I disagree with that, to be fair with you. I think it should be handled by law enforcement. So never before in American history have we released files, but that motherfucker ran on it. So either shit or get off the pot. So
Wait, so they
when you
should-
say,
so
hang on,
Trump
I'm
should not?
finished, Michael.
They should not. Trump should not release the files.
He ran on it.
But should he or should he not release?
Yeah,
the files?
at this point, yeah.
But Biden should not release the files. Biden should not release the files, but Trump
What
should.
should
Got
happen
it.
is
Okay.
the FBI should
All right.
investigate criminals, right? Right or wrong?
I agree.
Isn't that why Ghislaine Maxwell was put in prison?
Yeah, because
When was
Trump,
that? What
Trump
year was that?
arrested
What
her.
year was that?
Trump. It was the end of Trump. So it was what 2019, 2020.
When did she go to prison? 2021.
Well, she was convicted later, but she was arrested during the
Yeah,
Trump.
correct. But 2021 she went to prison.
Yeah, she was arrested
So
and
it was an
prosecuted
open.
under Trump.
So it was an
Yeah.
open investigation in 2021.
Yeah, yeah.
And who-
All right.
and who
I
was
guess it's
president
over.
in 2021?
All right, neither of them are going to answer the question. Up to you.
I answered the question.
You did not.
You just don't like my answer.
You didn't. You didn't answer. Your answer was Biden should not have released the files,
Nope,
but
didn't
Trump
say that.
should.
No, didn't
Nope,
say that.
didn't say that.
Question.
Run that tape back.
Yeah, run the plates back.
4. Round 2. All right. Mr. Jolly, what is your topic?
I thought you would never ask. I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America. Make my case.
All right, what's your case?
Okay. So currently what we're seeing across the country is immigration, customs enforcement bypassing a lot of constitutional norms.
Fifth Amendment.
Hang on, brother.
Yeah.
Bypassing a lot of jurisprudence. We're seeing them arrest people for merely protesting their presence. We're seeing them deport people without the due process of immigration court. We're seeing them put people in inhumane conditions, a violation of the 8th Amendment. These are 4th Amendment violations, 1st Amendment. So we're seeing a lot of constitutional overreach. We saw the murder of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. Whether you want to decide that that was a justified murder or not, what's supposed to happen is an investigation. There's a process in place for that. There's the federal and state communication in that investigation. We saw the federal government shut that down. So when you see all of this literal trampling on the Constitution, all under the guise that we're being invaded by immigrants and that there's a 20, 30 million, whatever number you choose,
What's up?
illegal
Hi.
immigrants here that are committing all this
How's it going?
crime. I argue there's no statistics
What's up?
to back that up. I argue there's no
You have an app?
immigration crisis. Can I
Oh.
finish? I argue there's no immigration crisis in America that would justify us trampling over the Constitution to fix the problem.
Okay, can I ask you before I give my rebuttal?
Sure, man.
What was your actual prompt?
I f***ing read it.
Can you repeat it?
Okay, cool, man.
Hmm?
I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10
I don't
problems
think
facing
so.
America.
Okay,
No. No, just me, all by
I
myself.
can't help but observe that you read that prompt and you say, this is my thesis, and then you made a bunch of arguments that have nothing to do with that thesis. You said that the immigration enforcement's unconstitutional. You said that they're murdering people. You said that they're unjust to the migrants. What'd you say?
This is your rebuttal to my argument?
Well,
So
no, you did not make your argument, is the point I'm
What I'm saying
making.
is, when we suspend constitutional liberties, there needs to be a justified reason.
But that's not your argument
That
that you
is
made.
my argument. I'm telling you.
Hold on, read that sheet of paper again.
I didn't print this piece of paper off.
But you wrote the question.
No. In my original write-up,
Yeah.
I have way more than this.
Okay, let me
This is
just-
what your producers decided for me.
Okay.
So I'm reading it, but I'm telling you my fucking argument. But if we listen, I know you're scared to debate it, but
I'm trying to debate your point.
I'm making the point.
What is your okay? I'll try to take multiple points here.
Okay.
So you say that immigration's not a top issue for Americans, right?
Correct.
That's your claim. Okay.
Correct.
So that would seem to be belied by every public opinion survey for the last 2 years or so. If you
It's
go
not moving.
back, not only is it in the top 10, it's usually in the top 3. You've got Gallup multiple times. You've got Convention of the Americas, Council of the Americas say it's number 1. You then have Gallup, Ipsos, CBS, YouGov. You've got Harvard-Harris repeatedly saying it's number 2. This is before the election and after the election. And then when it's not number 1 and number 2, it's number 3 for Americans, which is why Trump won the popular vote on running on immigration
Right, those are
in
what?
2024.
Opinion polls, right?
They're opinion polls.
Right. I said it's not an issue facing America. In real life, those same opinion polls, I believe America's like number 2 in the world for people who believe in angels, right? So like me, so
I also believe in angels,
Okay,
because
cool.
they exist.
No,
but,
that's
yeah.
fine. I'm not bashing your belief.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
You're just pointing out that Americans believe a true thing.
No,
You're right. We believe a lot of true things.
Are you
You're
letting
right.
me finish? You're
Yeah.
scared, right? So what I'm saying is, you can't use an opinion poll as your backup that this is actually an issue facing America.
Do you think that Americans have the right to self-government?
Huh?
Sure.
Yeah, not
Okay,
bad.
Do you think that Americans
Yeah,
have
Subway.
the ability
Can you
and the
make a
right?
point? Are you
excuse
gonna
me,
ask? No, I don't want to
do you
answer
have
your question.
Do you think
Make a
Americans
point.
have the
Don't ask me a
ability and the
question.
right to
This
perceive
isn't
the
an
problems in their
interrogation.
country?
Make your rebuttal. I'm not under
That's
interrogation.
part of my rebuttal.
Then make your point.
So you said that this is not a big issue facing America.
Nope.
I said, whatever you said there that you tried to read a couple times,
Huh?
whatever you said there.
I get it. Short-term memory, brother.
What time?
It's
wanna
written
hold
down.
it? Here,
Yeah,
you
I'd like
hold
to
it.
read it.
You hold it.
I
Okay.
do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America. America repeatedly says it's number 1, and they voted for Trump
In
with a popular
opinion
vote
polls,
on
in
immigration.
opinion polls,
Yes.
in real life, it's
That's
not.
that's what the Americans think about their problems. Yes.
No, that's what you think.
Undocumented immigrants
No,
is
that's
not
what
why
the
you can't
Americans
buy a
think in their
house.
opinion polls.
BlackRock is why you can't buy a
Gallup,
house.
Ipsos,
Okay.
Harvard-Harris,
Huh?
CBS.
You're just saying.
How many undocumented
What do you
immigrants
mean?
work at
Sure.
BlackRock?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. What
An
our pal's
opinion poll-
interjecting here?
Opinion poll has all to do with facts.
Your confusion is that problems facing Americans are perceived by the Americans themselves because we have a
The
self-government.
problems facing America are low income, no health care, education system, poor infrastructure, housing crisis, costs, all of these things. Every American here, I don't care what your partisan politics are, everybody in here knows we don't get paid enough. We work hard for our money. We don't get to go to the hospital when we're sick. Half of us have to choose between dying of diabetes.
Illegals go for free. That's true. If you were an illegal alien, you could go to the hospital for free. Unfortunately, you're an American. It's tougher for you.
So hang on, stop. How do illegal aliens go to the hospital for free? How do they do it?
They show up to the hospital and they go for free.
Where? What hospital? How?
Any hospital in
Nope,
America.
there's an answer to this question. Hang on. There's an answer to this question. How does an illegal alien go to the hospital for free?
He probably hitches a ride with Paco, his roommate, and then he shows up and he says, "Hola, I would like some medicino, por
How
favor."
does someone who's here illegally go to the hospital for free?
He just does. He walks in the door.
The answer to the question Michael can't answer is he goes to the emergency room.
That's the hospital.
Right.
Yeah,
You can do that too. So when you say that we can't do it, that's a lie.
Yeah, but we get charged.
Illegal
We get charged, and we pay for it through our insurance premiums.
Everybody pays for it. Illegals have a net
Illegals
hospital
don't pay insurance premiums. They don't.
Neither do anybody that goes to the ER.
I pay
so you're
insurance
making a
premiums.
disingenuous
When I go, I
statement.
pay insurance premiums. I can go to the ER.
Okay, what about all the people that pay into all the government programs they can't take advantage of because they're undocumented?
The illegal aliens are net takers on welfare
No, they're not.
by a country mile. They are.
That's factually untrue.
61% of immigrant-led households.
So when you say they can
are
go to
net
the hospital and we can't, it's a disingenuous lie.
No,
and when you
that's
talk
the point
about how
no,
much
for free.
when you talk
That's
about how much medical debt in America is contributed to undocumented, it's less than 2%.
Right, they just
So if
take
we had
it.
a better
They
healthcare
just
system,
take it.
if
They
we had a
don't
better
encourage it.
healthcare system, if we had a better healthcare system, then everybody would go to the hospital and there would be no medical debt. But instead we let insurance companies rip us while you complain about fake ass problems.
Yeah. But Michael, how much do you think undocumented immigrants pay in taxes every year?
Well, it depends on what kind of tax.
Yeah. How much do you think they pay in income tax every year?
Well,
how much do you think they pay into Social Security, Medicaid?
You're talking about the ones who commit federal crimes by stealing Social Security numbers to pay into them?
I'm talking about ones who get an ITIN number.
Oh, okay, all right.
ITIN.
Yeah,
That is perfectly. That is undocumented immigrants.
Some illegal aliens. No, then I'll answer your question.
ITIN.
Some illegal aliens. I'll answer your question if you want. Some illegal aliens do pay some taxes, but they're net takers on our social welfare system.
That's not true.
Okay, we have a question? Question from the microphone.
The real topic, in my opinion, who here thinks that white people are being replaced?
Like, you mean are the demographic shifting in America to reduce the proportion of white people? Yeah, for sure,
replaced.
obviously.
There we go. Okay, that's the real conversation behind all of this. Because we've, progressives have gone back and forth saying they're a net positive, they don't commit crime, they do all this.
We're just pointing out it's a violation of federal law.
However, the biggest issue underlying all of this is we are being replaced. Okay, you have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class.
Oh,
okay,
brother.
they have fed you this lie. Okay, they love the Epstein class, the billionaire class loves that you're focusing on immigrants, not the corporate oligarchy right now. They love it.
Corporate oligarchs do love mass migration. They do. They support
love
it.
that you're talking about this. They love when you put smoke screens up. They love when you're talking about trans people. They adore it. It gives them political and social cover. You've been fed a lie of racial capitalism, that the more one person gets, more one marginalized group gets, the less everyone else gets. Yeah, that's the lie you've been fed.
Okay, so hold on.
Racial
I have a little. Okay, I have another thought. So it seems to me we should close the border and enforce federal immigration law that both parties have passed, because that's the law and that's conducive to the common good, and that's what self-governments are supposed to do. At no point have I ever been whispered to by the racially capitalist Epstein class that tries to hypnotize me into talking about transvestite Venezuelans in order to, I think it's a little simpler than that.
The billionaire class loves when you bring up transvestite Venezuelans and do all.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what.
Stuff.
We didn't bring up the trannies. We didn't bring up the trannies.
You're about to.
The left brought up the trannies, and we responded. So if you guys just lay off and stop trying to push the tranny stuff, I won't talk about it, and then your Epstein billionaire class won't have anything on us.
Dude, your viewership will drop overnight.
If we don't talk about the trannies?
Dude, what would Daily Wire be if they stopped talking about trans
You guys
people?
are obsessed with
I don't know.
We'd be done. They'd be
you especially.
So, I'm a mackerel snapping papist as well. So, from my end, I believe that every human deserves the dignity and respect that is deserved because God gave that to us. That being said, there are things that other people do that take the dignity and respect away from everybody else that is also here currently. Example being, if you take the immigration issue, which you say is not a big issue, and then talked about how it's a big issue, but if you take that into account, you realize that when you have an infrastructure here that has not been built to withstand 20 million people that came here, some of which, majority of which, depending on which figures you look at, came here in the last 4 years, we don't have the ability to maintain that from a housing perspective, from a food perspective, from an economy perspective, from a healthcare perspective. That is now disrespecting all the people that are here legally and that have gone through the processes appropriately. I have love and respect for all those people that have came here illegally, as I care for them as human beings. However, if you're not coming here legally going through the right process, it disrupts everything else going on. So if you want to talk about the dignity and respect of all those people that are struggling to afford rent, struggling to afford mortgages, struggling to afford groceries, that are here and have been born here for 3-4 generations, those people are having their rights disposed of based off people that are coming here illegally. So I understand your whole argument is supposed to be it's not a big argument. That's because maybe you're losing the argument, but that's not a reality because it's hurting so many people that are here. I'm actually not from here. I'm from Minnesota, actually from California originally.
You don't look Somali. That's so strange.
I know, right?
Interesting.
But I've seen all of this happen, and don't get me wrong, I have the heart for people. I want to do all of these great things for people that come and want the help. However, we also have to keep in mind the dignity and respect to everybody else around us. And when we just completely throw that out the window for a few million people, you disregard the other 310 million people that are here.
Okay, so can I respond?
Yes, respond to that.
All right.
And just because so
hey,
far
brother,
there
can I
hasn't
respond
been any
now?
just because there hasn't been any evidence actually thrown out there today, remember that 6 out of 10 women that came across the border were raped or sexually assaulted, most of them young girls.
Yeah.
So that's the first piece of evidence. You guys haven't done any of that today. That's a huge respect issue. And to me, that bothers me way more than almost anything else about everything else, is that you're allowing these women to be raped and sexually assaulted.
All right, what say you? What say you?
I can answer? Okay, finally. So check it out. So I hear what you're saying. If you come here illegally, this, that, the problem is, number one, I'm going to say 3 things. Number one, ICE is detaining people who came here legally. ICE is detaining people from courthouses that are going through the legal process. ICE is detaining people who have, you might not like this fact, and I don't give
Feeling
a
poopy
it's
today?
real life. ICE is detaining people who've been here legally for 10, 20 years. ICE is detaining people who are Native American to this land. Like, where are you going to deport them? They're indigenous to this land.
What's making you think about this today?
The problem is ICE is not simply kicking out people who are here illegally. Also, the other side of this conversation, which we pointed out with Reagan earlier, a conversation that's been happening for 40 years, is what if you're not here, you're not a criminal, you're not violent? Can we just have a pathway to citizenship? That conversation's thrown out the window because
the Democrats betrayed Reagan on it.
Because these people are contributing to society. They are working. You got to pick your poison. They can't be getting detained from workplaces and they're living on welfare. Pick your fucking struggle.
They're literally doing both. Yeah, they're working illegally and they're using our welfare.
I'll say about that.
So you can do better.
The last thing I'll say about this gentleman's
question.
Hang on. The last thing I'll say about the gentleman's question is, we got tons of money to go to war whenever, wherever. I'm a veteran of this country. I served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay? And we got tons of money to go to war. We got tons of money to bomb Syria. And I watch homeless vets die on the streets of America every fucking day. And you're not taking a single dime out of any of that defense budget to get them off the streets. So if you say to me, we'll get the illegals out and solve all the problems, you're a fucking liar. It goes back to unhinged late-stage capitalism that's leaving people hungry, poor, and homeless.
Like the main thing?
Here's the other part. Okay,
Yeah, that
we
makes
talked
sense.
about coming here legally. The agency that does legal pathway to citizenship, USCIS, that agency under Trump has been defunded.
Thank goodness.
That is the agency.
We take
that
way
helps
too
you
many
do
legal immigrants.
Legal pathways to citizenship.
Right, we need less of that too.
You need less.
Much less legal immigration.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
much less.
Okay.
We take way. It's 1 million a year, and then 3 million illegal. It's way too much.
I'm glad you're just being honest because the whole
I'm always
point is
honest. What are you
we're
talking
fine with legal immigration. So I'm glad you're fine.
No,
with
I
being
want
honest
much
to
less
say,
legal immigration.
Legal immigration. We don't want any immigration.
No,
at
just
all.
a little bit, only a tiny little bit. That's
There
true.
you go.
Now, to your point,
I actually applaud your honesty. It's I love having.
You should
an
listen to my
honest
show more often. I'm
conversation.
very honest.
You know.
To your point, you made an interesting point, which is what about just very quickly, just to give the devil his due. You're very right. You know the not just veterans who are homeless, who are being left out because of drug addiction, because of untreated PTSD, because of a bad economy, but even other poorer Americans who are just going through a lot of problems. This is a big issue. It is worth pointing out that one of the biggest issues, specifically dealing with homelessness and housing prices, one of the biggest drivers is mass migration. This is agreed to. It is. So
where?
Well, in New York,
where?
I'm happy to answer. In New York and California, 100% of the rise in housing in rental prices.
100%.
100. I'm happy to.
100%. Your rent has gone up. 100%.
No, you didn't let me finish my sentence.
No. 100%.
He doesn't want to hear the answer.
It's not a bad thing,
this
right?
proves his point.
You're telling me that rent has gone up because of legal immigrants, and that is 100%.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you listen, you might be able to hear the point I'm making. Okay, so the point very quickly before Mr. Tourette's over here interrupts again is that the point over here is that 100% of the increase in rental prices in New York and California.
100% of the rent.
All right.
I want to hear
He doesn't want to hear
the shit.
Okay.
Come on,
I'll try to finish it.
Tell you what, like,
100%
if
of the rental increases in New York and California.
I think it's
are
impossible
attributable
to
mass
live your
migration.
life without
now, New York
any
and
kind of
California
regrets.
are particularly bad for this, but 60% of the rental increases nationwide are attributable to mass
I mean, I know what
migration.
you're feeling.
By
'cause,
the
like,
way, of the economic models,
I wish
is
I
that
had, like,
6 months in a row,
you know,
month over month, rental prices have declined.
like stood up for
directly
myself more.
corresponding with the
You know,
mass
when I went to go see my
How
dad
do you
instead of just
explain that?
leaving like I did. You know
Causation.
what I mean?
Can I explain it?
So I get it.
You can. I don't know if he can, but you can.
a month.
You asked me a question.
Immigrants.
Hang on. There was a study done one summer where the amount
I think the
of
important
ice cream
thing is, like,
sales
don't
went
dwell
up
on it.
and the amount of
I mean-
thief went up. Does that mean that more ice cream sales mean more thieves?
Like
you're
taking two things and you're
But
saying
do
that
you
the
believe-
causation and the correlation are equal, and they're not.
But sometimes there are correlations,
Sometimes
right?
there are. In this case, there's not.
So how do you explain 6-month, month-over-month declines in rental prices?
You would have
directly corresponding, even though you say it wasn't caused by, but directly corresponding to mass deportations. How do you explain it?
Reframe the question.
6-month, month-over-month decreases in the cost of housing directly correlated to removing the people who take up all the housing.
I don't think they're correlated at all.
Let me.
They're not correlated. You're making them correlated.
Hold on. Let me. I'll put it in
At
even.
the same time,
I'll put
more
it even
people
simpler
bought
terms.
blue cars.
I'll put it.
Like you're just taking two
Yeah.
things and making them
I'm
correlated.
taking two things that seem like they're related, and
They
I'll at
seem
least,
like they're related.
And I'll at least
But
point out.
who made them related? You did.
I'm trying to ask. No, I think they are related.
You could
But
say
hold on,
20,
I'm
30%.
just trying to clarify this for you guys.
And it would sound, you said 100% of rental increases in New York City are
No,
from
New York State and California. You still were not listening, even after like the fourth time I said it. You still weren't listening.
I was being
to your
generous.
point. Hold on,
That's
Mr.
even
Giant.
dumber.
Mr.
New
Giant
York-
is engaging
no,
a little bit more here.
Michael,
so hold on.
stop.
Let me. Hold on.
New York
No.
State and
Hold on.
California,
I'm trying to make this point for
100% of the rental increases. As a 2-bedroom in my town costs $12,000. Like, not. And that is because of immigrants.
In part, yeah.
There is a high-rise.
What do you mean I wasn't going to talk anything to my dad? Can you explain what that means?
$12,000 because of immigrants.
You know,
It
Lent
was $8,000 last year.
Lent is a
New
time
York-
when we're told to practice patience, and I'm doing my very best.
You said 100%.
I have a question for the gentleman in the redneck costume. I saw that you made a claim that was to the effect of, Americans and the issues we're facing, immigration is not even within the top 10. And you immediately cited the Constitution when making this claim.
I don't understand
I
why
would like
that's
to
the difference,
know
though.
if you can recite, and I know we had a little bit of an issue earlier with our citations. Do you happen to know what is written at the top of the Constitution in a section known as the preamble?
I mean, it's not a competition.
We the people.
Okay, thank you. After that, there is, believe it or not, additional language. And
Hang on. Are you wanting me to recite the entire preamble? Hang on. Are you wanting me to recite the entire preamble of the Constitution? This is your question? So, am I in 3rd grade history class? What's your question?
Do you still have it memorized? I don't know.
Is that the
We the people in the form of one perfect union. Come on, just what's the fucking question, guys?
Try getting it out. I don't know if they're going to put this
Yeah,
on.
first of all, I raised my right hand and I swore to defend that Constitution. So you, I do
Who,
know
your
it.
dad?
What's your goddamn question?
Well, what you don't know is that it is written specifically
Talk-
for
what do you mean he doesn't know how to
ourselves,
talk?
our posterity, which is to say Americans and their direct descendants, not foreigners and illegal aliens.
Hang on. So I have a rebuttal to that. I have a rebuttal to that. You said it's written for Americans and their direct descendants. No, first of all, you made that part up. That's your opinion. No. What is Americans and
Yeah,
their
because I don't
direct
worry about it.
descendants?
Like,
Your grandparents, great-grandparents weren't here when this Constitution was written.
Mine were.
it's like,
Yeah,
I guess, I think what you're trying to say is, it's easier for me to come to terms with my decision, even if it wasn't a good decision. Like, or even if.
Written by and for Americans and their posterity to say that
When did your family come to this country?
1620 on the Mayflower, baby, which is a great cigar. It's a delicious cigar.
When did your family come?
You invoked the Constitution, which was written by and for
When did your family get here?
to say that posterity.
What makes you an American?
When did your family get here?
Lower levels of all immigration, both legal and illegal. That posterity has said that. It says they are wrong, and I'm using the document that was written specifically for them to actually side with illegal aliens for whom it was not written. How do you square that? That was my question.
There's multiple times throughout the Constitution where it talks about persons and not citizens. So you don't have to be a citizen of America. Hang on, I know facts suck, but you don't have to be a citizen of America for certain parts of the country to apply to you. You quoted the preamble as if that was the whole story, just like a conservative to read the headline and not the story. But there are plenty of times throughout the Constitution where it says persons and not citizen. That's because you don't have to be a citizen for it to apply to you. One of those times, Michael, is due process. The thing that currently immigrants are not getting.
They're
So
getting,
when you
they're
want to
getting
quote
plenty of
the
due process. They're
Constitution
getting
to
too
me
much
and
due
leave out
process,
the
if you ask
convenient
me.
part,
I think we need a little bit less of that due process. Okay, so at the end of that round, where we were debating something, I think, who do we think won the round? Was it John Doyle? Was that people say it's? Was it any of the other?
John Doyle wins, and he also has to deport himself at the end. Like, is that what you get for winning? He's saying that if you shouldn't be, he's arguing.
John
against
Doyle
himself
is being naturalized into the VIP table right now. Congratulations, John. A news is it my it's my topic now. Let's see how many words I can get out. My argument is that we need common sense trans control.
This is the Daily Wire, so like, you're famous for the question, the what is a woman question.
Yeah, that's one of the things. No, that's more my colleague. That's more my colleague. That's Mr. Walsh. What's a woman? I think a woman is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Okay.
That's my honest
No, but
answer.
okay.
That's my honest answer.
So a caramel latte.
Yeah, that's a little effeminate.
That's just a drink, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No,
so,
but
so you think it's on a spectrum then?
No, I think
Okay,
that
so what is a
women
woman?
are at least their biology, but I think a woman is more than her biology. So some conservatives like to say that a woman is an adult female human being. I don't agree with that. I think
Thank
that's
you.
reductive and materialist. Yeah. I think a woman is at least a female human being, but I think a woman is more than that. That's why I say a woman, I think, is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Well, see, I think we actually are approaching similar things.
Yeah, we agree that gender is slightly different. I agree.
So wait, so it's like a woman is a biological state of being that is also socially experienced.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And so my thing is with the whole trans satanic panic right now is your daughter, if she runs too fast, throws too hard, jumps too far, hits too hard, she will be transvestigated.
Yeah,
by a
I
group
agree.
of online adult men.
Yeah.
They're gonna transvestigate your daughter.
I
if
totally
she
agree with
plays
this point.
Too well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good
yes,
point.
thank you. They will transvestigate.
So you agree with transvestigations?
Well, I think transvestigation is very bad. But oh, I'm sorry. When you said transvestigation, I thought the point you were making was that if a girl runs a little too fast or hits the ball a little too well, she will be told that she is actually a woman or actually a man and be transitioned by her teachers and by society.
The entire online.
Oh, then never mind. That's
you
not true.
actually know what's happening. The entire online community will get together and go, I don't know, is that really a man? Is your daughter really a man?
Now, the thing is, they won't because you can tell. You can actually just tell is the thing. And they pretend you can't tell.
You can just tell.
You can't tell.
You can.
You can.
I think you can. Okay.
I know plenty of people you would never tell. You could never tell.
If you told me right now that you're a woman.
And the only way you would know, Michael, is if you check their pants, which what I think you're actually obsessed with.
Yeah.
People's dick.
This is what
I
I always
think you're
say.
obsessed with what people. Listen, if somebody comes up to you.
Very homophobic, by the way. Isn't that very? It's a very homophobic.
How's that homophobic?
Because this is what the libs do.
I never
The
brought
libs
up being gay. I never brought it up. I think that if somebody comes up to you,
said I want to
if
look
somebody
at
comes up to you
phallus.
and they present a way, and there's no way you can tell because there's plenty of people you can't tell, then the only way you would verify is look in their pants.
I actually no. I want
I know.
low information voters to vote.
I know you do. I know you want low
I
information
don't
voters
care
to vote.
if you- I don't
But
care.
I, a Republican, want smart voters to vote.
No,
So
you
I guess
want-
we're at an
you want
impasse.
Wealthy landowners to be able to vote. That's it.
Wealthy
You have a
landowners.
constitutional right to vote, don't you?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
constitutional
people
right.
do have a constitution.
Okay.
Well, not the illegals who are voting, but some people
They're
have a
not voting.
constitutional
Yeah,
right
they're
to
not
vote.
voting. You
There's
actually
mass
don't have proof
evidence
of
that that's not a real
You
problem.
don't have proof of that.
Yeah.
Multiple mayors in the last year have been removed from office because not only did they vote illegally, but they held office illegally. Multiple mayors in the United States.
Is that
Okay.
proof that? Anyway, go.
Yeah,
So first of all, fetuses in the womb are not children; they're fetuses.
What?
Are we going to debate abortion? We're going to debate abortion now. Okay.
What?
We're gonna debate
What
abortion
is
now.
what does
That
fetus
denies
mean?
all
What
science.
does it mean? The original Latin root doesn't have to do with what it is.
I'm just asking you what it means.
A fetus is a preborn child.
It doesn't mean
A preborn child. You're right. I agree. A fetus is a child. You're right.
And when does it become a child? When does it become a child? When does it
You
become
just
a child?
said it's a child, not me. You just said it.
Yeah,
Preborn. Hasn't been
preborn.
born
Yeah,
yet.
it's going to be a child.
Preborn is
So
an
when
adjective.
it's born,
Child is a
when
noun.
it's
You
born,
said
I'll
he's a
capitulate
child.
it's a child. Try to get past this boring ass points so we can have a real conversation.
Oh, okay. Let's have a real conversation.
Yeah, let's have a real
so
conversation.
abortion kills
No,
a child.
Abortion laws have been proven to kill more women than children, period.
Well, it's killed
Yes.
70 million
Yes.
children in the.
Yes, because no child dies during abortion.
You just admitted that
No,
abortion
no, I
kills
said
a
it's
child.
Fetus. No, I didn't. I said it's a fetus.
And then you said a fetus is a child.
Because that's what you wanted me to say, right? So I want to get past
You just said it. You just said it. I don't. Wow.
Talking to motherfucking conservatives
That's
is like
Michael.
blowing yourself in the head with
Michael.
a hammer.
That is crazy.
No, let's do it. Hey, do it, Michael. So you're in a burning building. There's 2 rooms.
Yeah.
One is a 6-month-old baby. The other room is 100,000 embryos. Which one? You can only go into one room.
Right.
Which one do you do?
So my view of ethics is not a utilitarian or consequentialist view of ethics. My view of ethics comes from...
No,
So you don't want to answer
fire's
the
going
question.
on. Come on, you gotta
Got
choose, Michael.
People are burning, Michael.
Fire, it's burning.
So the answer is...
Oh, come on. Where are you going?
I would move to save the child who was closest
Who
to
was
me
already born,
because
got
of
it.
the order of charity.
sense.
No, well, not
The child that's
necessarily.
already born.
The
Cool,
child
got
who
it.
is closest
Got
to
it.
me, because we have a greater responsibility to the people who are closest to us. Just like a human
That
being has
facilitates
a
our
greater
argument,
responsibility to his own children than to the children of
Yeah,
others.
it does.
So the newborn is dying because you were closer to the embryos.
If it's my embryos, and I had to choose in this crazy hypothetical, I guess I would choose my kids over someone else's kids, though I'd like to save all of them. And if the libs weren't selling human life like this, we wouldn't have to choose.
Oh, that was painful.
It's Josh Johnson in 3D!
Ooh, I'm in 3D. Good popcorn.
I flew in today, which was, yeah, it was. I got to the airport and I was like, all right, people said it would be bad, but I don't know if it'll be that bad. You know what I mean? Like, and then I got there and I was like, they didn't tell me everybody would be here. They didn't tell me the whole city had a flight today. There was not room in the airport. I get to the airport and the sliding doors open and there's just somebody standing there like, no, you good where you are, just, it'll move along soon. I had everything I was supposed to have, you know, went ahead and got in line. And it moved. TSA was doing their best. The line was moving. It was just so many people, I didn't know where we were going. Do you know what I mean? Like, we were in such a long line that the end of the line could have been a slaughterhouse. I have no idea. Like, this could have been, I was like, this must be how sheep feel. This is crazy. I don't even see where the TSA, they might be leading us out of the airport. And then while I was in line, I witnessed a couple of tragedies. Part of it is that, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. You can't give everybody the panic advice. Do you know what I mean? You clearly have to get to the airport earlier than you've been getting to the airport. But when you say on the news that everyone should get there at least 4 hours earlier, people who don't even have a flight that day will show up and be like, they said to get here early. Your ticket won't even scan today, sir, because your flight is not today, sir. And now you've made everyone late. Now it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy because then you get there and there are people who do not have a flight until like now. I'm here. Like, there are people who didn't have a flight for like 16 hours, so they're like, I don't want to miss it. So it's like, now you're in the way of the people who actually have a flight at 8 a.m. So now people are missing their flight for people who don't fly today. So then none of the planes need to go. It was terrible. No one knew which line to stand in because there were 4 separate lines. There was like general, regular, there was pre-check, there was like sky priority, and then there was the touchless. And they were all long. But they just had different things happen when you got to security. But they were all incredibly long. And so no one knows where they're standing. There were some people that were like, I think I'm in the touchless line. I'm about to find out. What a terrible game show to play. Will you or won't you make the funeral? The line was so long. look. It was early. I've tried to fly out as early as possible so I can make it. And so I was there very early. It was so early that I know this probably didn't happen the way it happened in my head. But when I tell you I got in line and I saw a baby. And then about halfway through the line, I'm sure that was the baby's brother. But the baby was gone. And so now I'm like, wait. It was like in The Lion King when they just gave Simba those extra 10 years real quick in the middle of Hakuna Matata. And he wasn't fully grown yet, but you were like, all right, that was a leap. No, it was bad. It was very bad. People losing their patience. There's something about screaming at the airport where not only does nobody take you seriously, but no one comes to help you. Like if somebody busts out screaming on the street, some people might stop and stare, some people might come over to help. Screaming at the airport, you aren't sure. You're like, okay, is this a scream out of like you the first person to notice something and we should all be screaming? Or are you just a future no-fly list individual? Dude screamed out of frustration. Nothing had happened to him. He just been in line, I guess, since yesterday. And he goes to scream, but the scream, it's unfortunate. I hate when people have a funny scream because they're in distress. You don't want to laugh at someone in distress, but it's too good. This man was over here in line. Nothing happening to him. The line just not moving. And he goes, every once in a while you read a story like the story of the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae and everything. And in a story like that, they'll talk about how Leonidas, defiant till the end, attacking Xerxes' army and let out a roar that was reminiscent of Hercules. And then you have Dave. And Dave has a roar let out from 2.5 hours of waiting. Not exactly the same as being boxed in by a foreign army. And when he lets out his screech, it's not so much reminiscent of Hercules as a bird that flew into a window. Oh, it was the worst thing that happened. Was we were in line and then I was waiting. When I got there, when I'm finally inside, I think I'm in the touchless line. I think I'm in the touchless line because a very, very, very tired individual pointed at that line and said, that's the touchless line. And I was like, you're not even looking at the line, but I'm gonna get in the line because you've probably been doing this since 2 in the morning. I get in the touchless line, and then I hear this person that works for the airline scream out. She screams, and this isn't like, ah! This is like a real scream. She's like, oh, what happened? And there was a dog, I hope it was a dog. There was a dog poop on the floor. I know. And there wasn't a person with a dog in sight. And I was like, see, this is why you gotta be vigilant. Terrorism is among us. This is crazy. TSA should be allowed to tackle whoever did this. And so then, this person is screaming like, oh, what happened? Oh no, okay. Then she turns to the line Because this is like in between where people drop off their oversized baggage and where the touchless line starts. A line that never goes as far, so it's longer than it's ever been before. And so she's just like, okay, can y'all help me? Turns to the people in touchless line, can y'all help me? If anybody's passing over here, can y'all just warn them, let them know? I'm gonna go get everything I need to clean this up. So then she walks away, and admittedly, all of us were like, we're probably not gonna do that. No, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, we probably not. You know, if the line goes, I go. I don't live here, right? And sure enough, because it's frantic and because there's 4 lines, it didn't take long. It took about 20 seconds. And this man over here on his phone too, yelling at somebody. He's like, what's wrong? What are you talking about? What are you talking about the flights at 10? It was supposed to be at 1. I'm at the airport right now. I can't. And drags his suitcase through all of it. And so we as a collective in line turn and we're like, ooh, that is our bad. That's why you shouldn't have trusted me, because I'm over here thinking about other stuff like that. And this woman that works for the airline walks back over. And yells out, what happened? To be fair to her, she was gone for 20 seconds. We let her down immediately. Oh, we let her down quick. She turns and looks at us. And we as a group are like, that's really our bad. Like, we shouldn't have, we should have done more, we should have done something. That's, uh-oh. And then she was like, well, look, okay. And she had the little sandwich sign that's like do not cross wet floor, whatever. And she was like, I have to go get the mop. Can you please, if anybody walks over here, just warn them, let them know, right? And once again, we were like, you couldn't trust us the first time, so I don't know why it makes you think. But sure, yeah. And so she walks away. And this is the thing. I've been in line for a while now. The first 10 minutes I was in line, it was actually moving pretty good. Then, for like 10, 15 minutes, it didn't move at all. And that's when this happened. But then, almost as soon as she left, I don't know if they opened up another lane, I don't know what happened, but like the line started moving again, and really moving to the point where I was like, oh, this is great. I'm covering so much ground. But I'm in line with everybody else. The line starts moving, and once again, I don't live in this spot, so that I move when the line moves. And it didn't take long. I forgot about it. That's in my past. I forget about it until I hear somebody yell. And they yell like, their scream wasn't like, ah! It was like, what? Because they fell. Yeah. No, I know. And then I hear her. I hear her walk back up to the spot. I hear her yell, "Who are you?" Wait. I understand. You're at work. You're doing your best to get through your day. A day that's been made infinitely harder by how many people are here and how nervous, anxious, upset they already are. The day just started. And you're just trying to do your job. And then out of nowhere, wow, something that should never be here. But you know what? You, being the good employee that you are, you try. I'm just gonna take care of it. I'm not even gonna think about how I shouldn't have to do this at all. I'm just gonna try to take care of it. So you turn to your fellow human beings. You're like, hey, other citizens, could you please have the humanity to, if someone crosses the path of this thing, which is highly likely, everyone is at the airport today. All 9 million New Yorkers are here today. Just yell out something and then you come back and your fellow humans have let you down. There's now tire tracks. And so you're like, you know what? I'm still gonna keep a good attitude. Let me put this down so hopefully more people don't come across everything. Let me go get the mop and the water I shouldn't even have to get because this is not my job, right? And then you come back and there's a guy there now. Because I should back up for a second. Not only did this guy scream, he did a scream I'd never heard before. Because he screamed the way that you heard. Oh, whoa, whoa. That's the fall. That wasn't the scream. The scream. Wait, you got me. Okay. Don't make me laugh. Okay, wait. Because to hear the scream, y'all gotta be silent. You gotta be absolutely quiet because you're gonna hear it the way I heard it. Because I was far away. I've never heard anything like this before because it was quiet, but it was loud. But just, okay, wait, shh. Perfect. He went. You know that pre-scream before scream where you just come into the realization of what has happened. It's a lot like a kid, like when a kid get hurt and they're assessing how hurt they are, so they start making the faces, but no noise is coming out of them yet. They're like on mute for a second. It's like if you hurt your little brother or your cousin or something, and then you see him make face, and you know you have 12 seconds to be like, I'm sorry, no. I'm so sorry. This man slipped. Whoa! And then as soon as he realized, he went. The quiet whisper of realization. No, it was terrible. It was terrible. Incredible long line. Children were growing up. And then you finally get to the front, and poor TSA is over here not getting paid off and on. Like they go maybe a couple weeks getting paid if they're lucky, and then they're not paid again. Like, crack doesn't even have this job insecurity. Like, this is crazy. You work for the government. And then you're getting paid sometimes, and then you're going long stints without getting paid. And then we got your back pay, but you still had to live life while you were waiting for the back pay. And the entire time, you have to deal with us. Listen to me. We, as Americans, for the sake of not just TSA, but ourselves, we as a country have got to learn what metal is. We have got to learn what actual metal is, because these TSA workers look so exhausted, because from the time they start their shift, you have people trying to walk through the metal detector. And as soon as it goes off, they're like, oh! But then they lift their sleeve and they got 6 watches on. You didn't think that was gonna trigger something? No. It's unacceptable. If I was TSA, I would remove the metal detector and just make it a magnet. Forget to take your belt off, you walk through, yeah, you know what I mean? Y'all wasting everybody's time. Oh. No, it's insane. And then there's there's like the indignance when your bag gets pulled. Oh, when people's bag gets pulled. It's tough. I've watched a lot of people try to get away with stuff. This is the thing. When I first started traveling, it was hard to know, like, whose side to be on in some of those instances, because truly it would be like, okay, you're not supposed to have more than 3 ounces, but this thing literally says 3.2 ounces. Like, before they made travel size toiletries and stuff, people would just be going through it at the airport. And TSA would have to be the bad guy. They have to be like, you can't bring 2 gallons of shampoo with you. And people are mad at you because they're like, why did you need to take the shampoo? This is my special medicated shampoo. This is the only one that works with my hair. If I wash my hair with any other shampoo, my hair catches on fire. And you over here taking my only good shampoo. What's wrong with you? You the devil? Why would you take my shampoo like this? You love doing this, don't you? You love taking people's shampoo so their hair catches on fire. And then you're like, yeah, look, I'm sorry. You cannot bring 2 gallons of shampoo. The people who I have watched argue with TSA, it's initially, when I was like in my early 20s and I was flying for some of the first times I had flown, I'd see people really try to like haggle where they're like, I know it's not supposed to be over like 3 ounces, but it says 3.2 on the bottle, can't just? And they're like, no. Like, I understand getting annoyed when somebody's like a stickler, but when I tell you, I've traveled so much now, I've seen people try to bring to a flight, they give the reason, and the reason never makes it better. There was a dude who actually tried to fly with a sword. And I'm over here getting my suitcase, getting like my backpack, everything, passing by, and so I didn't get the full story. Honestly, I should have stayed and been nosier, but I didn't get the full story. All I heard as I passed was him go, I'm not gonna do anything with it. And it's like that. You can't possibly think that is what they need to hear. Because I've been stopped before, and it's never fun. Because sometimes it's just you like forgetting that you have water in your backpack, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, throw it out, whatever, you know what I mean? Especially if you're in a hurry, you're like, oh, what is it? What could I possibly? And getting stopped at TSA is a lot like getting in a fender bender. Because initially, right when the thing happens, you don't think it could possibly be your fault. Do you know what I mean? Just like when 2 cars make slight contact, just that little bump, it's like, oh, why would you stop when I was going? Oh, just because the light's red. The light. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. When your bag gets flagged, you're like, oh, what? What is it? What? Do you hate fun? Is there fun in there? And then you realize it's your fault, and then you're like, oh, well, my bad, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put 6 water bottles in there, that's my... Because I've never had the boldness to be indignant with, I've also never packed a sword, but I've never had the boldness to be like, what? What? Somebody did 9/11, so now you think I'm gonna do something with my sword. That's a stretch. They didn't even have swords at 9/11. I got stopped by TSA one time. This was very embarrassing. It's terrible. I got stopped by TSA. They flagged my bag, and the whole time, they asked the questions, anything sharp, anything like I should be aware of? I'm like, no. And this time, I was genuinely mystified at what they could, because I didn't pack any merch. I didn't pack, I literally just had clothes in there. I think even my toothbrush and stuff was in my backpack, not my suitcase. And so I was like, no, I'm like curious with them. And then sometimes when you get stopped, you can see the screen, and sometimes you can't. Sometimes they're very secretive, and they press the screen. I didn't know it was a touch screen. Press the screen. And then go in the bag, and this time I could actually see the screen. And so I saw something I didn't even recognize, and he turns the screen to me even more, and he's like, are those brass knuckles? And I was like, sir, I don't own brass knuckles. And he's like, then what am I looking at here? Like, what is this? And now I'm freaking out a little bit, because this is like the most someone's really interrogated me at TSA. And I'm like, if it's in the bag, it's yours. You can't just be like, oh, it's not my gun. You know what I mean? If it's in the bag, it's yours. And so now in my head, I'm like, ooh, I wonder if I bumped into somebody in security, and then they Ocean's 11 put some brass knuckles in my bag or something. I don't know what's going on. Somebody's trying to jam me up. I'm glad I didn't panic. There was a part of me, look. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm pretty soft. So as soon as they had 3 questions for me, I was like, I didn't do it. And so then he opens my bag, flips the bag open, and goes right to where he saw the knuckles. And, I was devastated. Because they weren't brass knuckles, just like I thought they weren't brass knuckles. But I forgot they were in my bag. They were toe spreaders. Look. Look, before you judge. Look, I've been working on my feet all my life. All right, I've been through a lot. At one point I had prescription shoes. Just trying to make sure my toes don't just keep getting tight and collapsing into each other and become one toe at the end of my foot. So at night, sometimes I put the toe spreaders on to remind the toes, hey, each one of you is an individual. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, those are Yeah, those are my practice knuckles, dog. Like, because I know you can't fly with the brass ones, and so I put on the, you know what I mean, squish, squish, you know what I'm saying? I used to work at a grocery store. I've worked at a couple grocery stores. I've had a bunch of like odd jobs in my life and everything. And what I appreciate about those odd jobs was odd hours. Because then you always left your shift with some sort of story. Something happened because you were out when no one should be out. There was one time I got off work. It was 3 a.m. I got off work and I'm walking out and I see this woman, and she was clearly from the situation, a lady of the evening. And I witnessed this lady of the evening quit. It's a very special gift to be able to see someone quit their job, because quitting is so liberating. Quitting takes you to a place because a lot of people don't even think that they can quit their job. You know, they'll work a job, they don't necessarily love it, and then they're getting ready to quit, but they're like, oh, how will I make money, or what will I do next, whatever. But then when you finally get the courage to quit, nobody can touch you that day. You know, I've gone to Wendy's before and watched somebody quit. I didn't go for the show, it just happened. I didn't know it was their last day, and they didn't seem to know it was their last day either. But then they just started telling their boss off, and they were on a roll, and they were like, I quit. And I was the only one. But yes, there was a woman outside. I'm walking out of the store, and she was quitting, and she was like, yeah, I'm done with you. It's over. I'm finished. I'm not with you anymore. I'm not working with you anymore. I don't want to see you again, right? And start storming off, right? And this man, who in this situation was clearly her pimp, was also, there's no other way to say it, he was also in a wheelchair, okay? I know, I was surprised too. And so he's following after her, right? And he's furious, and he's saying all the stuff that pimps say, and stuff that pimps say from the movies. Like, he was over here like, how you gonna leave me? I made you what you are, girl. You can't leave me. Get back here. You need to get back here right now and apologize, right? Following after, and she was like, I told you, I'm done. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. I'm sick of you. I don't even want to look at you again. And then she just keeps storming off, a little faster. So then he started cycling a little faster. It's over here talking about, you sick of me, I'm sick of you too. But you work for me, girl. You can't just walk away from me. You work for me, right? And then she whips around, and it's like, I said I don't work for you anymore, right? She got pretty far ahead of him. And I told you, you can't quit. How about that? And she turns around. And she said, I can't quit? You said I can't quit? Yeah, you heard me. You can't quit. And then she kicked him in the chest. Not only did she kick him in the chest, and look, I'm telling you what I saw. I am not on the pimp side. I'm just telling you what I saw. She did wait to kick him until they were uphill. Like, shit. Because now he over, I thought he was fast going forward, uphill. This man zoomed backwards. I thought he was gonna go on forever. She just walked off into the night and he was still flying backwards. Till he hit a bus stop. And that was, he had to stop eventually. I don't know what. I watched this documentary that came out. Louis Theroux did it, about the manosphere, right? Yeah, and there's been a lot of praise, a lot of criticism of the documentary. Some people felt like it didn't cover enough or it didn't push enough to expose what these guys were like, and some people, I guess people who are fans of these guys, feel like it's somehow unfair even though it's their words. But what's interesting about this whole ecosystem of online content and how people treat each other in the pursuit of some sort of better life for themselves is that a lot of it is like performing the type of masculinity you think will get you something. You know, like truly these guys are actors. You can see it in the documentary. You also see it in real life. A lot of these dudes aren't acting this way in their personal life. In fact, they interview one of the guys with his girlfriend, and Louis asks the girlfriend, what is it that you like about him? What is it that you see in him? And she specifically said, oh, you know, he's one guy in front of the cameras, but he's a different guy when he's with me. And that should let everybody know something, that this thing is a game to them. It's a performance, you know? And plenty of people, myself included, growing up, going into adulthood, you perform a certain type of masculine. You perform this thing that you think will make people like you. This isn't anything new, you know? I remember one time I had a crush, and she had a problem. She needed her sink fixed. I don't know anything about sinks. But I wasn't gonna tell her that. I had the whole thing worked out in my head. I was like, okay,
that's
look,
mean.
I'm gonna look up online everything about sinks. I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna fix the sink, and then she'll be so grateful she'll let me take her out to dinner. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. She's gonna tell our grandkids that your daddy fixes sinks, and I'm gonna lean away from my grandkids and be like, you know what I mean? And so sure enough, I went over to her apartment, and I even bought tools. Tags were still on all the tools. I was trying to convince her that's like the style. You know, when you really work with tools like that, it's like Tim's. You just leave the tag on, let people know. I got this from Lowe's. And so then, I opened the cabinets and get under the...
I mean, she did what she wanted to do, I guess. It's her choice.
And she was right. There's a problem. This looks very bad. It looked like whoever did it before me also didn't know what they were doing because there's all this like, plumber's tape everywhere.
Everyone's
and
different.
It looked like an entire system. Like it made me. It was so confusing because it made me think maybe I don't know how sinks work. I was expecting to get under there and see like one pipe, and I'm seeing like 12 routes. Turns out some of that was because she had a garbage disposal. So I'm laying there, and I'm like, okay.
Complain?
Okay. I'm out of my depth because everything I looked up online did not cover what to do in this situation. All I really took away from what I saw online was righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
I think that's one of the reasons why I really wasn't that close to my parents after I got older.
But now I'm laying
because like
there, right?
they allowed me to get abused.
Over the sink,
you know what I mean? Like they could have stopped it.
She's like
they made
what's it
their
looking
choice.
like? And
so
in my head, I know I don't know what
they
I'm
had to live
doing,
with the
but in my
consequences,
head,
yeah.
it's just look. I know I
don't think
should
that
even
just
be there,
because
but in my head,
somebody
listen,
feeds
this
their
is a thought I
dying
had in
parent
my
who's
head,
abusive, I don't think that
but
makes them
to
strong.
me, just
I think it
personally,
makes
even
them
if I didn't
nicer
know
than
what I was
me.
doing, I just got down
I think that
here. Why
makes
are you
them like
rushing
a
me?
kinder person than me. But strong? Nah, I wouldn't say that.
But because I don't know what I'm
no,
doing,
yeah,
now
you can
I'm
feel that
panicked.
way.
I'm
I
like,
don't feel that way.
This doesn't make any sense. When I'm laying under the sink, and she's like, "What's it looking like?"
You don't
I'm
feel
like,
that she was strong.
It's all here.
No. No. I said you don't feel she was strong. You do or
That
you
was
do
never
not?
the concern.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
And so then I'm like, I need to buy myself some time. What do? And so then I grabbed one of the wrenches, and I just started
I would say she's
banging
kinder.
the pipes. I was
They abused her? Yeah, they didn't deserve it. They deserve to die alone.
ah. And so then I'm laying there, and I did it for way too long. I did it for like 6 minutes straight, because I just kept thinking like, let me look, and like, it's easy enough to bang stuff while I look at stuff and everything. And then, finally, I noticed in all the banging that one of the bolts, I don't even know what it's called, but basically it was loose. It was loose. And so I was like, ooh, maybe this is it. Maybe I found it by accident, but still.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice.
Let me go ahead and tighten it, see what happens. And so I tightened it up, and then, put on my best wannabe plumber voice. It's like, go ahead and try it. And so she turned the sink on, and the water came out like perfect. The water came out perfect from the faucet. It also came out perfect completely under the sink. I was drowning immediately. She couldn't even hear me say turn it off, because I was like,
No one's been on here for like 2 hours. I'm just going to shut it down.
oh. No, performing only works so well. It's very difficult to get to the bottom of the root problem, because it feels like so many of these problems are that these guys that, make no mistake, are grifters. These guys identify real problems. They identify real feelings. and they manipulate it just in time to bring these young men in